Top 10 worst years in human history.
Around for roughly 200,000 years. And honestly, most...
Let me guess a few of them. Something with the Black Plague. World War II when the bombs dropped. In human history, I was going to say in history, probably when the meteor hit the dinosaurs. Humans weren't around then. 2008. Why? The housing market crash? Y2K when the world didn't end.
That time was spent dying in pools of our own diarrhea.
2020. I don't think like COVID years are top 10 worst years in human history. Yeah, Holocaust. That's why I said World War II.
So when you think of the worst years in human history, it's basically all of them. But that would be a boring video. So let's be prisoners of the moment and allow recency bias to cloud our analysis as we rank the top 10 worst years to be alive in human history. Number 10, 1918. This year kicks off with a
I feel like that was a pretty fire year now. Wasn't that right before the Roaring 20s? Roaring 20s was like a great time to fucking like be a middle-class American.
little something called the Spanish flu.
Unless you were black or a woman or a minority or a non-white man or disabled. Okay, so maybe it wasn't a great time to be alive during the 1920s.
Surprisingly, this flu wasn't
or gay. Yeah, okay.
Actually from Spain, but it was still no bueno. Exact numbers for the death toll are kind of hard to pin down.
Oh, Spanish flu.
But estimates range from 20 to 50 million human deaths globally. The Spanish flu was
50 million deaths. How many people died from COVID? 7.1 million. Wow. So Spanish flu was like 6 times that? No, 7 point something times.
Particularly deadly for 2 reasons. 1, it was a brand new strain of the flu, and 2, the conditions of the Great War made it so much easier for the disease to spread. Soldiers returning home brought the flu with them, infecting people in remote areas who had no immunity to the virus. What was extra special about the Spanish flu was that it was unusually deadly for young adults compared to other flu viruses of the time, leading to a significantly higher death toll. This disease...
Chat, if you got the Spanish flu, do you think you would eat that shit? I think I got a pretty weak immune system when it comes to, like, big illnesses. I had COVID twice, and I was fine. But that was COVID. Spanish flu, like, part of me... Okay, I would never want it, but part of me is like, would I die with the Black Plague? Yeah. Yeah. No modern medicine, right? Like, let's say you get the Spanish flu, but you're not allowed to take, like, Advil, Tylenol, nothing. Like, you're just you're ripping it. You know, like, you're lasting that shit out. It's wraps. Most of us are dying.
It was terrifying for doctors.
Black Plague has to be on this. The Black Plague was so bad that people thought it was an evil that brought the end of the world, bro. That many people fucking died. There were bodies in the streets, piles of dead people. When the Black Plague was like the devil himself coming back to Earth, bro. Like a third, it was a third of Europe. I'm pretty sure it was more than a third of Europe. I think it was maybe a third of Europe as a whole, but a ton of, like, certain areas, like, almost everybody died. How many people in Europe died of the Black Plague? 50 million people, but this was in the 1300s. So 50 million people in the 1300s is way more than the 1900s. 30 to 60% of the continent's population of Europe died. Florence, for example, lost up to 60% of its population, similar to London. So, like, heavily populated cities lost, like, more than half of their people.
Just because of how quickly it spread, or how quickly their
It was a third of the world. That's what it was.
Patients died, but the process of how people died from it. Heliotrope cyanosis was a symptom of the Spanish flu, where a patient's skin would slowly turn purple as their lungs filled with fluid, preventing them from getting enough oxygen into their bloodstream. The blue/purple color would start in their lips and fingers, but eventually spread across their whole body as they neared death. After the patient passed, their entire body would then quickly turn from purple to black. Truly horrific stuff. To make matters worse, 1918 was also the final year of World War I, which saw another 5 million global casualties and made most of Europe no fun. Also in this year, you had the Russian Revolution going on, which ended the House of Romanov for good with the assassination of Nicholas II and his family this year. This revolution allowed Vladimir Lenin to take power, where he established a totalitarian dictatorship that oversaw the mass killing of political dissidents. The revolution was marked by brutal civil war and famine, which killed millions more. And finally, the Treaty of Versailles was being drafted, which, while not initially terrible, put Germany in a super bad mood that had some pretty major downstream consequences. But more on that later. Number 9, 1492.
What happened in 1492? I feel like there's a gap. I feel like there's a gap in human knowledge. Like, most humans know a lot of shit that happened between 1800 and, like, today. And then you know a little bit about the 1600s and, like, Jamestown and, you know, fucking witch trial shit, blah, blah, blah. You know, you could even go back to, like, certain, like, poets or people that were alive, like musicians in, like, 1300s. 1492, Columbus. Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. Ooh. That one slipped the brain for a minute there. Yeah.
We all know in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. But by doing
You gotta say the rhyme for me to know. You can't just show me the date.
that, Columbus also opened up a portal to hell for nearly everyone who is currently living in the Americas.
Yo, that motherfucker was a horrible person, bro. They don't teach. Yo, they deadass didn't teach. I feel like now they probably do. I remember when I was a kid, bro, they did not teach about Columbus being a horrible person. They were like, Columbus founded the Americas. That motherfucker lied to the Native Americans and said that the fucking moon was gonna, or the sun was gonna disappear, or the moon was gonna disappear. They lied. He was like, hey, the sun's gonna disappear if you don't fucking give us food. And they were like, no, it won't. Because who the fuck would believe that? And he just knew knowledge about astronomy, and he said his God was more powerful than theirs. And then there was a fucking solar eclipse, and the sun disappeared. And then they fucking gave them all their food, and then died.
Every indigenous person that came in contact with the Europeans.
I thought he said the moon would be of blood. I'm pretty sure he just predicted a solar eclipse. Yeah, in 1504, there was a total lunar eclipse. During his fourth voyage, Christopher Columbus induced the inhabitants of Jamaica to continue provisioning him and his hungry men, intimidating them by predicting a total lunar eclipse. Some claim Columbus used the ephemeris of the German astronomer, but Columbus himself attributed the prediction to the Almanac of Abraham Zacuto. He got beached, blah, blah, blah. They needed food. They couldn't give it to him, and then he, like, basically just, like,
settler was
lied
either
to them. He would also, like, you know, do some pretty fucked up shit in general.
Killed by a disease, killed in the slave trade, killed in war, or died of a broken heart. And while it certainly didn't all happen in one year, the introduction of European settlers to the Americas ended up killing 90% of the indigenous population.
Even if it was a peaceful interaction, Europeans brought over diseases that the Native Americans hadn't encountered yet. And then they all died. Same thing with, like, a lot of encounters with, like, Amazonian, like, tribes. Like, you just, like, go see them. You could be peaceful, and then they're all just going to get, like, fucking smallpox and die.
Diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza decimated communities that had no immunity to these foreign illnesses. I guess one could argue that the events of 1492 had positive effects.
It was not peaceful. I'm saying there was multiple interactions. There were instances of peaceful interactions. Many were not.
On much of humanity.
Not with Columbus. I'm talking about, like, people just arriving to the Americas.
Leading to the age of exploration and the eventual globalization of trade and culture that brought us things like pizza and chocolate. However, the near extinction of an entire continent civilization does put it on our list. Number 8, 2008. This is probably the
housing market crash. I feel like we're jumping pretty heavily here. The housing market crash of 2008 was worse than smallpox.
Height of recency bias, but
and Vladimir Lenin.
Who cares? It sucked. 2008 was the year the entire world realized that rich people just basically make up how much money there is. And for a number of reasons too complicated to go into in this video, something called Lehman Brothers went out of business, and then the entire global economy collapsed. Stock markets around the world crashed. The American auto industry nearly went belly up, and the cost of food and gas.
And the bubble of borrowing money or having debt to buy assets is like what's happening right now with the AI bubble. I'm not trying to, like, make people panic, but the shit that happened right before the 2008 housing market crash where people were taking on debt to buy houses and assets is exactly what's happening right now with big businesses. So if it fails, they're fucked.
Went through the roof. It was the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression, causing millions of Americans to lose their jobs and homes. Also, if you've ever wondered, why do houses cost so much these days? Well, in the aftermath of the 2008 mortgage crisis, new home construction basically stopped for about 10 years because nobody could get a loan. And since there wasn't a 10-year hiatus on unprotected sex, we now have way too many people and way too few houses. So thanks again 2008 for still ruining all of our lives. What? China and Australia's economy actually grew during the Great Recession? What do you mean America isn't the center of the universe? Number 7, 73,000 BC.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little absurd to put the 2008 housing market crisis as one of the worst years in human history. Like, I wouldn't even say that's like top 50. Like, you could say 30s was like the Great Depression, because that was bad for the world as well.
Okay, so we're a little loosey-goosey on the exact year, but trust me, whenever it was bad. Rewind
73,000 BC. I love how we're jumping around history right now. We got Spanish flu, we have Christopher Columbus, 2008, and now 73,000 BC.
Clock 70 or so millennia, and you'll witness what's known as a super
Pompeii? When was Pompeii? Wait, is this Pompeii?
volcano eruption.
No, Pompeii was not 73,000 BC. 73,000 BC, there wasn't fucking cities yet. When was Pompeii? That was probably like fucking 3,000 years ago. 79 CE, so 2,000 years ago.
This particular event is known as the Toba catastrophe and is probably the thing Indonesia is second most famous for after Komodo dragons. This eruption set off a 10-year volcanic winter that nearly eliminated the entire human species. The Toba eruption released so much volcanic ash into the atmosphere that it blocked sunlight, leading to a drastic drop in global temperatures. The few survivors faced harsh conditions, with scarce food and resources, struggling to maintain their communities. The entire human population left on Earth was somewhere between 3,000 and 10,000 people, or roughly the size of Brandon, South Dakota.
And we're all descendants of them. Wow. We're all related to those people. That's what I feel like. That's so cool that like every person has a common ancestor, like what, 60 people ago or something. Like there's somebody that so we're all related in some way. Yeah. But not in a sense of like incest. But then I'm pretty sure this era is when they were making like was it whale bones? No, I think it might have been like, what's that motherfucker from Ice Age? A mammoth bone huts. Yeah, people used to live in this. Stuff that looked like this. Ukraine. Mammoth bone structure homes. This was like when it was like really fucking cold out. They would make shit like this out of just straight animal remains because it was so insulative. And they would put like hides and other stuff on the outside because it was just cold as fuck.
You've never heard of Brandon, South Dakota? Okay, Madison Square Garden can hold around 20,000 people, so the entire population left on Earth after that eruption could fit in MSG twice. This phenomenon is known as a genetic bottleneck, and is also why we're all kind of related. Number 6, 1929. The Roaring Twenties came to an abrupt end in 1929 when the U.S. stock market crashed, setting off, stop me if you've heard this before, a global economic collapse. The Great Depression that followed was a decade-long economic
Oh no! American steel is down! Let me go withdraw all my money from the bank. And then they had no money.
disaster that affected almost every country in the world.
Yeah, imagine pulling up to a bank going, I want to withdraw my money. And they go, we don't have it. Huh?
Mental health was
We don't have it. Huh?
at an all-time low immediately following the market crash. Self-deletion rates were so high that some hotel operators in New York City would ask guests if they needed a room for sleeping or jumping out of. That's real. In the US, 1 in 4 people became unemployed, and wages for the remaining workforce were basically cut in half. Bread lines and soup kitchens became a common sight, and many people lost their homes and savings. One farmer of the day knew he couldn't afford to feed his sheep, so he slit their throats and threw them down a canyon instead of letting them starve. It's like,
Wow.
What? They don't like sheep? The events of 1929 set off a decade of economic hardship that culminated in Earth's favorite pastime, World War. Number 5, 1601. If you take one thing away from this video,
Is that the witch trials? When were the witch trials? I was just in Salem. No, that was 1692.
it should be that volcanoes are bad. So bad, in fact, that one volcano in Peru basically turned the lights off for the whole planet. The eruption of Huayna Patina in 1600 was one of the largest volcanic events in recorded history, spewing vast amounts of ash into the
Bro, I want to see the volcano eruption that's that big that it blacks out the sun from the whole world. One volcano erupting that much.
atmosphere. The summer of 1601 was known as the summer with no sunshine. Sunlight levels dramatically decreased everywhere in the world, causing mass famine, but nowhere more so than Russia. The lack of sunlight led to crop failures and livestock death. A third of the Russian population starving to death in the 2 years following the eruption. No sunshine also meant it was extremely cold, so to keep warm, many in the region turned to killing any animal with fur they could find, not just for food, but also to create clothing and blankets. Accounts from the time describe people so desperate for food that they ate grass, their pets, and each other. Which means all of us are just one cloudy summer away from cannibalism.
I'm not eating my dog. That's the one thing I'm saying right now. I would not eat my dog. If I was starving, bro.
Number 4, 1940.
I will. You'll eat my dog or you're going to eat your dog. Javi, I'm telling you right now, you ain't eating my dog. I'm eating you before I'm eating my dog.
42. Not much to see here, just worldwide violence and genocide resulting in millions of deaths. At the tail end of 1941, Japan made a monumental strategic error and, not so elegantly, insisted that the U.S. become heavily involved in World War
Wait, which one is this? Oh, 1942.
II. This essentially turned America into a death factory, where every able-bodied human was either making stuff that killed people or just killing people.
And this is when we really became a war-based economy. Ugh.
The war effort mobilized entire populations, leading to the development of new weapons and technologies, including the Manhattan Project, which would cause all kinds of problems for future humans. Meanwhile, soldiers and civilians in Russia...
And it was the Manhattan Project was terrible, but, even if the Manhattan Project didn't happen, nuclear bombs would still exist, right? It was just who's the motherfucker to make it first. Nuclear bombs exist whether or not Oppenheimer makes it. Right. The Russians would have made the bomb. At some point, China would have made a bomb. Japan would have made a bomb. Somebody would have made a bomb.
Russia and China were dying by the thousands every day. The brutal fighting on the Eastern Front and the Pacific Theater claimed millions of lives.
Dude, I used to think that, it's kind of incomparable because it depends on the battle, but I used to think World War II, battling in World War II would be, objectively worse than, trench warfare in World War I. But trench warfare is fucking so scary, bro. I had somebody describe to me what trench warfare was truly like, and being alive in that time, dude, evil, because there was almost no rules. So it was do whatever the fuck you want. There would be gas that would come over and you would just suffocate from that. But more so, if you're in the trench, there's bombs going off constantly. Doom, 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 doom. You're getting shell shock. That's why they called it shell shock. It was PTSD. But it was called shell shock because there was constantly bombs going off. Humans are only made to endure high-stress scenarios for short spans of time. Because in a 5-minute span, say there's a lion or something that's approaching you, you're genetically made to deal with that stress in that 5-minute span, and either you're alive or dead, and then you move on. But in World War I, during trench warfare, that was just all the time. There was nonstop bombs. So you were always in that high-stress scenario. And if you were still alive, you were just waiting to die. And when the bomb stopped, you would go, oh, we're good now. When the bomb stopped, that meant the other people were running at you. So if you're awake for 18 hours, you're getting an hour of sleep, then you're awake for 18 hours. You're getting an hour of sleep, you're awake for 18 hours. And you hear silence, that means you have to run to your guns because the other guys are running to you to jump into your trench and kill you. And they're gassing you out. They're doing all this other shit. There would be guys, they would draft, say they had to get a letter from one trench to another or another part of the trench. They would give 4 guys the same letter and go, run. Because they knew that 2 of you at least weren't making it. So then if you were the one that made it and you didn't die, they'd give you another letter and they'd go, now run it back. And then you had to fucking try and run that shit back. And fuck that. Then it got to a point where they knew that the other guys were running over, so they would dig other trenches prematurely. And so when they heard the silence, they would run to the back trench before that one got flooded and then gun those motherfuckers down.
Germany continued its war crimes and genocide, so not great. Number 3, 1943.
It was also really bad in 1942, 1943, World War II in general. Like, one of the biggest things you'll hear people talking about is, like, fighting the Japanese was really scary for Americans because even if they had the edge, the Japanese people wouldn't surrender. So if they ran out of ammo or knew they were going to die, they would just fucking run at your ass with a knife or a bayonet. Like, they would not give up. Like, they would just run at you. Vietnam was scarier too. Well, Vietnam, yeah, Vietnam also, I'm not sitting here saying, like, Americans were the victims. Americans did horrible things too during a large majority of these wars as well. Like, Vietnam, especially, Americans would mow down, like, innocent Vietnamese people. But in Vietnam, yeah, dude, there would just be traps. It was all just like jungle warfare.
Remember 1942? Like that. But again, 1943 saw some of the deadliest battles of World War II. The Battle of Stalingrad.
Yeah, dude, Vietnam especially, what was that one thing they would say? Vietnam message to U.S. speakers. Like, it's like, you're gonna die, GI, or something, is what it would repeatedly say.
During the Vietnam War,
all right, that's not what I want to
the
hear.
operation involves avoid the
It is a very good idea.
Imagine being in the jungle, bro. You're freshly 19, right out of high school, bro. They send your ass all the way across the world, and you're literally watching your fucking friends explode. And you hear this in the jungles.
Defect, GI. It is a very good idea to leave a sinking ship.
And you're covered in dirt. Half your friends are dead.
They lie to you, GI. You know you cannot win this war.
And you're there for no reason, too. Like, World War II, like, you're fighting Adolf Hitler, right? World War II, I don't support war in any way, but, like, Americans in World War II wanted to go to war. People would lie about their age to get into the army. Vietnam was the reverse lottery, bro. They pulled your name. That was a death sentence. Like, being in Vietnam had to have been one of the scariest fucking things ever. Like, having to fight on either side. Like, and dude, you're not even fighting you're fighting against communism. Like, you're not even fighting for, like, oh, the betterment of, like, people being, like, the Jewish people or something. Like, you're literally just going into Vietnam because your government's sending you. You would come back, and there were instances where, like, the soldiers were treated like shit, man. They didn't even like, it wasn't like they praised you when they came back, like World War II. It was so different.
Your rich leaders grow richer while you die in the swamp, GI. They will give you a medal, GI, but only after you are dead.
Like, bro.
Your government lies to you every day, poor soldier.
Like, dude, it's middle of the night and you're hearing that shit. Reverse. The U.S. would play U.S. sounds for Vietnamese people. The Vietnam, what was the tapes the U.S. would play on those big-ass speakers to the Vietnamese guys in the tunnels? Yeah, they would spray shit with Agent Orange, and Agent Orange got people killed. There's a whole video on, like, pesticides and how Agent Orange, like, ruined people. Wandering Souls. Yep, there it is. The U.S. would play this for the people underground. Make you lose your mind so you'd run out of the tunnel and then they'd fucking shoot you in the face.
Stalingrad, one of the bloodiest battles.
People don't realize how... No, I'm serious. Like, you hear about, like, you learn about war, bro, at such, like, a basic level in high school. Like, that shit, bro, like, no, like, people go, oh, war's bad, you're killing people. It's beyond that, dude. It was psychological torture to have to fucking fight in any of these wars.
Battles in history ended in early 1943 with the defeat of the German army. This marked a turning point in the war, but came at a staggering cost of over 2 million casualties.
I always think, dude, being in D-Day, man, that had to be so fucking scary. Being a guy that was getting shipped on D-Day, World War II, you're on a boat, just running on Normandy Beach, watching hundreds of people get mowed down. Explain D-Day? Bro, how do you not, like, see, why do I have to explain? How do you not know? D-Day was when the U.S. were storming the Germans on Normandy Beach. And the Germans had these concrete structures that were hooked with, like, fucking, like, like big automatic machine guns. And they had all these spikes on the beaches, so you couldn't really drive up on them. You just had to drop the boat a little, like, far back, and they would jump off the boat into the water. D-Day boats. So they would be in these boats packed like sardines, and they would drive up to the beach. This hatch would open. They would all run out. All of them would die. Not just the U.S. I'm saying from the U.S.'s perspective. I know there was other countries involved. I'm saying U.S., Germany. Germany was the people that were defending. It's like Saving Private Ryan, yeah. And you would go Canada, France, Australia. Yeah, it was the Allies. It was the Allies versus the Axis powers, but I'm pretty sure the only people on the Axis powers were Germans. Was there Italians in D-Day? I don't know if they were on the lines in D-Day or on the defending side. No, I think it was just Germans up there. I don't know. I'm not a genius on D-Day. Anyway, somebody said this was boring. Fuck out of stream, bro. Who gives a fuck? Imagine, bro, the first waves of these boats of, like, you know, all the Allied powers, literally all of them died. All of them died. Like, instantly. And the U.S. and the Allies' strategy was, we're just going to keep sending people. At some point, it was just numbers. It was a numbers game. We have more people than they can kill. And then eventually they got through.
In the Pacific, the Battle of Guadalcanal and the continued island hopping campaign resulted in massive losses on both sides. And Nazi Germany continued doing Nazi Germany things. So again, a horrible time. Number 2, 1347. Welcome to medieval times. You really can't say anything about the mid-1300s that doesn't involve the bubonic plague. In 1347, the Black Death began ravishing most of Eurasia and parts of North Africa.
You hear about the Black Death too? You just start getting black bubbles, growths on your body.
Within a few years, the plague killed roughly a third of Europe, which probably put a pretty big dent into the cappuccino and scarf industries. The plague was caused by a bacterium in the fleas of rats, and rats were basically the podcasts of the 1300s. Completely unwanted, but absolutely everyone had them. Death from the bubonic plague was swift, but painful. An infected person would develop horribly swollen lymph nodes, often accompanied by fever and diarrhea, and would usually be dead in under a week. Medicine of the time was primitive, to say the least. A popular cure for the plague included taking a healthy chicken, plucking its back and bottom clean, and then strapping it to the patient's open sores. The idea was if the chicken became ill, it was helping to pull out the disease from the patient.
Oh, bro, what? So they would try and move the illness from you to another creature?
Okay, let's check your chicken today. Oh, awesome, it's almost dead. You're doing great. This would be repeated until the patient or the chicken died. Often both in many cases. Chickens weren't the only...
What was the odds of living? If you had the Black Plague, what were your survival chances? Probably like 10%. No, I feel like it had to be higher than 0, chat. Come on. Survival chances were extremely low, up to an 80% mortality rate. So there were instances where people would survive. Survival depended heavily on the type of plague. Bubonic had an 18% survival rate, septicemic had a nearly 0, and pneumonic had a 0. The bubonic plague was the most common. You had about a 1 in 5 of living.
Only animal rubbed on boils. Plague doctors also tried rubbing cut-up pieces of snakes on them as well.
Awesome.
See, snakes were considered evil, and so was the plague. So the idea was that if evil things liked other evil things, putting the snake on a boil would trick the plague into following the snake and leave the patient's body.
Wow, so people were really fucking stupid at this time. That's absurd. Wow, that was like the best idea they had. Like, I would rather them go, let's pee on it. Like, I would rather them be like, yeah, you got a wound there. I'm going to pee on it. Then I'm going to rub an alive chicken's butthole on your fucking wounds. So it sucks the fucking... The fucking sickness out.
Another cutting-edge cure for the Black Death was eating crushed emeralds. People who couldn't afford emeralds would drink arsenic or mercury instead, which probably was just a little less effective than the chicken and the snake. All the anguish from this pandemic began to pull society apart at the seams. Many people took the chaos of the situation as an opportunity to steal from the sick and weak. Needless to say, people were so
You're from the sick and weak, bro. If you were one of the guys that lived, you were just straight rolling in it, bro. You just steal everybody's shit. Half the households ain't got anybody in them anymore. They're dead.
scared to help one another. Many were left to die alone in misery. It took centuries for Europe and other parts of the world to recover from the mass destruction of the Black Death. Number 1,
Yeah, I could easily see, dude. If you're in the UK, over half of London dies. Like you're gonna need 30, 40 years to just rebuild society.
36. This is essentially a greatest hits of all the worst moments from human history. Things kick off with our old friend the supervolcano, which sent a cloud of volcanic ash over the entire northern hemisphere. This left most of the world in virtual darkness for 18 months, brought the global temperature down 30 degrees, and caused, say it with me, widespread famine. Things were extra bad in China, where dust rained to the ground by the handful, and 70 to 80% of the population died. The lack of sunlight led to crop failures, starvation, and social unrest. But wait, there's more! On top of extreme
Yeah, that's pretty scary, dude, living in, like, perma-darkness.
food scarcity, a plague broke out in Europe. People would break out in pus-filled boils before perishing by the thousands, making disposal of the bodies impossible. Bodies were heaped in piles or thrown into the sea, only to wash back up days later. And the southern hemisphere wasn't spared. To make things worse, 536 had a powerful El Niño that warmed the waters off the South American coast, killing fish stocks, flooding the coasts, and you guessed it, causing widespread famine. So yeah, 536...
Oh my god, dude. People were literally just, like, constantly on the... I feel like societies pre, like, 1600s were just constantly on the brink of death, like, every 50 years. Like, oh my god. The most unsettling band commercials.
If I'm 10 years old watching TV and this advert comes on, I'm never watching TV again. That scared the shit out of me.
What? What the? I don't know what I just watched. I don't even have commentary for that. I just can't believe.
Banned Sour Patch Kids commercial. I don't know if I've even ever seen a banned commercial.
This advert caused so much controversy because it created a craze in playgrounds in the UK.
That's genuinely scary. I can see
Doritos had a banned commercial.
why people said, yeah, that is distressing. I'm kind of distressed.
Ads are meant to attract customers, but these ads did the opposite. They disturbed viewers so much the TV stations had to pull them off the air.
Yo, are you allowed to make adverts that are bad against other companies? Kind of how, like, political figures during the election season just spam smear campaigns against their people, where it'll be like, Jack Chittarelli killed my grandmother. Jack Chittarelli once kicked a toddler in the face in 1938. Some shit like that. Are you able to do that? Like, could I make, like, a Sour Patch Kids commercial, but, like, make the Sour Patch Kids, like, fucking, like, drunk drive or something? And then it would be, like, a really bad advert. I feel like, no. You would probably get sued for that.
These are commercials banned for being too disturbing. We won't just show you the footage, we'll uncover the backstories behind each one and save the worst for last. So it is almost the end of the year, guys, and my goal is still the same, to increase the number of videos I put out for you guys without sacrificing quality. So it would mean the world if you subscribe, and I promise to do my
Visual Venture, shout out Visual Venture, GOAT.
absolute best and make the best videos I can for you guys. I'm Visual Venture and you are awesome. The ad that was too weird to forget. In 1983, a company...
Puppy Monkey Baby? That's my least favorite ad. That's not banned, though. I hate that ad. Puppy Monkey Baby. Puppy Monkey Baby. It's fucking stupid. Fucking stupid ad. That's the best ad. No, it's annoying. And that's why it works, is because it's so catchy that it just sticks in your head. You know the best ad? The fucking Hershey's... I'm just going to play it. The best ad is the Hershey's ad from, like, fucking 1980 that they've ran every year ever since. Bro, that is, like, the easiest promo. They paid a guy one time to make that shit, and now they just run it forever. Make some shit like that. Just spam it every year around the holidays. Why is it in 120p? Probably because that shit was posted on YouTube 17 years ago.
company wanted to sell candy to kids. To do that, they created a commercial. The main character was someone every child already knew,
Humpty Dumpty!
Dumpty. But the version of Humpty Dumpty that appeared in that commercial wasn't cute. It looked like something straight out of a horror movie. The commercial was for a candy called Kinder Surprise.
Oh my god, the worst candy ever, bro. Whenever I see that shit in a fucking gas station or a grocery store, I'm like, why do they have these in stock? People buy them. They're so good. Yeah, you're single-handedly, bro. Kinder, here's Kinder's marketing tactic. They're the Raid Shadow Legends of the candy field. Raid Shadow Legends, this is how they make money, right? They get a lot of new players, but their primary moneymaker is the whales that just spend money on Raid Shadow Legends, right? And then they have a lot of, like, free-to-play players that just kind of, like, you know, boost the player count. Kinder doesn't have anyone that just casually buys Kinder eggs. Kinder has 10 people that eat Kinder every fucking day because they love it. I just don't understand. It's like shitty chocolate.
It was an egg-shaped
Kinder Bueno's goated. No, it's not. I've had it.
chocolate with a small toy hidden inside. The product wasn't new. Kids already loved it. To keep that success going, Kinder wanted to launch a new ad campaign. They also wanted to
Oh my god, did they kill Humpty? Like Humpty Dumpty's the Kinder Surprise egg, and in the advert, they like murder him and it opens up and then they eat him. Oh my god.
Scott children would recognize instantly. Humpty Dumpty was the obvious choice. He was famous, shaped like an egg, and loved by children all over the world. But there was one major issue. Kinder couldn't legally use Humpty Dumpty. Copyright laws blocked them from putting him in the commercial. They needed to create their own version. It could look like Humpty Dumpty, but it needed a different name. So they invented the Eggman. He was supposed to be friendly, but he turned out super creepy. One person described him as a fleshy man egg with childlike features. The Eggman had tiny eyes.
I don't think you can make a humanoid egg creature and not have it look really disturbing. Like, it would have to be cartoonish for it to not be creepy.
And an insanely wide mouth. He spoke in a high, squeaky voice. The biggest problem was how real he looked. The Eggman wasn't animated like a cartoon. He was a hand-built puppet controlled by a professional puppeteer. He blinked, chewed, and moved like a real human, but with the body of an egg. The result was disturbing on so many levels. Despite that, Kinder decided to put him on television. The Kinder Surprise commercial aired in 1983. It began with the Eggman sitting on a wall. It was an obvious reference to Humpty Dumpty's nursery rhyme. Almost immediately, the Eggman started shouting nonsense words.
Yibbo shaky. Me unscrabbly. Shaka doobie!
He unwrapped the Kinder Surprise.
What is the vibe they're got? I wouldn't say it's disturbing, but I could see how like a 5-year-old would probably cry from watching this. I think they were going for like Teletubbies, and they ended up getting like Mr. Meaty. They went for Teletubbies and got like an uncanny Mr. Meaty vibe, like really creepy.
A doobie!
He unwrapped the Kinder Surprise and found the toy inside. All this time, he was still speaking gibberish.
Yodel yum and choco scrum with multi-pump level dice! Oh, grubbly!
His excitement kept building. The Eggman waved his arms wildly. Then he lost his balance and fell backward off the wall. It was a direct nod to Humpty Dumpty's fall. The Kinder logo appeared. The commercial ended. It was meant—
Oh, that's lame. I thought they were gonna like kill him and eat him. I thought that's not— how is that— that's not disturbing. It's like an uncanny creature. I thought the bit would be that he was a Kinder Surprise egg, and he liked kind of like how the Cinnamon Toast Crunch figures eat each other. It'd be like, oh, he's a Kinder Surprise egg, and then like the kids like murder him, and they open up his body, and there's like a big toy inside.
To be silly and fun, but instead it came across as bizarre and unsettling. Not long after it aired, complaints started pouring in. Parents said their kids were terrified of the Eggman's creepy face.
It's an ad for kids. What are you on about? Have you ever seen a Crave commercial?
And it wasn't just a few kids, it was thousands. Eventually, TV stations had to act. After
Skittles Pox is by far more disturbing than kids cracking— okay, maybe them murdering the Humpty Dumpty man. There wouldn't be blood. he would be, chat, it wouldn't be like gory. Yo, Kinder, give me the reins on the marketing right now. This is what I'm gonna do. We're gonna bring back the fucking weird Eggman that's not a Humpty Dumpty. And when they hit him, he's not gonna shrill in pain. He's gonna he's human. Really? The Eggman's human? Okay.
Many complaints, networks stopped airing the ad.
That was not a human.
It's unofficially banned. Eventually, Kinder decided to...
He has human features. Name him. Name him. Ears? Like every other animal.
Pull the commercial completely.
He had skin. Okay.
And it already had a reputation as one of the creepiest candy ads ever made. But that wasn't the end of the story. Decades later, the footage resurfaced on YouTube. People couldn't believe it was real. Overnight, the Eggman became a meme. YouTubers created parody versions. Fans even tried to translate his gibberish.
Yodel yum and choco scrum with multi pups will die.
The translation was obviously fake.
That's like Death to the Right Brothers.
With multi pups will die.
The translation was obviously fake, but it captured what everyone thought. The ad was absolutely weird. Kinder tried to bury this ad. Didn't work. Decades later, it's still everywhere. The ad that disrespected families. Sometimes the best way to advertise a product is to show someone using it, but a Belgian company called Zazu couldn't do that because their product was a condom. Obviously, they couldn't demonstrate that on TV. They needed another way to deliver their message.
I feel like I have seen multiple informative infomercials of somebody putting a condom on a banana. Maybe that was like health class and I'm like skewing things. I feel like that's not true.
Obviously, they couldn't demonstrate that on TV. They needed another way to deliver their message, so they came up with a commercial that was meant to be funny, but the reaction wasn't what they expected. Instead of laughing, many viewers were offended. The commercial ended up being banned in multiple countries. Here's what happened. The ad was released in 2004. It stood out right away. Most condom ads at the time focused on romance or disease prevention, but Zazu went in a completely
I think you want to go the romance route if you're doing like a filmed ad.
different.
Actually, no. You should do what like vape commercials do. If you're doing like a condom ad, you got to do what like vape commercials do, where they just show like people dying. Like that's like, dude, if you ever buy like anything nicotine related in another country outside of the US, there's just somebody dying of cancer on the box with like a ventilator, just like breathing. Like I bought cigars or something in like Mexico. It's just somebody like no fumar equals cancer. And dude, they got to do that. But with like just like sexual diseases.
The ad opened inside a supermarket. The father was shopping with his young son. The boy slipped the bag of candy into the cart. The father removed it and put it back on the shelf. The boy frowned and tried again. Again, the father took it out. Realizing he wasn't getting the candy.
Oh, is this going to be an ad that like kids suck, use a condom so you don't get your girlfriend pregnant? Is this the direction this is going? It's just going to be like annoying kids and it's going to be like Trojan.
Realizing he wasn't getting the candy, the boy snapped. He starts having a full-blown temper tantrum. Other shoppers stared. The father looked embarrassed and defeated. Then 2 words appeared on the screen. Use condoms. It was short, shocking, and unforgettable. When the ad first aired in...
I don't think that's fucked up. Am I crazy? I feel like that's like targeted advertising. If you're watching that and you're like, damn, this kid's annoying, that's like the perfect ad for you. It's like, oh yeah, you don't want to have a kid. Like, use a condom.
Belgium and France, people loved it. It was dark humor, but it was relatable. Once it reached English-speaking countries, the reaction changed. Critics said the message was inappropriate. They believed it mocked parenthood and portrayed children as a burden. Some labeled it disrespectful to families. Several broadcasts...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? What are they calling in complaining? I mean, bro, the ad's not for you. Nobody's sitting. The ad company isn't going, hey, like, yo, the ad company isn't going, oh, if you have kids, your family sucks. Your children shouldn't exist. No, it's like, hey, this is for people that, like, may not use a condom, but it's like, hey, you probably aren't ready to, like, take care of a child. maybe you shouldn't have a kid.
Before long, it was banned in several countries. But the controversy only made it more famous. People shared the ad on forums, blogs, and eventually YouTube. Many thought it was hilarious. It even won an award for its originality. Despite the backlash, Zazu's Little Boy commercial became a classic. This next ad shows how a joke becomes dangerous when people take it literally.
I don't know. I just want to, like, see the people complaining. Like, for you to call, who do you even complain to? Like, the company itself? Like, if I ever saw a commercial that annoyed me on fucking TV, like, where do you go? Like, what am I calling your fucking cable provider and being like, I just saw an ad that upset me?
The ad that hit too hard. In 1992, a TV commercial went
Twitter? That was 2004, chat. Did Twitter exist? They had to call someone.
viral in Britain. People couldn't stop talking about it. Many even called it one of the funniest ads ever made. But then, kids started reenacting the ad in real life, and within weeks, someone landed in the emergency room. Suddenly, people realized the ad wasn't just funny, it was dangerous. The story began with a drink called Tango Orange. It was basically orange soda, but the soda market was very competitive. Tango's biggest rival was Fanta, and Fanta was everywhere, on TV, in stores, and in almost every fridge. Tango needed something bold to grab attention, so they hired a top ad agency. At the time, most ads followed the same formula.
Yo, I'm gonna have another take here. Similar to the Kinder Surprise egg. Who the fuck drinks Fanta? Who the hell drinks orange Fanta on like a day-to-day basis? You pull up, you see the cold neon lights at a gas station. Everybody's saying me, chat. Get the fuck out of here. You might drink it if it's an option. You pull up to a gas station. It's like midnight. Neon lights shining down on all these sodas and other drinks. And through the fucking 200 options that you could have, the one you go, that's going to hit the spot, is an orange Fanta. I get you going for the pineapple or another flavor. Orange Fanta's disgusting. Just get fucking orange juice.
And used the product, and suddenly everything in their life got better. Tango's team flipped that idea. They asked, what if drinking Tango didn't make you better? What if it shocked you literally? That became the concept. Tango's flavor was so intense that it hit you with an unforgettable punch. To bring that idea to life, the team created a strange new character. They named him the Orange Man. His job was simple: appear out of nowhere and slap the person drinking Tango. Before settling on the slap, they tested other ideas. Originally, the Orange Man was going to punch the drinker. That was rejected as too violent. Next, they tried having him kick the person from behind. That was rejected too. Finally, they decided on a slap. It was risky, it was different, and soon it would cause serious trouble. They filmed the commercial and put it on TV. It began with 3 young men standing outside a corner shop. One of them cracked open.
What? And then fucking in real life, people just started assaulting people on the side of the road that were drinking Tango?
Opened a can of Tango and took a sip.
Hello, Tony. I think we might use a video replay here.
The video rewound like someone reviewing footage on tape. This time, viewers saw what really happened.
Oh, yes, we could be in for a quintessential Tango taste sensation here.
As soon as he took a sip, the Orange Man ran up and slapped him on both cheeks. The drinker was shocked. The voiceover called it super taste sensation. Then came the tagline.
No. When you've been tangoed.
The ad was an instant hit. You know when you've been tangoed became a national catchphrase. Adults quoted it at work, kids repeated it on playgrounds. Tango's sales skyrocketed. At one point, Tango outsold Fanta by almost 2-1. They obliterated their biggest rival. For the company,
it's a good ass commercial then.
It was a massive win, but the win didn't last. Not long after the ad went viral, teachers noticed something alarming. Kids were sneaking up behind classmates and slapping them on both cheeks. Then they would yell, "You've been tangoed." At first, schools thought it was harmless fun, but the Tango slap kept getting harder. One morning, Tango's advertising team got a call from a hospital. A surgeon—
This reminded me of corn dogging, bro. Anybody around during the corn dog epidemic? I was in this was probably like 3rd or 4th grade, bro. Anybody know what corn dogging is? Dude, that fucking sucked. You'd be walking around in the hallways covering your butt in fucking fear, man. That shit was terrible. You'd walk up behind somebody, grab them by the shoulders, and just knee them in the ass as hard as you could. And it hurt so bad. And it was worse than dead legging because if you get punched in the leg, it's like you sit down. After a while, it's fine. But, like, if somebody knees you in the fucking right butt cheek, now the rest of the day, you have a fucking bruise.
Was on the line. He said, "I thought you'd like to know that I did an operation on a child this morning."
Nut taps too? Nope, don't remember that.
With a damaged eardrum. When I asked him what happened, he said, "I got tangoed." The company's joke finally caused a
Yo, sad story. We had a sleepover at my elementary school for like this like charity event where like people donated, and then my class got to stay over, and this was in 3rd grade, and I was like one of the first people to fall asleep, and I woke up and one of my friend's nuts were just in my face, bro. It was terrible. That was like that, and he was like teabagging me, bro. And I remember I woke up and I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Yo, that shit pissed me off so much. Actually, no, seriously. Everybody was like, no, you can't fall asleep, but we were supposed to stay up the whole night. It was like 4 a.m., bro. And I'd woken up at like 7, and I was like 10, man. Like, what do you expect me to stay for 24 hours? I was exhausted.
Real injury. Tango executives were horrified. If word spread that their commercial was putting people in the hospital, it would destroy the brand. But it was too late. The story hit the news, and parents were furious. They accused Tango of glorifying violence. Schools across the UK started banning Tango from their premises. The company quickly pulled the commercial.
Did he have pants on? Yeah. No, he didn't actually. Yo, he didn't actually take his. No. He didn't. No, he was just like teabagging me in the face. Like, he didn't actually. No, he didn't like actually like take his. No.
Television. But removing it wasn't enough. They still had to clean up.
Oh, you guys thought. No, that would be way more grim of a story, bro. That would be like sexual assault. That would be. That would have been fucking terrible, bro. What do you mean? I wouldn't have casually said that. You got to be more specific. Whoa, sorry. I in my head, I just assumed that you would know what I was talking about. Sorry.
Tango's team scrambled to recover. They still needed to advertise their drink, but they couldn't risk another scandal. So they made 2 new versions of the ad. In one, the orange man placed his hand on the Tango drinker's mouth and kissed it. In the other, the drinker saw the orange man coming and ran away. The team believed these safer versions would work just as well, but the public felt differently. The new ads didn't have the same impact. The original commercial, however, became legendary. People still remember it today. In the year 2000, the orange man ad ranked number 3 in Britain's list of the 100 greatest TV ads of all time. This next ad was supposed to inspire people, but it disgusted them. The ad, too insensitive for TV. In 2002, Microsoft was preparing to launch the Xbox across Europe, but there was one major roadblock. At the time, PlayStation dominated the gaming world. To compete, Xbox needed a commercial that would shake things up, something that would make gamers take notice. Their team came up with an inspirational tagline: "Life is short, play more."
Life is short. Life is short. Be glued to your Xbox more. Xbox or PlayStation? I only have a PlayStation now because I have a PC. But I was an Xbox kid. I had a PS2, but that was given to me. The first console that I bought was an Xbox One. That was the first console that I owned. It wasn't like a hand-me-down. I had an Xbox One, never had an Xbox 360, and an Xbox One, Xbox Series X. Then I got a PC. When I started doing like social media, obviously, or around. I think I already had the PC, and then I got a PlayStation and sold my Xbox for $200 and free chicken. It's because there's no point. If you have a PC, there's no point in having an Xbox.
They even set aside about $50 million for the European launch. But when they turned that tagline into a commercial, it went terribly wrong. The ad was so controversial that even people who weren't gamers wanted it banned. The commercial opened in a hospital delivery room. A woman was in labor surrounded by doctors. She gave one final push, and the baby shot out of her belly like a missile. It smashed through.
What was the chicken? It was like a chicken barbecue. I remember I got like a biscuit. What else? It was like 2 long hots, and then it was this big chicken thigh and something else. Oh, corn. Sorry, I'm
Even
rewinding.
people who weren't gamers wanted it banned. The commercial opened in a hospital delivery room. A woman was in labor surrounded by doctors. She gave one final push, and the baby shot out of her belly like a missile. It smashed through the window and flew across the sky. Then something unusual happened. The baby started aging as it soared through the air. He became a child, then a teenager, then an adult. There were close-up shots of his thinning hair and aging teeth. Through it all, he kept screaming. Finally, he crash-landed into a grave. Then the tagline appeared, "Life is short, play more." It was clearly dark humor, a visual metaphor showing how quickly life passes. But when the ad aired, viewers weren't inspired, they were disgusted. The problem was simple. People didn't like the idea of using death to sell video games. Authorities
I don't give a fuck. Use death to sell video games. What do you mean? What do you mean, bro? Why are people getting upset about this? Like, that's not that bad. I think it was a bad ad because you're probably not really going to remember it's Xbox. I mean, it's just kind of like weird. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit there and be like, yo, this is fucked up. They're using death to sell video games.
in the UK received more than 100 complaints. One was from a grieving mother who recently lost her baby. After weeks,
they're using death to sell video games. Meanwhile, they'll do an ad for fucking some seizure medicine, and then 80% of the ad will be fucking side effects, and in one of the side effects is both seizures and death. Like, I would rather ban those fuck-ass medicine ads that are like scams than a fucking Xbox ad that's like, hey, you're gonna die one day. I'm upset. It reminded me that I'm gonna die. Oh, fucking hell, dude. Get over it.
to backlash, the authorities ruled that the ad could not be broadcast
What?
on British television unless the ending was changed. Microsoft refused. They insisted that the message was positive. Life is short, so make the most of it. Rather than change the commercial, they pulled it from television.
I think people are annoyed that it's Xbox. It's life is short, play more. If this was like a government ran ad that life is short, go fucking live your life, and it was just like a, hey, go do stuff, nobody would complain.
It never aired again. Still, Xbox didn't step away from edgy marketing. In the years that followed, their marketing team kept making controversial ads. This next ad was so bad, people have been talking about it for 40 years. The ad that terrified a generation. In 1978, a new horror movie was about to hit theaters. It was titled Magic.
1978. Not gonna know this one.
Like every film, it needed a trailer to build hype. And since it was a horror movie, the team wanted it to be scary. Very scary. But they went further than anyone expected. Magic was a psychological horror film. It was about a struggling magician named Corky. His career was collapsing and he was desperate for something new. So he added a ventriloquist dummy named Fats into his routine. It worked. After adding the dummy...
Yo, actually, bro, how do people get into ventriloquism? Like how does... Every other hobby, I get people being, like, introduced to it and then going, oh, I want to do that. But is it like, oh, you watch like Jeff Dunham when you're like 5, and then you're like, I want to control a puppet and make it say jokes? Serial killer ass hobby. Okay, I'm not gonna. Yo, I'm not gonna assume somebody that does ventriloquism is a serial killer. But I would be like, how did you get into this?
Corky became a success, but soon he sensed something was wrong. The dummy wasn't just a prop; he seemed alive.
I also just don't think ventriloquism is, like, funny. When I was a kid, I used to think that Jeff Dunham was hilarious. Now, I don't think I would find that shit funny at all.
And worse, he was evil. In short, as the story unfolded, Corky slowly lost his grip on reality. For the movie trailer, the marketing team came up with a minimalist idea. No special effects or action scenes, just the evil dummy staring straight into the camera. That would turn out to be a very bad idea. The trailer lasted only 30 seconds. It began with the dummy emerging from the darkness. It had lifelike eyes and a devilish grin. The camera zoomed in while he recited a poem.
Abracadabra, I sit on his knee. Presto, changeo, and now he is me.
The poem went on for a while, but then he said the last...
It's like Goosebumps. Like Slappy.
Last line.
Magic is free. We're dead.
The dummy's eyes snapped shut. Then, just before the commercial ended, they popped open again. Then the screen cut to black. The trailer was meant to get people excited for the movie.
Is that like a children's commercial? Like, I would get that being disturbing if that's being shown on like Disney Channel. But if that's for adults and adults are saying that's too Oh, wait. Chat. No. Because this was released around the same time as like Michael Myers. And if you remember, or not remember, you weren't alive. If you ask your parents, they would remember Michael Myers being the scariest thing they've ever seen. Like, old people think that like Jason and Michael Myers and Freddy Krueger are like the scariest villains that exist. But they're not. Like, now people watch slashers for like fun because they're like shitty horror films. Michael Myers is still scary as fuck. No, it is not. Like, now, I don't think anybody would be disturbed by this ad. But in the 1970s, I kind of get it. Like, fear has... Dude, chat, horror as a genre has changed so much and gotten so much scarier. Like, I fully believe that if you were able to go time travel back to the 70s, cut off a Michael Myers film, like, midway through, and just start playing Terrifier 3 or, like, Sinister... I think people would, like, actually die in theaters out of fear. Like, I truly believe that that would be, like, another level of scary that they could not imagine at that time.
Trailer. TV stations received complaint after complaint. Parents said the dummy was giving their...
Sinister's not that scary. I will agree. Sinister is usually ranked as the... Like, I think, actually, like, scientifically, Sinister is supposed to be the scariest horror film. Like, they did a test, and you have the highest average heart rate watching it. I would say Conjuring's a lot more scary. There's a lot scarier films, but dude, Sinister in the fucking 70s would kill people.
Kids' nightmares. Others claimed their kids ran out of the room whenever it came on. One viewer said the poem got stuck in their head. It didn't help that the trailer had no storyline. It was just a puppet staring straight at the viewer as if it were mad at the viewer. For children, that was too much. By late 1978, the backlash was impossible to ignore. Television networks banned the Magic trailer. They said they were protecting younger viewers from more sleepless nights. After the ban, the studio released a new trailer for the movie. This time it opened with a message. This special preview has been approved for all audiences. The first trailer didn't have that, so it was clearly meant to reassure everyone that this version was safe. Then it began.
When your heart begins to pound.
They made it worse? Nah, I love that. I hope they doubled down and made it scarier.
When your mind begins to go, keep telling yourself, it's only a movie.
This time, the dummy appeared for just a few seconds. The rest of the trailer showed scenes from the actual film.
You do magic too? Corky does magic. I only do tricks.
It was spooky, but not horrifying for the people at the time. When Magic premiered, reviews said the movie wasn't nearly as scary as the trailer. One critic wrote, "There's nothing..."
Shocker. The movie centralized around a ventriloquist dummy wasn't scary.
Nothing in the film nearly as terrifying as Fat's grin and that creepy little rhyme. More than 40 years have passed since that original trailer, and people still talk about it. Today you can find it on YouTube, and comments are filled with adults who still remember being terrified as children. Some even call it the scariest movie trailer of all time.
The scariest movie trailer of all time. I mean, be fucking for real, right? Who said that? Who said that? Some random article that, like, on a website that they made themselves. Watch it. We watched that. He explained the commercial. It's just some dude that sounds like Slappy going, "We're dead," and then his eyes roll back into his head. Whoa!
Next ad got into trouble for being a little too realistic. The ad, "The Corrupted Young Mind." In 2007, a game called Kane and Lynch was about to launch. It came from the same studio that created the game Hitman, but this one was
fucking amazing game.
Far more violent. The two main characters were criminals. Kane was a ruthless mercenary, and Lynch was an unstable psychopath. The game followed them through a series of brutal crimes and shootouts. When it came time to promote the game, the studio had one goal. They wanted the commercial to look cinematic, like a gritty Hollywood action movie, something raw, realistic, and intense. In retrospect, maybe that wasn't the best decision, because the ad they created was so disturbing it was banned almost immediately. The commercial began calmly.
From the
creators of Hitman comes Kane and Lynch.
Then all hell broke loose. There was gunfire, screams, and sirens. Kane and Lynch didn't hold back. They took down anyone who stood in their way. It was 30 seconds of non-stop violence. The creative team thought they nailed it, but once the ad aired in the
What year was this?
UK, the public reaction was a disaster. The commercial ran on just a few British networks. Within hours, viewers were calling the TV stations to
2007?
complain. Almost everyone said that the violence looked too graphic. They pointed out scenes where characters were getting hurt. One close-up even showed a person's bruised face. Even the sound effect.
Oh, no. Somebody's bruised face. No, too graphic? They would freak out at GTA 5.
Effects were an issue. There was a sickening crunch sound when one character was hit with a rifle. For many viewers, it was
Or like Mortal Kombat, like, which existed in this time.
simply too disturbing. By the end of the week, UK
Too disturbing, bro. There were games in this time where you would rip out somebody's spine and shove it up their ass. Like, actually. Like, that's not, like, that actually, like, there were games you would rip out their spine and go, get over here, and fucking shove it up their ass. They would die.
authorities received 26 complaints. That might not sound like much, but it was enough to ignite a national debate about how video games were corrupting young people. Even the TV stations that first aired
Was this like the spark of like video games create school shooters, like that whole fucking thing? Oh my god. I remember that, bro. People being like, yeah, dude, Call of Duty's creating psychopaths.
the commercial apologized. The game studio tried to defend itself. They claimed the ad was misunderstood. Kane and Lynch was about two criminals trying to survive in a harsh world. The commercial was just showing that world. They argued that given the subject matter of the game...
Yeah, I remember when I was in high school playing Fortnite, I remember hearing, bro, that Fortnite was a recreation of 9/11. And I went, what? Huh?
And the TV ad...
What do you mean?
Ad was not overly violent. They also insisted the ad was made for adults,
like 2018,
not kids.
I was like, what are you fucking talking about? It's not. Yo, that's like some Facebook mom shit. Who the fuck said that? Oh, no, it's like some local parent.
But regulators didn't buy it. They ruled that the commercial was too graphic.
I'm not saying that was like a thing on social media. I was just like, dude, what are you fucking talking about, bro?
Graphic and too shocking to be seen in any medium. In plain English, it was too disturbing for TV. They also said it was likely to be seen as condoning and glorifying real violence. The verdict was final. The Kane and Lynch ad was banned from British television. It was one of the first video game ads ever pulled for being too violent. Up next is a commercial that people actually liked, but somehow it still got banned. The ad that was too crude.
I want to I want to know one of these commercials.
A company called Smart Beep thought they were finally getting their big break. They created a commercial that was set to air during the 1999 Super Bowl. The Super Bowl was arguably the biggest advertising event in the world. Millions of people watched every year. For brands, even 30 seconds on screen could lead to massive profit, but the price was steep. Back then,
how much is the Super Bowl ad this year? $8 million for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And that's not even the cost of making the commercial. Like, just the ad space is $8 million. That's nuts. Dude, the one commercial recently that I always think about was, I think it was Coinbase. And it was like 2 minutes. It was so, they bought back-to-back ad space. And you remember it was the QR code that was just bouncing around like this. And it was just a QR code on screen. And, 10 seconds go by, you're like, oh, what the fuck is that? And then after, like, a minute, you're like, I need to scan this. I need to scan this. What is this?
And a 30-second Super Bowl slot cost $1.6 million. Smart Beep was ready to pay it. They filmed their ad and prepared for their big debut. But before it even aired, the commercial was banned. And it was all because of one bad joke. To understand why this ad even existed, you have to go back to the late 1990s. Back then, smartphones weren't common. Most people used pagers to stay connected. Here's how pagers worked. If you wanted to reach someone, you called their pager number. Your number appeared on a tiny screen on their pager. The person saw it, found a phone, and called you back. It was pretty simple. Smart Beep offered offered affordable pager plans. That was their business. To attract more customers, they decided to run a Super Bowl commercial. It was expensive, but if the ad landed, it could catapult their business. For the ad, they wanted a concept that was simple but funny, and they got an idea. The commercial began with a man picking up a woman for a blind date. He walked her to his car and opened the passenger door. He went around to the driver's side. Right before he got in, the woman let out a loud fart. When he got in, he smiled awkwardly and said,
"You guys meet? Greg, Janice?"
We sure did.
Then came the punchline.
Yo, that's hilarious. No, that's actually funny, though.
That was stupid.
Great.
This is smart. A beeper service for just $1.99 a month.
The joke was simple. Farting on a blind date was stupid. Signing up for a cheap pager plan was smart. It was short, fast, and funny. Exactly what most Super Bowl ads tried to be. Smart Beep submitted.
I feel like risking the fart. I'd be like, you get in the car first, you know? Why would you rip ass? Yeah, they wouldn't hear it, but then they're going to smell it. You know what I mean? You fucking rip ass in a closed car, nobody's there. They're going to be like, it fucking reeks.
Did the commercial to Fox for approval. Fox was the network airing the Super Bowl that year. That meant they got to decide which commercials aired. But when Fox saw the blind date commercial, they were anything but impressed. Fox executives felt the fart joke was too crude, so they made a surprising decision. The commercial was banned from the Super Bowl. For Smart Beep, it was a huge blow. Their big break disappeared overnight. But the story didn't end there. The ad eventually leaked online, and when people finally saw it, they were shocked it was rejected. Viewers pointed out the same thing. In the 1990s, Fox aired—
It's a fucking fart joke. That's too crude. That's too crude. All right, now back to watching men run into each other and giving each other brain damage. Now back to watching men tackle each other.
Shows like In Living Color, The Simpsons.
Don't make a fart joke, though.
And Married with Children. These shows were notorious for their crude humor. So why was a simple fart joke suddenly off limits? The commercial went viral online. Years later, some Reddit users even called it the greatest TV commercial ever. Unfortunately, going viral didn't save Smart Beep. In the 2000s,
yeah, probably because pagers stopped fucking existing.
People switched from pagers to cell phones. With fewer customers, the company eventually—
I wish I lived in that era, bro. Yo. I mean, I was alive then, but obviously I was like a kid. You remember when they had those— was it a pager? They had those earbuds, and it was like a long stick that came out to here, and it was like businessmen would like talk on the phone with those things, and it was like, wait, hold up. Yeah, hello, got you. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll be there in a— and they would just talk on that. It was like it was an earpiece, but it was like it was like only in one ear. And it was like a phone. It was like the first Bluetooth thing.
Their banned commercial, however, lived on. And today, it's remembered as one of the funniest Super Bowl ads that never aired. This next case made history for all—
They still have those? Who the fuck uses them?
The wrong reasons. The ad that put viewers in the hospital. So far, we've covered ads that were disturbing, but this one didn't just upset people. It did something few ads have ever done. It triggered seizures. The commercial was from a car—
Oh my god, is it like an epilepsy
company called Citroën? They were one of the big—
Hold up, I might throw up a warning here.
Biggest car manufacturers in France. In 2011, they were promoting a new model, the DS4. It was sleek, modern, and futuristic. A car designed to stand out. The marketing team leaned into that idea. The ad's theme was rebellion. Everyone else said yes to the ordinary. But if you drove the DS4, you weren't like everyone else. You stood out. It was a smart concept. The next step was to create a TV commercial. But what they created was a health hazard. The ad opened with a smooth voiceover.
It's easy to say yes. Can you work on Sunday? Yes, boss. Can you go shopping with me? Yes, darling.
After a moment, the voice asked,
How many yeses did you say?
That's when things got intense. The word yes started flashing on screen non-stop, which we won't show. In total, it appeared 304 times in just a few seconds. After the burst of visuals, the voice returned.
But what if, just for once, you say no?
The camera cut to the DS4 gliding along a road.
Why conform?
The message was simple. Most people say yes to normal, but DS4 drivers don't. The flashing yes sequence was only a tiny part of the ad, but it was about to ruin everything. Trouble began the moment the ad aired in the UK. Within hours, stations received complaints. Viewers said the flashing made them dizzy and disoriented. Then the most serious reports came in. Several viewers said the ad triggered epileptic seizures. The condition is called photosensitive epilepsy. It's a
Shouldn't there be like a I know, like, I don't want to say that's the it is obviously the ad maker's fault, but shouldn't the network have like a scan to be like, hey, this is like gonna give people seizures? No warning? Well, you can't even really have a warning. The reason you can't do a warning on an ad, it's either it's in or it's out. Because if you have a warning, say you fucking go to take a piss and the warning's playing, and then you have epilepsy, and you come sit back down, the ad's playing, and then you just get a fucking seizure. Like, you miss the warning. It's different if it's like a movie, but if it's something that you're not consistently glued to.
That meant a car commercial was now a real health hazard. Citroën quickly issued a statement. They admitted the situation was serious, but insisted it wasn't their fault. They explained that the commercial passed every required safety test. One of those tests was designed to detect flashing patterns that could trigger seizures. It was called the Harding Flash and Pattern Analyzer test. The ad passed that test too, so technically everything was safe. If that was true, what went wrong? Authorities launched a full investigation. They retested the DS4 commercial using advanced tools. This time, the ad failed.
I think this is supposed to be the DS4 ad.
Every test. That revealed a much bigger issue. The old safety checks weren't accurate enough. Regulators took action. They updated the standard safety tests, making them stricter and more precise. But for Citroën, it was too late. The ad was officially banned in the UK. The ruling was clear. The ad must not appear again in its current form. At least something positive came out of the chaos. Citroën's mistake helped make advertising safer for everyone. Shock value sells for a second, but trust, that takes years to build and seconds to destroy. So before you do something just to stand out, ask yourself, how will people remember you? Visual Venture.
Fucking Visual Venture, bro. That was a good video. I wouldn't say any of those were really, like, unsettling, but it was cool hearing about, like, different types of band commercials. Yo, counting down 30 seconds. I'm gonna go piss, then we're gonna hop into the next video. How every serial killer was caught, lock in.
John Wayne Gacy's reputation as a respected member of the community and part-time clown was about to crumble and lead to one of the darkest discoveries in American history. In December,
I feel like John Wayne Gacy, in hindsight, was like not one of the most obvious serial killers, but like, my God, dude, he dressed up as a clown and hid people under his floorboards. What the f?
For 1978, Elizabeth Peast immediately knew something was wrong. Her 15-year-old son, Robert, had gone out to talk to a local businessman about a summer job. Robert never came home. The businessman's name was John Wayne Gacy. The police tracked down Gacy quickly.
Did he do that? Did he do that with everyone? What the fuck? How did he kill that many people? He gave a kid his business card, and the kid told his mom, and then he was just like, all right, well, he's missing. He wants to go see this guy.
And investigators started digging and discovered he'd served time in Iowa for attacking a teenage boy. They also learned that several missing young men in the area had last been seen heading toward Gacy or working for him. So a judge approved.
I always wonder, though, like, this situation that made him get caught and then they found, like, the 30 bodies or whatever, do you think that if that hadn't happened, nobody would have ever known? Like, do you think those bodies would have just sat under his house till he died? I feel like at some point, bro, they would have figured that shit out. Was he gay? A lot of serial killers, a lot of historic serial killers would go after young men. John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer.
A search warrant for Gacy's home. In
other ones, I don't know. There's probably going to be other people on this list.
Inside, detectives found clothing that didn't belong to him.
Why, though? I mean, serial killers largely would go after people that weren't going to be looked for. I mean, it might be like a fantasy thing. I don't know. But it's also like they would go after, a lot of serial killers would kill prostitutes or young men because they like I think Jeffrey Dahmer would go to like gay bars and then kill young men.
Identification belonging to other young men and a strange smell seeping from the crawl space. That wasn't enough for an arrest, so they put him under 24-hour surveillance, while they built their case and got another warrant. This time what they found was horror beyond imagination. Following the smell, they looked more closely into that crawl space. There, they discovered human remains, then more remains, and more after that. Eventually, they would recover 29 bodies from the home. Gacy was arrested on December 22, 1978.
Didn't he have a wife? I feel like so many of these serial killers are, like, married and their partner, like, didn't know. And I'm like, how did you not know? How did you not know that your husband was shoving people under floorboards? Or like Ted Bundy. Like, Ted Bundy didn't kill his wife, but he would kill other random women that he would, like, come across and murder. But, like, she didn't know. I'm not, like, accusing her that she knew. I'm saying, like, how the fuck did they hide that? Like, you live with this person.
Fest, though he tried to claim an alter ego named Jack had committed the crimes. He also later drew maps of where bodies were buried in his crawlspace, numbering them like a grotesque inventory. The trial was a media circus, perfect for a clown like Gacy. He was found guilty and sentenced to the ultimate punishment. Jeffrey Dahmer.
Bro, I feel like getting sentenced to death is not as bad as life in prison. I know it's more, like, comforting in the sense of, like, okay, get this fucking guy out of here. But I feel like that's, like, an easy way out, bro. Like, living in jail, bro, being in prison sucks. Like, I mean, maybe some people like it, but I feel like he died in prison. Well, yeah. Or he might have died. Being on death row doesn't mean you're going to die from lethal execution necessarily, especially if you're old. I don't know how old he was when he got sentenced, but depending on the state, even now specifically, if you get put on death row in states where it's still legal, you might be on death row for like 20 years. Bro, Jeffrey Dahmer's, I remember hearing that Jeffrey Dahmer would have people constantly question him, and he said that he, like, butchered his own meat or something, and that's why it fucking smelled like dead bodies. Like, he would give the worst excuses, and people would just be like, okay.
Brilliant detective work, but because one man refused to have his life taken. On July 22nd, 1991, around...
Well, that, Jeffrey Dahmer would also, I don't know about every serial killer, but I know about, like, I've watched documentaries about, like, you know, the fucking most notable ones. Jeffrey Dahmer used to try and make people, like, sex slaves. Like, he would, like, drill holes. He would drug them, but then he wouldn't kill them immediately. He would, like, drill holes in their brain and, like, put liquid in their, like, certain chemicals in their brain to try and, like, I don't know, fucking put them in some sort of zombie state where they would, like, listen to him or some shit. Yeah, it was like acid. I don't know. I gotta Google that. What would he do? What did Jeffrey Dahmer do to make people, quote, zombies? Yeah, he tried to make sex slaves who would not leave him by performing lobotomies on his victims and drill holes into their skulls and inject hydrochloric acid in boiling water into their brain to render them permanently unconscious but alive. And then his dad, I remember I saw one where he had a box with a head in it. And his dad was like, what the fuck's that? And it was closed. And he was like, Dad, don't open the box. Like, open it tomorrow. And the dad was like, okay. And then he got rid of it. But there was a head in the box. And he didn't know. And they talk about it in an interview, like, years later after he was caught. And he was like, yeah, there was, like, a human head in that box.
Midnight in Milwaukee, 2 police officers spotted a man running down the street with handcuffs dangling from his wrist. Tracy Edwards was frantic, terrified, and begging for help. He said a freak had tried to restrain him in a nearby apartment. Edwards led the officers to the location, apartment 213. A calm, polite, blonde man answered the door, Jeffrey Dahmer. He tried to explain the situation away as a misunderstanding between drinking buddies. Okay, fine, but the officers needed that key to the handcuffs, so they stepped inside. As one officer walked toward the bedroom, he noticed a number of Polaroid photographs scattered in an open drawer. The photos showed Dahmer's victims in various stages of his crimes. The officer froze, then said to his partner, "These are for real." Dahmer realized it was over. He tried to fight the officers, but wasn't used to attacking sober victims, so they handily pinned him down. This time, Dahmer was the one in handcuffs. What they found...
Bro, I'm happy they caught him there because there's so many instances where, like, I talked about this before with, like, Ted Bundy, dude. They would have him and they'd be like, oh, it's that guy, but they didn't know, like, his name. They just, like, saw his face, and he would just, like, jump out of a window and run away. Or they would pull him over in a car, and he would have, like, a body in the trunk, and he would just be like, hey, yeah, no, just on a drive. And he would match the description, and they would just let him go.
Next was beyond comprehension. A victim's head in the refrigerator, 3 more in the freezer, various other body parts stored in a filing cabinet.
That's crazy he let them in his house. I mean, maybe they had, like, reasonable enough, like, maybe he wouldn't be able to deny them entry, but, like, did he think that he would let them in the house, give them the key, and then they would just leave?
Photographs documented everything. Dahmer initially denied it all, but began confessing after several hours of interrogation once detectives confronted him with the mountain of evidence.
And it's really weird, too. It's like they initially try to hide it, but then they'll brag about it later on. Like, a lot of the time, the serial killers will try to keep it under wraps, but then once it's like, all right, well, I'm going to go to jail, they'll be like, okay, let me tell you everything. And then they'll just fucking ramble about how they would kill the people.
Someone so obsessed with preserving things, he never expected the chilling truth would thaw that day.
Okay, can we stop with, like, this how it's made ass voice right now? Like, what is this cringe ass shit right now?
In the summer of 1985, the Night Stalker was breaking into homes in the dead of night, attacking people in their beds with brutal, random violence. The attacks had no pattern, different neighborhoods, different types of victims, different methods. The randomness made him nearly impossible for police and the public to predict. Then, detectives caught a break. They spotted the same shoe print at multiple crime scenes. This confirmed they were after one attacker. Then they caught another break, this time bigger. At one crime scene, investigators found a...
Bro, what's so disturbing, and I know it's like obviously so many of these serial killers were in the 1970s and 60s and 80s where they were able to, like, get away with this because lack of modern technology and, like, you know, police forensics and other information that they have available now. But even, you know, if you weren't, like, some sadistic torturer and you just wanted to straight up kill people, like, if you were alive in in the 1960s, you could just, like, drive town to town in the middle of the night, wait until somebody's outside of their house and shoot them in the head, and then just drive off. And they would never catch you.
Single fingerprint on a car that the perpetrator had stolen. That print was matched
because they're not going to track the bullet, and then you just ditch the gun.
To Richard Ramirez, a 25-year-old drifter with a record.
Yes, they would. Brother. I have had this conversation so many times. Getting away with murder was so fucking scarily easy in, like, the 60s. Or, like, way before. Like, even, more specifically, like, the 1800s. Like, back when people would duel. Like, you could just kill somebody and walk away, and if there wasn't a direct witness, it's over.
Investigators had a face and a name. Police released Ramirez's mugshot to the media on August 30th. His photo was plastered on the front of every newspaper in California. That same morning, Ramirez was in Arizona, completely unaware he'd been identified back in Cali. When he took a Greyhound bus back home and got off in East LA, he saw his own face staring back at him from a newspaper rack. El Matón, the Spanish-language newspaper read, "The Killer." Ramirez panicked and ran. Ramirez jumped a fence into someone's backyard and then tried to drag a woman out of her car. Her husband didn't approve. And
I feel like the thing with, like, prints, whenever they talk about fingerprints, with, like, crime shows specifically, it's like fingerprints are useless unless you've been fingerprinted. You know what I mean? Like, unless you've previously committed a crime or gotten fingerprinted to be, like, a teacher or get a gun license or, like, a variety of other things. If you're not on the print record, that's not doing anything. It would match you to the crime if they find you. But, like, if you've never been printed, it doesn't matter. Family member? I don't know if family member prints align, do they?
Went after Ramirez with a metal bar. He ran again. He tried to steal another car, but the owner grabbed him and they fought. Ramirez broke free and ran into a nearby neighborhood. Now people were shouting, pointing, and chasing. El Matón ran again. More neighbors joined in the chase. One man grabbed Ramirez and held him. Others piled on, hitting him with pipes, fists, whatever they had. By the time police arrived just minutes later, an angry mob had the Night Stalker pinned to the
Holy fuck, dude. That seems like some shit out of fucking Michael Myers. The whole town just started attacking him.
ground. Deputies had to protect Ramirez from being torn apart.
Oh, yeah, dude. They probably would have killed him.
Save me, save me. The Night Stalker was screaming as police dragged him away and put him in jail for the rest of his life. His nights of stalking had come to an end. For years, Eileen Wuornos trusted no one until
Eileen Wuornos?
she trusted the wrong person. And that mistake, Eileen Wuornos.
Oh, I've heard of her. Wouldn't she... Oh, my God. And maybe I'm thinking of the wrong person. Wouldn't she pretend to be a prostitute and then kill men that would pick her up?
Eileen Wuornos trusted no one until she trusted the wrong person. And that mistake was what finally brought her down. In 1990, bodies kept appearing along Florida highways.
Yeah.
6 middle-aged men, all taken out with a .22, all found in the woods. Their cars gone, their wallets empty. Then, investigators got the break they needed. Police found the car of one of the victims wrecked and abandoned, with a fingerprint on the wheel and a palm print inside. The prints led them to Eileen Wuornos, a 34-year-old pleasure worker, and her trusted friend, Tyria Moore. Then came another break. Detectives noticed something odd when looking into pawn shop records. Florida law required thumbprints for every transaction. The items belonging to victims kept showing
Oh my God, kept getting pawned off.
up, pawned by 2 women using fake names. But the thumbprints required...
Bro, I recently learned how certain pawning doesn't mean selling. Like, if you go to a pawn shop and I'm like, hey, I want to pawn this chain, they'd be like, you could sell it to us for $6,000 or pawn it for $4,500. And if you pawn it, you basically are like, they're giving you money and they're taking your chain as collateral. They're giving you a loan and you could get it back. Pawn shops will still buy your shit. But like, bro, and I know you guys are calling me an idiot. I grew up watching Pawn Stars. And Pawn Stars, they would just buy and sell stuff. So I always assumed that pawn shops were just places you would go sell stuff. I didn't know that you could go and be like, hey, I'm going to pawn this. You're going to give me less money, but it's basically just a loan that I have to pay back with interest in a certain amount of time, or you'll keep it. And then they profit. They either profit on the loan or they profit on the collateral. So either way, they're safe.
For pawn shop transactions, those were real. The prints led them to Eileen Wuornos. Moore, terrified she'd go to prison for something she didn't do, and overwhelmed by the whole situation.
So why not just sell it if you want to keep the item? Because you got to keep in mind, pawn shops are places where like people are going in times of need if they need money. So if I'm like, damn, I need money, I don't want to sell this chain, but I need the money right now, they'd buy this chain for $6, but pawn it for $4. So if they buy it, I'm not getting it back. But if they pawn it for $4, I could pay them back $4,200, and then they'll just give me my chain back.
Situation eventually agreed to cooperate with the police. She called Eileen repeatedly, asking her to come clean. Each call was recorded. Then, finally, on January 9th, 1991, after days of emotional pressure, Wuornos broke. She told Moore she would confess so Moore wouldn't be blamed. Hours later, police arrested Wuornos at the Last Resort Bar in Volusia County. She didn't resist or try to run.
Volusia.
She simply said she was ready to talk. And she did, describing what happened during each encounter in startling detail, talking herself right into a jail cell. Bodies started appearing.
I mean, that was just stupid, right? Talking herself right into a jail cell. Like, she didn't know. Like, she knew she was going to prison. She was just getting it over with. I feel like I don't know any of these other people. Who the hell is Gary Ridgway?
In 1982 along the Green River near Seattle. By 1984, the count was over a
my God, dude, it was all in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
dozen and climbing. Police knew they had a serial offender and interviewed hundreds of men. But no solid leads, no witnesses, nothing. But one name kept coming back. Gary Ridgway. Ridgway seemed ordinary, quiet, married, the kind of man neighbors waved to without thinking twice. When investigators first spoke with him in 1983, he played the part perfectly. Polite, calm, even helpful. He even agreed to take a polygraph, passed it, and walked away.
Yeah, because polygraphs are pieces of shit and they suck. That's why they're not used in courts of law. And every time you see a polygraph video, it's probably either faked or even if it's real, it's probably wrong.
But the Green River Task Force didn't forget him. Years passed.
Because if polygraph tests were definitively accurate, there's no reason to have like court proceedings for a lot of things. It's just like, hey, did you kill him? No. Okay. The military uses them because it's more accurate than guessing, but it's not like definitive. Like they're wrong a lot. How do polygraphs even work? You get hooked up to it and there's a needle that like constantly scribbles, and as they ask you questions, usually when you're lying, it'll start going more sporadically in a non-regulated way. So they usually ask you to get like a I guess like a neutral point. They'll ask you a bunch of obviously true statements like, hey, what's your name? Is your name Joe? Did you grow up here? What do you like this? And it's just like, yes, 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 no, 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 yes. And then they ask you serious questions.
Technology finally caught up. DNA profiling advanced enough for cold cases to be retested. So the Washington State Crime Lab took evidence from several Green River victims and ran it through new DNA analysis. The results pointed straight to one man, Gary Ridgway. On November 30th, 2001, detectives pulled Ridgway over outside the truck plant where he worked. He didn't run, fight, or even look surprised. When asked if he knew why he was being arrested, Ridgway simply said, "You got me for the girls." Forensic DNA linked him to 4 victims immediately.
He didn't even ask why he was being arrested. He was just like, oh, here it is.
Fibers from his workplace connected him to others. Everything investigators spent decades chasing finally locked into place. Ridgway confessed to taking dozens of lives, but really his DNA had already done most of the talking. In the summer of 1977, New York was living.
Dude, it's so weird. It's like I don't know if this is relatable. Like, I recognize this guy's face, but I have no idea who David Berkowitz is. I know this Ed Kenny guy that's pulling up. Who the fuck is David Berkowitz? Like, these are all familiar faces. Like, I've seen these serial killers before, but like outside of like Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, I did know the woman.
1977, New York was living in fear. A man calling himself the...
What year was it?
New York.
Why is it the 70s? 70s, 80s. 70s, 80s.
New York was living in fear. A man calling himself the Son of Sam was moving through quiet boroughs at night, targeting couples in parked cars and leaving taunting notes for police. Detectives had almost nothing. No reliable identification and no forensic evidence solid enough to point to a suspect. But then a parking ticket changed everything. On July 31st, the...
Oh my God, was it a handwriting or something?
Son of Sam struck again, this time in Brooklyn. A witness had seen a creepy guy angrily ripping a parking ticket off his car just blocks from the crime days earlier. And when she heard bang bangs on the 31st, she realized the locations matched. Her statement sent detectives searching traffic records for every parking ticket issued near that time and place. And they found a name, David Berkowitz. Officers quietly waited outside his apartment. When Berkowitz walked out of his building on August 10th, 1977.
Yeah, NYPD just started tackling that motherfucker. When I was in New York, dude, I walked down this one alleyway. There were no lie 75 police officers. 75 police officers just standing there. They had like some meeting or something. I was like, yo, what is going on? You know when you're not even, okay, is this relatable? You're not even doing anything wrong, bro. When I walk past them, stand up straight. I had a cart in my pocket. I'm like, weed's legal here. I'm just like, hello? Have a nice day. Have a nice day.
Detectives approached with their weapons drawn. Berkowitz smirked, almost like he had been expecting it, and said, "Well, you got me. What took you so long? Inside his car,
Good day, gentlemen.
Police found a duffel bag containing a weapon, maps, and letters written in the same style as the Son of Sam notes. At the station, Berkowitz confessed almost immediately. He claimed he was being pressured by a supernatural presence, and a voice coming from his neighbor's dog was giving him sinister commands from the demon world. Sounds pretty crazy, huh? Well, Berkowitz did later admit to making it all up to appear mentally unstable. Woof. The first time...
Well, okay, I want to say, like, I feel like when you plea insanity, like, it's just mental instability. Because it's like, serial killers are insane. But, like, they're just, like, sadistic insane. It's not, like, insane like they don't know what reality is. So I feel like I always get confused when it's like, oh, he wanted to seem insane. Well, he is fucking insane. He just kills people. Like, he enjoys killing people. That's insane. But it's like, it's not insane in the sense of like, okay, now you get out of the crime.
Nobody believed him. For months in 1972 and 73, young women kept disappearing around Santa Cruz, California. Hitchhiking college students were vanishing without a trace. Despite multiple bodies being found, detectives had no suspect, no surviving victims, and no idea who the co-ed killer was. The case was going cold, and investigators were grasping for leads. Then, everything changed on April 23, 1973, in a way no one expected. The police received a call from a man claiming he wanted to turn himself in. The voice on the line said, "I'm Ed Kemper. I've done some terrible things." The officer on the
Okay, well, this isn't how every serial killer was caught. He just turned himself in.
phone thought it was a prank. Kemper was friendly with local cops. He'd hung out at a police bar and talked shop with them about ongoing cases. They knew him as a big, gentle guy interested in law enforcement. They had no idea that Big Ed was the co-ed killer. Kemper had to call back multiple times, insisting, practically begging them to arrest him. Finally, detectives...
Bro, what? So you would call the first time and be like, yo, I'm the guy that killed everybody. And they're like, come on, Ed. You're pulling my leg. I'll see you at the bar later. Hangs up on him.
realized the truth. Kemper...
you're doing a prank call, aren't you?
...wasn't joking. When they finally confronted him in person, Kemper didn't resist. He didn't demand a lawyer and didn't try to negotiate. He simply described everything, step by step, as if he'd been waiting for someone to listen. And now they were all ears. Dennis Rader got away with his crimes for 31 years.
Wow.
Then his ego wrote a check his technology skills couldn't cash. Between 1974 and 1991, someone was terrorizing Wichita, Kansas. 10 people were gone, including 4 members of one family. The assailant sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, describing his crimes in detail, calling himself BTK. Then, in 1991, he just stopped, went silent. The case went cold. Then suddenly, in 2004, after over a decade of silence, Rader made a mistake that destroyed everything for him. It began when a local newspaper ran a story questioning whether BTK was even still alive. Rader couldn't resist the
Well, and that pissed him off, so he was like, yeah, I'm still here.
attention. He took it personally, almost like a challenge. So he wrote back. He began sending packages again. Letters, puzzles, maps, souvenirs. Police couldn't track him. He was careful, cautious, and old school. He left no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing traceable. Investigators feared Wichita's most notorious predator was about to start again. Then Rader asked the question that brought him down. In one letter, he asked detectives, "Can a floppy disk be traced? Be honest." Police, desperate to keep him...
Oh my God, didn't we hear that? Oh my God, what were we watching when somebody asked that shit? They call and they're like, yeah, are floppy disks trackable? And they're like, no.
Wichita's most
But they fucking are.
notorious predator was about to start again. Then Rader asked the question that brought him down. In one letter, he asked detectives, can a floppy disk be traced? Be honest. Police.
Why would he ask them that? That's what I don't understand. Like, this guy's so maniacal and smart to hide himself for 20 years. But he letters it -BTK, actively admitting he's the serial killer, and goes, are floppy disks trackable? Like, they're not going to lie to his face.
Desperate to keep him talking, lied and said no, it would be safe. It wasn't. Not sure why he would ask the people trying to put him in jail for the past 3 decades. Anyway, on February 16th, 2005, BTK sent a purple Memorex floppy disk to a local TV station. The cybercrimes unit cracked it within hours. Hidden in the disk's metadata was a name, Dennis, and a location, Christ Lutheran Church, Park City, Kansas. A quick search told investigators everything they needed to know. The church council president was a man named Dennis Rader, married, 2 kids, a Boy Scout leader, completely ordinary. Police quietly began surveillance. His daughter had years earlier submitted a medical DNA sample, and investigators were able to obtain a comparison from the lab. It matched biological evidence from old BTK cases. That was it. BTK wasn't a ghost. He was the church guy down the street. And he had turned himself in with a floppy disk. On February 25th, 2005, police pulled Rader over while he was heading home for lunch. When detectives arrested...
Dude, what a freaky... Like, what do you think, like, the fucking kids, like, experience is there? Like, you're just, like, with your dad. Maybe you think he's a little weird, but, like, not that crazy. Like, you know, not the crazy to the point where, like, they're like, yeah, your dad killed 10 people and, like, stuffed their bodies in, like, boxes 20 years ago. And he brags about it to the police. Like, baffled? I feel like more than baffled. Like, that would feel surreal.
Arrested him for BTK. Rader sighed, paused, and said, oh, I guess I know why. Samuel Little was the most prolific serial killer in American history, and he almost got away with it. Almost. For decades, Samuel Little drifted across the country like a ghost. State to state, town to town, never staying long enough for police to connect the dots. He targeted people who lived on society's margins, and he counted on the fact that no one would link his crimes together. For nearly 40 years, that strategy worked. Everything changed in 2012, when Little was arrested on a warrant for illegal substances. Nothing about his arrest seemed too unusual, but when authorities ran his DNA through the system, it hit on 3 unsolved cases from Los Angeles in the 1980s.
That's wild. They have the database for that. Like, he got charged for something entirely unrelated, and then it just, like, pops up like, ding, 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 36 years ago, this guy fucking killed 3 people.
Detectives interrogated him, but he denied everything. Still, the DNA was undeniable. And while awaiting trial in California, investigators around the country began re-examining cold cases. His travel history matched dozens of unexplained disappearances. Old police sketches, witness notes, and morgue photographs began lining up with his movements. The pattern was unmistakable. Eventually, Little began to confess. Not to 3 cases, not to 10, but dozens. Describing victims, locations, cars, clothing, weather, even the angle of streetlights decades earlier.
And he remembers that shit as an old man from 30 years prior. I always wonder, like, say he didn't get caught, do you think he would have, like, said that shit on his deathbed? Like, do you think he would have been, like, on his, like, on hospice, like, hey, you know, now's the time? No, he would have just died with it.
His memory was disturbingly precise. Over months of interviews, he admitted to taking more than 90 lives. In the end,
90?
And it turned out that Little was the biggest killer in U.S. history.
Really? Samuel Little. I don't know if I've ever heard of Samuel Little. He killed the most people in U.S. history.
Ted Bundy thought he was untouchable.
When did Samuel Little die? Or is he still alive? He died in 2020. 80 years old. Samuel Little was an American serial killer convicted of 8 murders, confessed to 93 between 1970 and 2005. So for 35 years, he was killing people. Oh, my God.
North Little Rock. Tell me what that girl looked like.
Oh, man, I loved her. I forget her name. Oh, wait. I think it was Ruth.
Okay.
She was a...
God, it's so surreal because this just seems like a fucking sweet old man. Oh, my God.
Heavy set, big old yellow hair. And had buck teeth. It had a gap between the teeth, that's what it was. And she was like honey colored skin. And she had, like, her hair was not really long.
Wow.
We went to Kroger's, and that's where I got busted.
Mm-hmm.
They took me to jail, and she went and stayed in the car. And the manager of Kroger's, I guess he got tired of her laying on his property in that car. He called the station where I was at in North Arkansas to drop the charges.
Mm-hmm.
So he can come down and get this gal and come.
Oh, this is like disturbing, dude.
Was headed toward with that place where Walmart.
Oh my God. Because like if you muted this, dude, dead ass, if you muted this, this would just seem like a story like your grandpa was telling you. Like he's giggling and being like, you know, telling you like cracking, you know, just fucking shit. But he's just talking about murdering somebody.
He was wrong. It all started to fall apart for him on an August night in 1975.
What do you think his family thinks? Well, his family's fucking dead, dude. He's like he was like 80.
When a Utah Highway Patrol officer pulled over a tan VW.
This is the shit that I was talking about, bro. Ted Bundy got away like 9 times, dude. That motherfucker was jumping out of windows and shit. He was on the run. They couldn't find him.
Beetle with its lights off, driving suspiciously through a residential area. Inside was a clean-cut, charming man named Ted.
And I gotta say, bro, like, women were writing him letters and shit, and people were like, Ted Bundy, the hunk serial killer. That motherfucker's unattractive. I'm gonna say right now, he's chopped. Like, I'm not... Bro, he is a fucking bad eyebrows, unibrow. He's got, like, sunken eyes. Bro, I don't understand, like, the fucking... Yo, actually, like, I understand there's, like, this weird obsession, like, certain people have with, like, serial killers, so they get, like, obsessed and write love letters to them. Whatever. But, like, the news stations were, like, reporting on him. Like, they had didn't they have Zac Efron play him? He Mogs You, BP Joe. I'm not even trying to be, like, black pill, bro, but, like, motherfuckers, anytime I see people talk about Ted Bundy in a documentary, they're like, the most attractive man, the most attractive serial killer. I'm like, dude, he looks like an average fucking guy. This picture's creepy.
Charming man named Ted Bundy, along with what looked like a crime kit. Handcuffs, rope, crowbar, ice pick, and ski mask. Bundy tried to play it cool, but was still taken in for possession of burglary tools. It was then that
An ice pick is a burglary tool?
Investigators became concerned with something much more chilling than those initial charges. Bundy's tan VW Beetle matched witness descriptions from multiple missing women cases across multiple states. Then came a huge breakthrough. Enter Carol DeRonch. The year before, a man claiming to be a cop tried to take her against her will from a shopping mall parking lot. She fought like hell and escaped. When police brought her in for a live lineup, she pointed straight at Bundy. He was convicted of that crime in 1976 and sentenced to prison. Now the word was out on Bundy. He could now be tied to a much sentenced to prison. Now the word was out on Bundy. He could now be tied to a much more...
He was 29?
Sentenced to prison. Now...
Yo, he looks 43, bruh. I am not, like, dude, see that, I mean, I'm not trying to just, like, sit here and gripe on this, but, like, that's absurd.
He could now be tied to a much more serious case in Colorado through a combination of witness sightings, timeline evidence, and his travel pattern. So he was extradited to Colorado. And here's where things get really wild. While acting as his own lawyer, he literally jumped out of a courthouse window and escaped. He was free for 6 days before being recaptured. 6 months later, he did it again. Better than
That's what I'm saying, bro. They did just chain him to a fucking metal chair, bro. What? How do they fucking... Bro, he escapes before being captured like 3 times. They get him. He's representing himself in court and just jumps out a window and fucking runs away. And they're like, oh, he's on the run again. Fucking... Bro, next time he does it again. Next time you catch him, bro, chain him to a radiator, dude, while that fucking court proceeding's going on. Put his feet in cement buckets. How do you let him go away that many times?
Bundy crawled through a light fixture in his cell ceiling and walked out the front door of the jail. He made it all the way to Florida. And Florida is where everything unraveled. Bundy just couldn't help himself. He attacked a sorority house in Tallahassee, but he was losing control, getting sloppy. A few weeks later, a Pensacola cop spotted a suspicious VW bug, this time orange. Man, Bundy really liked those Volkswagens, didn't he? When the police pulled over the car, Bundy fought, kicking, punching, trying to run. But this time his escape was less successful. He gave a fake name, but his fingerprints told the truth. And the FBI's most wanted was finally in handcuffs. Again. Bundy defended himself at trial like it was a performance. The jury wasn't impressed. Ted Bundy's final...
Why? I understand they need a trial, but like, because it's like innocent until proven guilty. Like, that's a needed thing. But it's like, bro, that motherfucker jumped out the window defending himself. Like, he ran.
Escape was on January 24th, 1989, when he met Old Sparky at Florida State Prison.
Oh, Ted Bundy got executed? Who was it? Jeffrey Dahmer? What serial killer was murdered by his cellmate? Yeah, that was Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer was killed by his cellmate.
So which of these do you think wanted to get caught?
Damn, he got the electric chair.
Ed Kemper, clearly. But do you think there was a part of the others that wanted to get caught to stop them and face justice?
Oh, yeah. Harvard cult leader died. That's a fucking watch. Bundy cried all the way to the chair. There was no molecule in his body that wanted to get caught. See, that's abnormal. Because I feel like every other serial killer, it's like they kind of take pleasure in it being over. Whereas he's like, did not want that. And Ted Bundy's the guy that had a fucking wife. All right, I gotta piss again, and we got another video. We're watching a video about the burnt. Mr. Beast answers the web's most searched questions. Mr. Beast answers the web's most searched questions. Third time's Mr. Beast answers the web's most searched questions. Fourth time is a charm. There we go.
Mr. Beast, and this is the Wired Autocomplete interview. Let's see what weird things you guys Google about me. Whew, actually...
Mr. Beast feet. Mr. Beast feet pics. Mr. Beast Feastables bar. Mr. Beast feet in Feastables in melted Feastables bars. Mr. Beast Jimmy Donaldson feet. Mr. Feet Beast. Mr. Feastables bars.
Don't Google myself much, so I have no idea what's about to pop up.
Brother, it's gonna be how much is Mr. Beast worth? Mr. Beast net worth. How much money does Mr. Beast have?
Okay, board number 1. Why is Mr. Beast named Mr. Beast? I wish I had a better story to tell you guys, but when I started
Mr. Beast 6000
Xbox Live account many years ago when I was a little kid, it autofilled the name as Mr. Beast 6000. Eventually I dropped the 6000.
No way this motherfucker's name is his auto-generated Xbox username. We were talking about that the other day. Like, at what your Xbox username was. This guy's fucking Xbox username was Mr. Beast 6000, and now he's the biggest YouTuber, and he named himself after his fucking Xbox name. What? Mr. Beast is such a cool Xbox-generated username. Mine was like Cupid Lover 59, bro. That was lame as fuck.
What is Mr. Beast's
net worth
logo supposed to be?
A tiger.
I don't really know. I guess it's kind of like a tiger. I'll be honest. I mean, even though that logo's probably been seen 100 billion times, I actually put very little thought into it. When I was a little kid, I just kind of designed a tiger.
Why does Mr. Beast not show his feet in camera more?
My name, my logo, probably should have had more thought behind it. I'll admit it. Why does Mr. Beast change his thumbnails? That's
fucking A/B testing, bro. It's Mr. Beast has like gamified the YouTube game. Like, it's not just A/B testing. Mr. Beast will have like 20 different thumbnails for like one individual video, because like minute changes can increase click-through rate pretty drastically. Like, even if he has one video with like, say his click-through rate's like 10%, and then he has a thumbnail that gets it to 10.4, that 0.4% for somebody with, you know, fucking 300 million subscribers is millions of views.
That's a good question. So what they're referring to is sometimes we'll upload a video with the thumbnail, and then if you check the video a month later, it'll have a different thumbnail. The answer is, I just never know how to thumbnail our videos, because sometimes we'll do something crazy like world's fastest man versus a cheetah. How do you show that in a thumbnail? Because there's like 100 different ways you can make a thumbnail of a man running against a cheetah. You could do like a side profile shot, you could do a frontal shot. And so a lot of it is me just like second guessing myself and be like, I don't know if this thumbnail is the best, or maybe we change this angle.
I do wonder how hands-on he is with his own YouTube game. You know what I mean? Like, most like YouTubers at his size don't make their own thumbnails. You have a thumbnail editor guy. You give them ideas and then you tweak it. Like, that's how my thumbnails are. Like, if you see a thumbnail of mine, I'm just sending ideas to fucking Kangro. He's sending shit back. I tweak it, or I go change this, we'll change that, and then that's what I upload. Sometimes we'll have a disagreement. Like, sometimes I'll nail it immediately and I'll just use that. Sometimes it'll take an edit or two, and then there's like a few where I've had him edit it like 5 different times and I didn't like any of them, so I just pick one. Because it's like, some videos it's impossible to thumbnail.
And my thumbnail team probably hates me because I just like change my mind.
Yeah, that's what I think he's in the same way. I think he's hands-on in the sense of like, hey, I want this, and then they send him 40 thumbnails and he's like, these 5 are good.
And my thumbnail team probably hates me because I just like change my mind all the time and constantly change the thumbnails. Thumbnails are important, but what is ultimately most important is that you just make great content.
Nope. Yeah, you need good content. But I think the thumbnail game it's not the only thing that matters. Your content matters first and foremost. But similar to how black pillars will say looks are the only thing that matters, that's thumbnails on the YouTube game. Like, looks matter in life, but they're not everything, similar to a thumbnail, right? You need the thumbnail. It's the prerequisite, they would say, right? Like, you need somebody, if you could have really good content, but if your thumbnail and your title sucks, you know, nobody's going to click on your video.
How does Mr. Beast get his contestants? Typically, we have this Instagram page that I promote on my Instagram stories all the time called Mr. Beast Casting. It has the verified check mark, and then we just source a lot of our contestants through there. All right.
He didn't explain that fully. I'm going to explain it how they've explained it to me. I don't know if I'm supposed to share this. They source people through that, but they randomly select, like, this is how they used to do it. They randomly select a certain percentage, and then they interview or get a certain percentage of people they think will be entertaining, right? Because you can't randomly select 100 contestants, because you could have 100 contestants be really fucking boring, right? So they're not picking anybody that they think are going to have a competitive edge or anything. They're picking like 40 people at random, and then like 40 people that they think might be kind of funny or like entertaining or outgoing. Because like, you got to think the average Mr. Beast viewer that's applying to a Mr. Beast video is probably very introverted, quiet, and not ready to be on camera. So if you had like a few videos where you have, like, imagine if the Squid Games video was just 100 people, like the 300 people were just all introverted people. Like, the video would be horrible. Like, I'm not dissing introverted people, but for the content perspective, you need the guys that are like, I'm gonna win this. It's gonna be me. Yeah. Like, those are the guys that you need, right? You need the cocky people. So they have to source them, like, through the groups of, you know, like they're still randomly selecting people, but, like, they want some people that are personalities.
Right. We got another one. Mr. Beast's first video. Well, if you go to my channel, you can set it to oldest.
But they don't, like, they're not, like, hand-picking, like, all their contestants. Like, if you apply, like, there's, like, you have the same chance as everybody else of getting in. Like, they're fair in their choices. They explained that to me when I was on, this was years ago. They might have changed the system now. But they're fair in selection on, like, how they're picking people.
And you will see that my first video is actually, I recreated Saw in Minecraft. I was a little kid with a hand-me-down laptop from my brother that I kind of like stole. I load up Minecraft and I'm just building like, I built this big box and then I put like some little like pigs from there in there and then built like mini weird saw traps. And I was just like, look at this funny, weird thing I made. And it was, yeah, no one watched it or cared. The thing is, if you watch a piece of content you made 6 months ago and you don't see a lot of things that could be improved, then you're probably not constantly improving and evolving.
On God, though. No, that is true. I look back at my content from, like, years ago, and it's dog shit. Even stuff like, I don't dislike my videos from, like, 2023 and beyond, but I could definitely see things that I would want to change.
So for me, there is no such thing as a perfect video. Things can always be better. The pacing or the editing or, you know, even the coloring, the lighting. There is no perfect.
How much do you think he got paid for this video? Nothing. He just did this. Because it gives him promotion.
Piece of content. And so I think until the day I die, I will always look at whatever I filmed 6 months prior and, you know, see the flaws and think it could be improved. Does Mr. Beast respond to DMs? I'll just be blunt. I probably get over 100,000 DMs a day. So I do respond to maybe a couple here and there a month. But if you DM me, the odds of me replying to you are probably lower than a shark falling from space and eating you. So maybe just don't waste your time.
I mean, that would be 0. So.
Mr. Beast off camera. That's me right here. It's actually partially why I'm excited to do this. My videos have gotten so big and sometimes they revolve around the contestants and not me. And a lot of people feel like they don't know me anymore or really get to hear me talk. And it was pretty eye-opening. I uploaded a video on my second channel where I react.
Well, and dude, it's so much better when he actually fucking just talks, man. Oh my God, the Mr. Beast voice can become unbearable at sometimes. And I know it's like it's like a newscaster voice, but it's like, we're going to be seeing who can last the longest on an airplane today.
To a video called Hide Me in 10 Years, and it was just me talking. And like the top comment on my video was like, wow, it's very refreshing.
They're going to have to see if their mom is really the one they care about. And it's like the emphasizing on certain letters.
To see Jimmy just being himself. And it had like 30,000 upvotes. And I was like,
yeah, it's performative, but I mean, like, I know that's what he has to do, but it's just like, oh my God. Oh my God. Like, he has to be annoyed by it sometimes. There's no way. Especially when you have to retake some shit like 9 times.
I should do more chill things, you know? Because everything I do is like bigger, 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 higher stakes, higher stakes. And it seems like right now a lot of people who watch my content or fans, whatever you want to call them, just want to see more raw me. And so, yeah, hopefully people don't have to Google Mr. Beast off camera. They can just see me in situations like this. What does Mr.
I mean, this is still on camera. This is still on camera. I think when people say Mr. Beast off camera, they're saying like what is he doing in his free time? Like, how's he acting? Like, you're still like, you're not like performative Mr. Beast right now, but you're still like on camera Mr. Beast.
Do with his money. Depends on the week. One week we're burying me alive for a video. The next week we're, building 100 wells in Africa. Jokes aside, I spend most of my money on our YouTube content. Could be literally anything. If you scroll through my channel, it's a bunch of random stuff. So outside of content though, I have a couple cats, a couple dogs. I have a fiance. For the most part, I reinvest all my money into content and I, don't really do much besides film. What is Mr. Beast?
That kind of pisses me off a little bit. That kind of pisses me off a little bit. But, yo, you're the biggest YouTuber. Like, it's good that he reinvests in the content and he does, like, charitable things. Bro, like, you're telling me you don't have, like, one supercar? Like, you don't have, like you're worth, like his actual, I mean, obviously he's reinvesting his money, but, like, he's net worth, like, $1 billion. Like, his value as a YouTuber, like, he's worth, like, in speculative value, like $1 billion. Like, you're telling me you don't own, like, a fucking, like, a Lamborghini or something?
Most expensive video. Back in the day, it used to be when we recreated Squid Games, I spent $4 million on that. And that was like crazy at the time. But I mean, we've had quite a few videos since then where we $4
million. Ugh.
Spent more than 4 million. It's hard because
well, yeah, I mean, it's just like flying the contestants out alone. Like, how much do you think? Well, Beast Games isn't his videos. Like, that's like a co-created thing for Prime. But like, I mean, Beast Games as a show, like you're already flying out like 500 contestants. Like that alone's $1 million. You're not $1 million. What's like $2,000 times like 500? That's $1 million. Yeah. Like I mean, like room and board and like all of that alone, just for like 300 contestants, you're spending $1 million. Then you have production. Like when I was in that burger video, fucking, 4 years ago or whatever, 3.5 years ago, dude, they had like 20 cameramen, 10 editors, mic guys, boom mic guys. Like, dude, the amount of employees is insane. It's a company.
That much about the money spent. It's more about the story. What do people feel? And it's not really about the money anymore. But I will say the most just period expensive thing I did was Beast Games, which was our Prime Video show. I mean, in season 1, I spent over like $20 million just building a city in the show. So for the
yeah, but I feel like a lot of that Amazon had to have funded.
Contestants to live in. So that thing, we got a little carried away. What is Mr. Beast's most popular video? Well, as of right now, my most viewed video is when I recreated Squid Games in real life. I used to, when I was younger, focus a lot on views and how many views does a video get. But the wave I've been on more recently is just obviously how does a video make people feel? Because there's a big difference between 100 million people watching a video, right? Our average video does 200 million views. There's a big difference between 200 million people watching a video and be like, yeah, that was cool, versus 200 million people watching a video and loving it and be like, wow, that was really awesome. And like,
no, I still think he's view driven. I think that view drive though goes from just a raw video view to like something that's clippable and like socially talked about. Like that Mr. Beast like Squid Games video was like in social discussion. Like people would talk about that and then that grows popularity, right? Like it's like word of mouth shit. Like that's what matters more. Like if the video gets 100 million views for Mr. Beast, but everyone that watched it is constantly being like, what do you think about that? And they're talking about it. That generates more buzz and more, I guess, value than something that's just 150 million views, but nobody talks about it.
Really enjoying the experience.
Like if he has a dud video that does well, but nobody cares about it.
And so I try to measure it more on, quality views as opposed to just views. What is Mr. Beast doing next? I am actually dropping season 2 of Beast Games, our biggest competition show ever in the history of anything. We have 100 of the strongest people in the world compete against 100 of the smartest people in the world for $5 million, maybe $10 million. Yeah, I mean, we built a brand new city, biggest sets in history, just a whole large, massive undertaking, and that's been a good chunk.
What does he mean he got 100 of the smallest or the smartest people in the world and 100 of the strongest? How do you even get that?
Of this past year, and I'm excited for it to finally come out. Oh, those are fun ones. What we got next? Who won Mr. Beast's Island? Which island? Whoever Googled this, you didn't clarify. I've given away a lot of islands in my life. Actually, this year, I think I've given away 2 islands in 2025 alone, so.
I feel like the islands that are given away, though, are usually just immediately, like, flipped and sold. Or, like, he'll buy them back for, like, whatever the value that he paid them for. Because there's no way you would want to win that. Like, if you're, like, a middle-aged, like, middle-class mom, and you win the Mr. Beast private jet, like, you're not going to keep that. Like, you're going to get rid of that motherfucker.
I think the first island I ever gave away, Chandler won. We did Last Sleeve Island. He named the island Jeff. I don't remember who won the second island. The third island, I think, was when I hit 100 million subscribers. I flew 100 random subscribers down to a private island and had them compete for it. It was such an awesome, really epic video. And then we gave away an island in season 1 of Beast Games. We gave away an island in season 2 of Beast Games. We've given away quite a few islands. In my experience, when someone wins an island, the first thing they do is try to sell it. Because they're like, I don't want to.
Yeah. Because why the fuck would you want to keep that? You're going to be paying taxes on it. You got to upkeep the island. You're not going to move to the island.
Go to this island. So, which is why I probably won't give much islands away in the future, because it's you know, not as practical as like a house. What?
Well, it's not as practical. I think he knows that, but it's just easier for clickbait too. It's like who last to leave the island wins it, right? Versus just like every prize being money.
Does Mr. Beast donate to? We did a video where we helped 1,000 blind people see. We helped 1,000 people hear again. We did a video where we help people walk again. We do a lot of projects that I would, I guess, sum up as helping people with healthcare, especially in America. And then the other side of what we do is we actually, with Feastables, we're the largest ethically sourced chocolate company in the world. So 100% of our chocolate, we only work with farms that audit and remediate child labor on their farms. And most people don't realize this, but there's 1.5 million kids in illegal child labor just on cacao farms. So we can have cheap chocolate. And so I don't necessarily donate.
I mean, most people don't realize that like the majority of the products that you have are like made through child labor. Like, not majority, but a lot. Like, the shoes you're wearing, there's a chance that a kid made those shoes. Like, the phone that you have, probably a chance a kid was involved in the making of that phone. Like, so I don't want to say it's like nitpicked on certain things, but like, well, somebody said Temu. What, like Temu products? What do you mean?
To them, but those are just more what I just use my money to make change instead of giving it to other people to make change, I guess. But a large part of it right now is trying to get as many of the 1.5 million kids in illegal child labor and chocolate out of it through Feastables. And then the other side is, you know, I just think it's weird that in America there are people who their only hope of seeing, walking, hearing is that a YouTuber steps in and pays for stuff, which is like silly.
I mean, that's even more of an issue for just like healthcare in general, not just in the United States, but like the world, dude. Like people don't have the money to, you know, get the medical aid that they need, and their governments won't help them.
So that's right now most of where my focus has been in terms of helping people. What is Mr. Beast's favorite YouTube video? This might seem like a weird one. I bet most people listening to this will have no idea what I'm saying. But there's this YouTuber back in the day called Technoblade, and he had this series where he tried to farm the most potatoes on a server, more potatoes than this squid guy. People who don't play Minecraft are gonna think
I've seen Technoblade, but I don't know that potato video.
Crazy, but as a grown man saying this is my favorite video, but
dude, that Technoblade video was so sad. Like, obviously rip Technoblade and fuck cancer, but I remember it was the summer and I saw the video and it was his dad reading the words that Techno wrote. And that was so sad. But like, what a good message he had, man. Like, you know, the fucking dude, he was like in his early 20s. Like the fucking guts you have to have and the heart you have to be able to make that like profound of a message knowing you're going to die. How old was he? I think he died at what, like 23, 24? 23, yeah.
He passed away, but he was very, very funny and charismatic, and that video, it's just
he was as old as me.
So freaking funny how he just farms millions of potatoes over the course of months, but somehow makes it incredibly entertaining. And I find myself watching that like once a year, and it's always inspirational. All right, what we got next? Will Mr. Beast hit 1 billion subscribers?
No.
Oh, that'd be cool.
No, dude, he said that is so far. If he ever hit 1 billion, okay, 1 billion subscribers wouldn't be 1 billion people because there would be people that have multiple accounts. But like, bro, if he had 1 billion subs, that'd be like 700 million people. That would be like a very noticeable fraction of the earth subscribing to Mr. Beast. Probably eventually. If Mr. Beast does YouTube for the next like 10 years, maybe, but I think that's like unfeasible. That would have to be just like straight botted accounts.
Pretty cool. Even what I have already, 450 million subscribers. It's freaking.
Oh my God, I thought he was at 300. He's at 400 million right now. How many subs does he gain a day? Or a month? Let me check his social blade. He gains 6 million subs a month. So that's 72 million a year. If he kept on that rate, he would hit it within 10 years. Dude, he gains almost like 1.5x my total sub goal in 1 month. Conservatively, because he gets boosted with larger events, true. Like every big event, like he hasn't really done a big event on YouTube this month. Like if he does a big event, then he gains way more.
I mean, that is such an unfathomably large number. Like I'm already more.
You're 3 mil? I'm at like 4.06 or something.
More than grateful for what I have. I mean, I have more followers, more, you know, people who watch my content than I ever could have dreamed of when I was a little kid. So will Mr. Beast hit 1 billion subscribers? I hope, but if I don't, it's not the end of the world. I mean, I already have more than I ever thought I would in terms of viewership and fans. And so, yeah, I guess we'll see. Are Mr. Beast games scripted? Are Mr. Beast games scripted? Why are we Googling this? No, they are not. Oh my gosh, I spend so many millions of dollars to make my videos where I don't have to do that kind of stuff where, all right, here, brace yourselves. Here's the deal. In most giant competition shows, what they would do is, like, if you're a contestant, most shows would...
They're not scripted, but they kind of want it to go a certain way. Does that make sense? It's not rigging, but it's like they don't want the video to suck. So they're going to be like, how can we somehow tip the scale in a way that this will maybe go the way we want it to? But I mean, there's instances where it's like obviously unscripted. Like even for the Prime show, like when that girl ran off after he was explaining the rules and he didn't give her another try and was like, sorry, your team's out. Like that's not scripted. Like that woman just fucked her whole team. Like that girl just screwed everybody over, right? Like, it just happened. Like, that happens. Like, that's not like, oh, they paid that woman to do that. Like, that just happened. She got nothing for it.
Have a camera guy or woman walk up to you and film you, and then a story producer stand behind the camera and be like, hey, we need you to say these lines, or you're kind of the villain, or you're the good guy, or whatever. They'd, you know, the camera guy would film you for 5-10 minutes, done. Go to the next person, That's how they film it. What we do, like in Beast Games, for example, we had 1,000 contestants, more than any show in history, and we put a camera rolling 24/7 in front of all of them.
Yeah, and it's so much more work, but they're combing through like thousands of hours of footage to then map it in a way that it is like movie-esque, and so it feels scripted.
So they can just be themselves, right? Which is why we actually have the literal Guinness.
Like the majority of people get cut out. Like, you know how many people are probably in Mr. Beast videos and they literally just fucking ramble for hours to the camera and then none of it makes it onto the video because they're boring. Like they didn't add what they thought would be good.
Record for most cameras ever used in a single production. And the reason why shows don't do that is because I had to set up 1,000 cameras, which is millions of dollars. We actually broke the world record for most cables ran in a single production for cameras, which is millions of dollars. I just said,
were you in a Mr. Beast vid? Yeah, one that never made it to his channel. Only like it's like 1 in 4 videos get cut, or 1 in 3 videos get cut.
A control room, which is millions of dollars. And then the downstream effects, because you have 1,000 cameras recording, you now have millions upon millions of dollars in storage. I had petabytes on petabytes of footage. I mean, you're talking 1,000 cameras running for hours upon hours upon hours, day after day, filming all these contestants. And then the downstream effect is I then have to hire over 130 editors to ship through the footage, and we're editing for so long compared to any other competition show. And it's millions of dollars every step of the way, and it's so much effort. But the reason we do that is because unlike other shows, I don't have to go, hey, this is your 10-minute filming window, say these lines, all right, we're good. I can just leave the cameras running. And we spend all this money on infrastructure so we can just capture the contestants.
Yeah, I feel like that is the one thing that they do better. You know how like you watch like Big Brother or Survivor, and during the competition it'll cut to somebody and they're like, I just got to keep my arms up. I know I could do this. Like they're interviewing them after the fact and telling them to talk like they're in the present tense. Like that's scripted. Like that's right. And I'm not defending Mr. Beast videos. Like there are clearly points where like they want it to go a certain way in like when it's not 500 contestants, it's like less people. They'll be like, hey, like we're going to tip the scales in this manner. But like they don't do that. Like where it's like, hey, oh, I really got to like lock in here for this. It's like, I know I could do it. Like, brother, it happened like 2 hours ago.
In the contestants, them being themselves, right? And I don't have to fake anything. But that's the kind of stuff that people don't see and they don't understand, but that's what you feel. And that's why I think partially why people gravitate towards our videos, because they can tell they're authentic and they can tell it's not scripted like normal reality shows, but they can't put it to words if you ask them. And in my opinion, this is why. It's because we go infinitely above and beyond 100x what anyone else would. So contestants can just be themselves, and we're recording all the time, and then we can just show an actual true reflection of what happened and not have to craft things in a short window. Can Mr. Beast buy the NFL? Can he buy the NFL? I already bought the NFL. What are you talking about? I bet maybe 2% of people watching this understand that joke. To the other 98% of you, just know that if you are part of the 2%, you would think that's funny. Mr. Beast, Game Season 2. It's my brand new show that just dropped. We
know!
Cash prize. It's big. That's indoor. We went. Oh, I thought it would snap. Oh, well.
Oh, okay. Well, that was a fun video. I liked him answering those questions, but I already mentioned Mr. Beast Game Season 2 3 times. I know, Jimmy. I'll watch it. I'll watch it. First thumbnail of Mr. Beast where he's not photoshopped. What, where they like gloss over his face? My editor will do that for me too. All right. Yo, Next video. Which country has the worst manners? Etiquette expert answers questions. We've seen this guy before talk about etiquette. It's really fascinating. If you remember, he showed how you're supposed to properly eat peas, and he stabbed them with a fork, which I thought was interesting because I always thought you would eat peas with a spoon.
If you saw the late Queen eat a burger, all of a sudden she is not the late Queen because the Queen does not eat burgers. I'm sure the Queen did eat a burger in private.
Why does the Queen not eat burgers? Is that like a rule? Because it's like commoner food.
What do you think the Queen's McDonald's order would have been?
Oh, she was...
the Queen of England probably would have gotten a fish fillet of fish, rather.
Anyone's for a fillet of fish. She was. She did. Hello, I'm William Hanson. I'm an etiquette coach, and today I'm answering questions from the Honesty Box.
It's not a pre-watch, bro. That's honestly, that's me stereotyping British people. Like, what? What would the late old Queen of England get at McDonald's? Probably a fish sandwich.
Should you tell someone if they have bad manners? This is the politeness paradox. It is technically bad manners to point out people's bad manners themselves. Makes my job one of the rudest jobs going. But
Dude, pointing out bad manners would be so lame. It depends how bad of manners somebody has. Like this, I'm pointing out. You know, imagine you're having a conversation with me at dinner. Yeah, so, you know, I don't know. I just kind of... Hold up. You just coughing into the air. Something like that. You know, that's disgusting. That's not even bad manners. That's just like you're spreading illnesses, you know. Cough into your elbow, your shoulder. It's only okay for kids? Bro, even a kid coughing, dude, just like straight, like one of those like, cover your fucking mouth. Like that, I would say something about that. But if it's like, oh, they have their elbows on the table or they're fucking cutting a steak wrong, I'm not saying shit.
I think it's better to lead by example rather than to actually tell them off. And if you are going to sort of correct them, it should be done in a very gentle, compassionate way.
Perfect answer. When you're done, just chuck it on the ground.
Can I place them there?
How politely can you chuck it away?
How should you hold a knife and fork? Great question.
Yo, I used to hold my fucking knives and forks like a caveman. Where's like an object? I used to use a fork like you're supposed, like, okay, if I'm cutting a steak, you know, and then I think you're supposed to switch hands, right? Aren't you supposed to put it down and switch hands and then eat it? That's stupid as fuck. Cut it, eat. Cut it, eat. There's been times where I'm so lazy that I will cut it, stab it with the knife, eat it. But when I was a kid, I used to hold a spoon like this. Like if this was the spoon. Like I used to eat cereal, and I would just hold the spoon or a fork, and I would stab shit like this, like a caveman. You've told us that already? Oh, yeah, sorry, I mentioned that 2 years ago, and you remember that. I can't repeat myself ever. The holidays are here. And the sports are kicking up, whether it be the NHL, the College Football Bowl, the NFL games, or anything of those sorts. Sports are bigger than ever. And what a better way to spice up the holiday games than with DraftKings Sportsbook. The sponsor of today's video. New DraftKings customers signing up with promo code JOEB can place a $5 bet and get $200 in bonus bets if your bet wins. I'm a big parlay guy. Love a 3-pick parlay. Talk about it on stream all the time. It doesn't mean you need to be. You know, the crown's yours. That's DraftKings slogan. You know, you can, bet on whatever sport you want to. In whichever way you want to. That's why the crown's yours. Anyways, and if DraftKings Sportsbook isn't yet available in your state, you could still take part in DraftKings Fantasy. So sign up for DraftKings today. Link in description. Download the app. Use promo code JOEB at sign up. Place a $5 bet, and if your bet hits, you get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Thank you to DraftKings for sponsoring this video. And let's get back into it.
Well, look what's in the honesty box for me already. Some very expensive looking cutlery. So conventionally, the fork was held in the left hand and the knife was held in the right hand. But this goes back to a right hand bias when you were not allowed to use your left hand.
Oh my God, do left-handed people hold it the opposite way? Anybody that's left-handed in chat, do you hold the fork with your left hand or no?
To write or to carry your knife, and that's not necessarily just a table knife, that was your sword as well. So there was very much a bias on the right hand. Today, it is if you are left-handed, all God's creatures, it's absolutely fine. They're all amongst us. You can just switch the cutlery. You still hold it in exactly the same way, and that is with your index finger going down the shaft of the fork, stopping just before the bridge, and your finger going down the shaft of the knife, stopping where the blade...
Why does this shit matter? Who's fucking watching that? Like, I'm not going to a restaurant just fucking like, ooh, the index finger's a little too far up the neck of that fork there, buddy. That's not common etiquette.
And the handle meet. So whether you're eating in a left-handed way or in a more conventional right-handed way, this is how you hold a knife and fork. And we want the handles of the cutlery tucked into the palm of your hand. We don't want them sticking out like so. And ideally, try not to hold a knife like a pen because you won't have as much control of what you're cutting. And that's when you get petit pois flying off onto your neighbour's lap. And nobody wants that. How do you say scone? Scone. Do you know any more on that?
Why do people say it's scone and think scone is posher?
I think people say scone because they think it sounds posher, like bone or cone, but no, it's scone. Although there is an argument.
Oh my God, who cares? Who cares? What is a scone? I don't even know what a scone is. Is that like a pastry? Is that some shit that people eat for breakfast? What is a scone? Scone. A scone. It's a traditional British food. This is a scone. It looks weird. It looks like a fucking cookie, but like a biscuit cookie. Okay. It has like cream cheese or some shit on it. Ew. I mean, it didn't look bad. It didn't look good, but...
They do sort of have origins at the Palace of Scone in Scotland, so there is an argument that nobody is correct, and we should say scoons. But you sound like a loon if you say that. So, no, it's scone, because once it's scone, it's gone. Why are elbows on the table rude? So, yeah, I mean, if it's a dining table, it's actually very hard to eat with your...
Nope, I disagree. I will stand on the elbows on the table being perfectly normal and good. It's casual conversation. If I'm having a conversation, I'm probably crossing my arms and I'm putting both of my elbows on the table. At a restaurant, at a fancy restaurant, I'll sit like this. I don't give a fuck. Because this isn't the 16th century. I'm pretty sure historically, the elbows on the table rule was a thing because they used to have wide tables that they would like lay on top of like pedestals or something. And if you put your elbows on the table, it would flip the table. So it was like, it wasn't even etiquette. It was just like, hey, if you put your elbows on the table, you're going to fucking knock everything off. But that's not a thing anymore. So it's like, who cares? You know? If there's no room on the table to put your elbows, all right, fine, don't put your elbows on the table. But it's like, most restaurants, you have more than enough space.
Elbows on the table. But towards the end of a meal is normally when you see people doing it, particularly if it's a dinner and they're getting a bit tired and they need a bit of support. Historically, why we don't do that is because the dining tables that we used to dine from in the medieval period were, they weren't secure tables like this. They were benches.
Hey, I know history.
With sheets of wood put on top of them. And the food was served completely differently from how it would be served now. And it was sort of put down almost like a big buffet down the middle of the table for balance and to secure it. So if you then started putting weight on another part of the table, you would tip the tables, and thus it was bad manners for you to put your elbows on the table. So,
but I wouldn't even say that's bad manners. Like, manners is like this, like, posh, like, richy rich way of conducting yourself at a formal dinner. You know, how you're supposed to it's very small things you're supposed to do to impress and not upset other people at the dining table. Fuck that, right? Just don't be an asshole. Like, it's just, I feel like it's very simple.
Doesn't really have anything to...
Don't blow your nose. I blow my nose at the table sometimes. That's bad manners. Bro, but if I gotta blow my nose, that pisses me off. If I gotta blow my nose, I don't want to have to get up, go to the bathroom, blow my nose, come back. It's gross. What if I'm eating hot wings? And see that now I'm gonna fucking hold up. I'm gonna get real fucking angry about this, because I've had people get mad at me that I've blown my nose at a fucking table before in my family, and I've got not mad, but they're like, you shouldn't do that. Yo, if I'm eating buffalo wings, my hands are covered in shit, my mouth is covered in shit, my nose is running because the wings have a lot of vinegar and are spicy. Let me get up and go to the bathroom. I'm already disgusting, right? I'm already covered in filth, you know. What?
To do with etiquette. It was more sort of safety of the food and ensuring that you had food. And we're now sort of 500 plus years later so ingrained that we just don't put our elbows on the table. We sort of equate it to looking bad. It does look bad, but historically it had nothing to do with looking bad. It was just to do with the food. Should you always say bless you? Not so much anymore.
The old predicament when somebody sneezes multiple times in a row. I've gotten to know there's a type of person that sneezes multiple times in a row. I'm a one sneeze and I'm good. Bless you. Thank you. You have a friend. Sneeze, 4 times, sneeze. And then you say it once. Right? But it is really awkward when you're like, sneeze, bless you. They sneeze again. Bless you. They sneeze again. Bless you. You see him winding up for the 4th one. Don't you fucking sneeze.
Or there is an argument for not...
I can't do more than 3.
...saying it. It goes back to sort of saying... You would say bless you to someone else because in the medieval times they had the bubonic plague or might have had the bubonic plague, and so you were saying bless you as their...
Wait, that was where it started, was the bubonic plague? I knew you said bless you because it was like, oh, you might be getting sick, and getting sick in the olden times meant you were probably going to fucking die. I didn't know it was during the plague times.
A soul left their body as they were on their way to whatever comes next. Hopefully, touch wood, we're all okay now, so there's no need to say that. But I think, again, it's like the elbows on the table thing. It's a hangover.
Knocking on wood is also based in, like, spiritual origin. I know that. Like, when you knock on wood, that's based off some sort of either religion or, like, spiritual belief that, like, trees had something in them that would prevent, like, evil spirits.
So it probably is better to say bless you.
I knock on wood all the time. That's like one superstition that I say bless you when people sneeze, and I knock on wood.
Sort of stare at them.
Knock on wood, question mark? Yeah. Like, if you're like, the Eagles are going to win this Super Bowl, knock on wood. Like, you're making a claim of something that will happen, and you're confident of it, and so you don't want to jinx it, so you knock on wood. Or you're talking about something that you don't want to happen, and then you knock on wood because you don't want it to happen, you know?
As they say, nothing. There is
never heard of that in my life. What? You've never heard of knock on wood? That's like, dude, I feel like you hear that every other day. Do you live in a cave?
Societal expectation that you say bless you. Should you raise your pinky when drinking tea?
Oh, God.
Lovely.
Damn it, dude. These questions are pissing me off.
Question. And again, out of my box comes a nice cup and saucer from the nearest charity shop. So, in terms of extending your little finger, it's a bit sort of Disney Hollywood to think that you do this and that posh people do this. You don't. You keep that finger tucked in. How we hold a teacup is by pinching with the thumb and the index finger between the handle.
I don't think I've ever used a teacup in my fucking life, bro. I'm drinking tea out of a fucking coffee mug. That's what I'm going to do.
And the rest of our fingers follow the shape of the handle, and we keep our elbow nice and tucked in. The sticking the little finger thing comes from a couple of origins for it, but the one I like to say is supposedly in the court of Louis XIV and XV, where tea drinking was at its peak. It had just come in. It was very heavily taxed. It was only the royal family in France. And
you heard of throwing salt over your shoulder as a superstition. Yeah, but that's only if you spill salt. I'll do that. And that's really annoying when you spill. I spill salt when I'm cooking, and then you're in your own fucking kitchen, and then I'm sitting here going, I just dump salt on the floor. But it's like I have to. You know, it's easier when you're at a restaurant. You knock over the salt shaker, you're like, you know, you don't got to clean it up. It's whatever. Now you're in your own fucking abode. You got to fucking toss salt on the floor. It sucks.
Not realizing that actually...
I am going to skip the fucking pinky tea one because I don't give a shit about that.
Should men pay on the first date?
You should offer. Chivalrous. I think a lot of people... Chat, should men pay on the first date? I think a lot of people, like, with, like, male and female equality, like, some guy... There's, like, a type of guy that'll be like, well, why do I have to pay on the first date then? Why don't you pay? Why don't you pay? Why don't you split? Because it's still chivalrous, right? Just because you want men and women to be equal doesn't mean you shouldn't be nice. Like, it's the chivalrous thing to do. It's a nice thing to do as a guy to be like, yo, can I pay on the first date? You know, like, let me pay, you know? Or splitting's fine. Like, it depends on the couple. You know, you arrange that with your girlfriend or boyfriend, whoever you're with, you know? You figure that the fuck out. But it's like first date and you're a guy, offer to pay.
So I would say the one...
What do gay men do? Split? Mask pays? Is that real? Is that real? No way. There's no way.
One of the biggest areas of change with etiquette is around dating. And I would say...
Any gay chatters know what happens? Like, what do you do? Ask ChatGPT. Yeah, for gay men that go on dates, why would I fucking ask ChatGPT that?
Whoever
when there's probably gay people in my chat that could just answer the question for me. I'm a lesbian. All right, well, what do lesbians do?
The date should pay.
I'm not trying to sound like a dumbass. I'm actually asking because I don't know. Like, I want to know. Like, who pays? You don't always split. There's no... And maybe it's just like you both offer to pay. Somebody just ends up paying. It's just situational.
So if I asked somebody out on a date, other than my husband being slightly alarmed that I've done that, but if I asked someone out on a date, I would pay. If they asked me out on a date, they would pay.
Oh my God, that's so... Wow, that solves everything. See, this is why we watch this guy. He fucking knows everything. The person that asks the other on the date should be the one to pay. I think that makes sense in general. And it's usually the guy that asks the girl out on the date. Whoever's the one that's like, hey, you want to go on a date? Yeah, no, that's valid. Because that is lame as hell if you ask somebody out on a date and then expect them to pay. That's weird. That's really weird. You go, hey, I just said that. Yeah, well, Zod, I kind of like filter out your chats mentally.
Can you split the bill? Maybe if the date had gone badly and you think there's absolutely not a hope in hell of us ever meeting again.
Date went badly, you go to the bathroom and just jump out the window and leave.
However, some people say they'd much rather split the bill even if it's the most phenomenal date and then everyone just pays, you know, half. It's fine. As long as you talk to one another and everyone's happy with whatever arrangement, it doesn't really bother me.
What else has changed in dating?
The Georgians had a lovely idea, which I do think we could bring back, called the bundling board, which is where you were allowed to, once a couple had become engaged, they were allowed to spend the night together, but not to, you know, see if, you know, they were compatible in that way, but just to sort of see, did they snore, for example. And so a wooden board was put down the middle of the bed, and it was always in the bride-to-be's house, family house. The family would wait up to hear if there are any untoward noise.
Wait, what? So it, like, when they were engaged, they would sleep together to see if they hated, not sleep like fuck, they would sleep like sleep to see if they couldn't, like, lay in bed together?
Noises going on upstairs, and you would just sort of spend the night together just to see, you know, did they pass wind? Were they pleasant to share a bed with? And I think we all need to bring that back. Worst thing to eat while following proper etiquette.
Bro, I'm ripping ass 5 times a night. Yeah, just say fart. Yeah, passing wind. Rip ass. Are they farting? Yeah. What does Brooke say? Dude, there's sometimes where I'll eat, like, if I eat a lot of, like, broccoli or asparagus, my farts will smell so bad, and it's so funny. She'll get, like, really upset sometimes, but it's so funny. I'll rip ass, and it'll be, like, a silent one. And, 10 seconds go by, and I'm sitting there, and I'm just, like, trying to, keep my composure, and then randomly she'll go, oh, and then fucking get up. Oh, and then stand up. Silent but deadly? Yeah, no, the loud ones are usually normal.
Well, burgers are pretty well following proper etiquette.
Worst thing to eat while following proper etiquette: chicken wings. No, ribs. Ribs. What's the worst food to eat? Crabs. No, it's not ribs, not chicken wings, crabs. Going to fucking getting a bib and fucking trying to fucking, peel out the meat and dunk it in butter. Your hands are covered in shit. It's not hard. I'm not saying it's hard. I'm saying it's disgusting.
Well, burgers are pretty sort of messy. I mean, sort of restaurant burgers where they are so big, you are going to have to deconstruct the burger. I know I get into a lot of controversy online for doing that. I think possibly my Esther.
Well, I'm not deconstructing a burger. If I ever see some shit where if they tell me the weight of the burger on the menu, don't order it. Don't order it. That's the Joe Bart rule of thumb. If they tell you the weight of the patty, they're about to wheel that bitch out. The bottom bun's going to be sopping wet, and it's going to be that thick of a fucking burger. Like they just took a packet of ground beef and went, and then plopped it. The fucking guy on coke in the back that's cooking that shit up mushed it, fucking just wedged it on there. You're at some diner. Fuck that.
America has been terminated, but it is better just to sort of...
That's the best. You like that? Chat, thin or thick burgers? Thin, smash burger, or not even a smash burger. Just like, I think like this thin or thinner. If the burger's that thick, like half pound, yuck. You can't make that taste good.
Construct it and cut and eat it with a knife.
Just stack multiple thin burgers. Just get 3 thin burgers.
And fork. Yes, they're delicious if that's your thing and you want to eat a burger, whether it's beef, chicken, or a veggie burger. However, it is a burger at the end of the day. And if you're trying to present a certain type of image to either the person you're on a date with, a colleague, a future employer, an ambassador, whoever it is, don't order the burger. If you saw the late Queen eat a burger, all of a sudden she is not the late Queen because the Queen does not eat burgers. I'm sure the Queen did eat a burger in private, but in public you have your public and private image, and actually sometimes you need to not necessarily order the thing that you want to. Go back the next day and have the burger when you're not around other people if you desperately want it.
What do you think the Queen's McDonald's order would have been? A secret McDonald's order?
Oh, she was anyone's for a fillet of fish. She was. She did.
Filet-O-Fish.
Is it okay to ask for seconds? No. If it is offered, if you come to my house and there is leftover...
Who the fuck asks for seconds?
Lasagna or something, I would say, would anyone like any more? That is fine. But if you can see some lasagna on the side...
Me? I don't think I've ever asked for seconds. I don't think it's rude. Usually you're just offered. Any situation where you want seconds, it's probably like a buffet style, no? Like if you're at a family dinner, they probably have more food than you need, at least in the US. From how I understand US family dinners, there's always more food made than needed. And so you could just grab what you want. You make your own plate. Versus like dinner actually... Do you guys have dinners where you're actually served? Like where they pre-make the plate for you?
And it hasn't been
No.
offered. Unfortunately, as a guest, you can't say anything. And maybe that's because the host is thinking, good, well, that'll do my lunch tomorrow. So I don't need to offer. Or maybe there's only one portion and there are 6 guests. And actually...
Thanksgiving? That's the one holiday where you're definitely just making your own shit. What? Thanksgiving? Your family makes pre-made plates? I would hate that. I would fucking hate that. There's too many things. I don't want somebody to choose for me. You know, I want to grab 3 rolls, lot of bread. Getting a lot of bread because I'm not a big fan of the Thanksgiving meal. 2 pieces of turkey, some sweet potatoes, some mac, you know, other shit. And then you have like that one family member that's just munching down like broccoli. Not broccoli, something vegetable wise. Just munching it and be like, "Oh, could I have more of that?" Yeah, by all means, buddy. You could have a whole fucking plate. Yeah, somebody want peas. Like mashed peas.
Someone's going to, well, quite a lot, 5 people could potentially get left out. So no, if it's not offered, don't ask for it. Do you break the rules when you're alone?
Don't care.
Leave a word.
You're trying to, boring as I point now. Where a little bit of was a fun. Swear. Is it ever okay to fucking swear? No, it fucking isn't. Let's be honest.
I'm cursing in casual conversation at a dinner, at any dinner. The only time I will refrain from cursing is like in class, like when I was in college or high school, like I wouldn't curse. Not around my grandparents. I'm cursing around the grandparents. Don't care. I curse in college. It depends on the professor. You know, most professors don't care, but you would curse in casual conversation in college. You're not like asking the teacher a question and be like, "What do you think about this fucking thing?" No, you just have a regular ass conversation curse. But like that's different.
Yes.
I don't around my family. I mean, I don't know. Maybe certain family members I wouldn't curse around, but I don't know, man. I'm like 23 now. I'm like, if I'm really in a situation where I'm not allowed to curse, bro, that's like lame as hell.
People swear.
That's lame as hell.
I think if you swear all the time, again, it loses its currency.
Your mom? Yeah. What am I, 5? Yo, what? You don't curse around your mom? Yo, I am even around kids. No, if I'm like in a public setting, I'm not going to be like sailor mouth, you know, just ripping curse words. But in like a casual conversation, I'd still be like, yeah, that's fucking stupid.
If you're a Gordon Ramsay and you're swearing like,
around my mom, though, yeah, I'm cursing.
It's almost big.
Dude, I remember the first time, I keep pausing. I remember the first time I cursed out loud. I stubbed my toe outside and I bent down and I went, shit. And I looked around. It was in 3rd grade. I started casually cursing in like 4th grade, which might be early, but I was just I remember I thought it was cool too. I was in 3rd grade. I was like, every once in a while, I'd be like, fuck. Be like, that's badass.
Expected. And I think we tune it out. We don't hear it, which is unfortunate. If I swear in front of friends, they probably know that I'm probably quite irked because I don't necessarily swear an awful lot. Or if I'm
drunk.
I do swear, I'm sort of swearing for comedy effect. If you're swearing, and I'm thinking certain words, normally beginning with C, that people use a lot, and they sort of think it's funny. It's like, it's not that funny that often, to be perfectly honest. So use it sparingly. Is it more polite to be early or late? Well,
is it more polite to be early or late? Early. But I think being too early is weird. It's the vibe. Here, okay. An event early. You know, you got to be at a place of business, work, whatever, early. Your friend invites you over to their house. You know, come at 8. Don't show up at 7:50. That's weird. That's weird. I say that. If I tell you, hey, be here at 8, show up at 8:15. Don't show up at 8. That's weird. No, seriously, because if it's like somewhere where if you're like, hey, we're going to be going somewhere, show up a little early on time, late's rude. But if it's like you're getting invited to like a dinner at someone's house, show up on time, if not 10 minutes late. Yeah, fashionably late. Not too late, but don't show up early.
Depends on context.
I'm always early. Bro, it's so awkward. You know it is too. Have you ever been the first person to show up at a friend's house at a gathering? It sucks. It sucks. You never want to be the first guy. If you're the first, I just sit in my car, that's the move. You sit in your car while somebody else shows up and then there's more than 2 people. I think it's different. Maybe, okay, I'm just saying this is a guy thing. at least. If it's a guy hangout and there's like 8 guys, being the first guy to show up, it's like, you know, it's now we're like a duo. It's not really a hangout. You know, you want to be like 3 people more. So it's just you and him. Now you're just talking, you know. I'm sitting here acting like that's not what would regularly happen anyway.
Text. Socially, if I said to someone, come for dinner at 7:30, what I do not want is people to be early. I would much rather someone was half an hour late than 5 minutes. Not want is people to be early.
Wait.
I would to someone, come for dinner at 7:30. What I do not want is people to be early.
Yeah. Because you don't want to tell them. You tell them a time knowing they'll be like 15 minutes late, and that gives you that leeway to be like, oh, fuck, I forgot to do this. I got to get this done real quick.
I would much rather someone was half an hour late than 5 minutes early. I'm probably not ready at 7:25, but I will be ready from 7:30. For a business meeting, however, if it says it starts at 11, it means
maybe I am very proper.
Starts at 11, not you rock up at 11, go to the loo, log onto the Wi-Fi, get a tea and coffee, ready, and then sort of by that 10,
yeah, like a meeting, bro. Pull up 10 minutes early.
10 past 11, you're ready to start. So there you arrive a little bit early, ready to start at the time the meeting says. What do you do if you forget someone's name? I forget.
Never figured this one out. I'll never know. I'll never know. I just ask. No, there's a point where it's too late. You have the first day. It's like the first hour you meet somebody, you could re-ask their name. Sometimes I'm too distracted. And then it's like 8 hours hanging out with them. I don't remember their name at all. I don't remember their name. Maybe it was Mark. Maybe James. Maybe Jared or Michael. I can't really remember, you know? But it's like, fuck. Ask a friend. That's usually the play. The mutual friend that you met, you go, what's that guy's name? But there's certain times where you can't do that.
Hating people's names. I try to.
Like gyms. Like at the gym. There's people I interact with at the gym, and I don't know their name, but they know mine, and I've known them for like a year. I can't. Dude, it's well past me being able to ask for their name. Well past. Like that, how rude that would be. Hey, I know I've seen you like 50 times. I don't know your name.
Keep lists of names, particularly for a restaurant or places I go. But if you do forget, particularly at a party, something you'll...
Say, how do you spell their name? Oh, yeah. Linux. You go up to, hey, how do you spell your name? How do I spell Mark? Really? How do I spell Todd? That's a bad play. You're assuming that they have a complicated name, you know? If they're a guy, realistically, if they're like a random guy, they probably have like a very simple name. Ask for their Instagram. Then they go, oh, it's just my name. I've had this happen. Be like, oh, you type it in. You got to ask them to type it in.
Very good friend Bob comes over to say hello to you. You have to introduce Bob.
Ask for their Snap. Yeah, and then it's the Snap username they had when they were in 3rd grade, and it's Fluffy Banana 83. It's not even their fucking name.
And the person whose name you have forgotten, you can do one of several things. You can either go, I assume you two have met. And then hopefully they go, no, we haven't. Hello, I'm Bob. Hello, I'm Steve. And it's fine. Or you do the introduction. You go, Bob, I'd like you to meet. And you go, I'm so sorry. Please remind me of your name. Steve. No, Steve, I know your first name. I meant your last name. Jones. Steve Jones, may I introduce Bob Smith? And you do it that way round. It's a complete bluff. Steve might clock to what you're doing. But again, he doesn't have to flag that he knows what was happening there. What are the best biscuits for dipping?
Oh, who gives a fuck?
How has social media impacted etiquette?
What are the best biscuits for dipping? That's a dumb question.
Big time. Etiquette has to reflect and adapt to the society that is around us. Otherwise, etiquette would not exist. And it's a shapeshifter. It constantly changes. And social media is such a big part of our lives. And etiquette is about interacting with other people. And how a lot of us interact with other people now is via using social media. I guess the thing that's springing to mind is the comment section, of which on this very video there is a comment section. And I'm saying this with love. Just because you can comment doesn't mean to say you should. They're not going to want me to say that because we want engagement. But if you've got something worthwhile to say, say it. But
oh, wow. Meanwhile, there's some of my chatters.
Don't say anything. If you
Hi. Hello. Penis. Penis. Just typing random words. We're in sub only right now, too. Let's unleash the goblins right now. See what they type. I'm free! And they just start fucking losing their minds. It's 6-7. It's 6-7.
You don't have anything worthwhile to say. Don't feel you need to. We don't have to have an opinion on everything. Be very boring. Should you wear shoes inside? So in some cultures, absolutely not. In Japan, for example, they're very big on removing shoes.
I think if you wear shoes inside, that's up to the house owner, or the homeowner, the apartment owner, whatever it is. You know, it's their rule. If I see shoes at the door, I'm usually taking my shoes off. I don't like to. I've said this before. I'll say it again. We're going back in suddenly. I said it before. I'm saying it again. I think that taking your shoes off inside is fucking pointless, right? I would rather keep them on. I'm not going to be, rude and refuse to take my shoes off, though. Like, if somebody is like, hey, shoes off, I'm not going to be like, oh, can't do, that's a no-go for me. I'll probably take them off if I even think that it's a shoes off place.
You go into someone's house. What
if they're dirty? Yo, what am I, walking in fucking poop? What do you mean dirty? What are your fucking shoes covered in, man?
I don't love taking
mud. Like, yeah, there's dirt on the bottom of your shoes, like little specks, man.
Off shoes when I go to someone's house, unless, of course, I've walked through a field. They're caked in mud. They are very dirty. If hosts are that worried about their carpets, their floors getting dirty, just don't invite people round. Go out to a restaurant or something. However, their house, their rule.
That's crazy he's having this take.
So if a host does want you to take off the shoes, it would be very churlish to sort of refuse to do that. If you are one of the sort of the shoes off brigade and you want your friends and family to take off their shoes, make sure there is something, for them to sit on to remove their shoes. It might be fine for a 20-year-old to sort of whip off their shoe whilst looking like a flamingo standing on one leg. But actually...
Oh, yeah, no. I feel like age is going to play a factor, too. It's a bit fucked up to be like, to an 85-year-old, like, grandma, it's a shoes off household. They're wearing, like... They're using a cane to move. Yeah, sorry, you're gonna need to take those off. Like, that's fucked. Yeah, no, if you're old, it's like, but that's also just like, I think old people could kind of do whatever the fuck they want.
An older generation might want a small perf or something to sit on, so make sure you've got one of those handy. Are Irish exits okay?
No. Love an Irish goodbye. Love an Irish goodbye. I hate when people do it to me, but dude, just leaving. just fucking leave. What? An Irish goodbye is when you just leave. Don't tell anybody you're leaving. Just walk out. Honestly, you also usually leave when nobody notices you're leaving. Be like, oh, I'm going to the bathroom real quick. Take a piss. Nobody's around near the front door. Just walk out. just fucking. Maybe you tell the host. If you're at like a party, like that's usually what it'll be. Like, if I have people over, so you ghost them? Well, no. Like, you would tell dude, it's like, say you're at a party, there's like 20 people around. I don't want to say bye to everybody. And then it's really weird, and you're like, all right, I'm leaving. And then everybody goes and looks at you. Just fucking, you walk up to the person and be like, I'm leaving. Anybody in the area you say bye to, and then you just fuck off.
Not really. I mean, the only time, I think I did one once where it was at a wedding and the couple was so paralytic. I thought even if I do say goodbye to them, there's not a hope in hell they're going to remember it. So I did just go, and my taxi had arrived and had sort of been waiting.
They were that fucked up at their own wedding?
Sufficiently long enough that I was going to start getting charged. But no, generally you do at least need to say goodbye to one, if not both of the hosts, whatever you are at. Isn't life a bit short to be worrying about these things?
Unless you're at a bar. But that's a little sketchy. If you're at a bar and you just leave... Like, normally my friends would tell me they're leaving if they're at a bar. Because if somebody just left, I'd be like, are they, like, drunk driving home? I'd be like, because usually you kind of Uber, like, with other people. Yeah, at a bar, it's like, you're kind of in a group.
You're missing the point.
What if they get kidnapped? Yeah. Well, I also think men Irish goodbye more than women. Because it's like, that'd be like unsafe. Like, if a woman just disappeared out of a group, I think other women or men in that group would be worried. they'd be like, where did this person go?
I don't think life is too short to worry about other
people that Irish goodbye. It's usually like guys. Like my friend Jay will just leave. I'll just walk out.
people's feelings. I think life isn't long enough. Do Jen's
or he'll walk, dude. If I'm the host, he'll be like, I'm Irish goodbying. So it's like it's not really an Irish goodbye, but he's only telling me that he's leaving. That's where you tell the host. You tell the host you're like, I'm leaving, and then you just walk out.
Z have no etiquette?
Do Gen Z have no etiquette? Chat, would you guys say you have etiquette?
I actually think Gen Z are probably more aware of how their actions impact others than generations above them. Certainly from my own experience, when I have had millennials come up to say hi to me in the street, and I am a millennial.
He went millennials.
They're quite entitled. They sort of feel as if you have to stop and talk to them, and it's sort of their right that you do that. Whereas all the Gen Z people are so cautious. They're conscious if I'm chatting to somebody already in the street, they will wait until I finish my conversation. They will come over and say, oh, I'm so sorry, would you mind if we just awfully sort of said hi or got a photo? So, no, it's not all doom and gloom with Gen Z. Have you ever had...
Nah, I think that's person to person, bro. That's not generation shit. You know how many times I've ran into people that I haven't seen in a while at like a gas station, and they're like, oh, let me take this time to have a 20-minute conversation. And I'm like, bro, I gotta go. You know? If I see somebody I know, I'm just like, yo, what's up, bro? How you been? Good? Oh, awesome, bro. All right, I'll catch you. Like, fuck.
A pajama day. Yes, when I was ill in hospital. But other than that, I wear clothes.
Pajama day. Okay.
Thought you might dress up for the occasion, but there we go.
Oh! Start the car. Is lying okay to be polite? Oh, great.
Ooh. Yeah, like little white lies. Yeah. I think that's fine. Like if it's something like, does this look weird? No. You're indifferent. You know, it doesn't look weird, but it's like, you know, you kind of get what they're saying, but you just don't want to fucking have them like freak out and be like insecure about their outfit or something. No, it looks fine. Let's go.
Big question. Yeah, if it protects someone's...
You're lying to Brooke? No.
...feelings, then yes, I think it's okay to... A little white lie is fine. A small lie, nothing sort of massive. You know, that's a lovely shacket, for example. You could say, just riffing. What a lovely part of the world we're in. It's so quiet. You know, that would be fine if you want to sort of lie to protect
Why would you just randomly do that?
Feelings.
Like you're just...
but
yeah, I feel like a white lie is like somebody asks you a question and you respond with a lie to make them feel better.
I wouldn't... If it's a malicious lie, then that's when it's not...
Yeah.
Then it's not good. What is your pet peeve when it comes to etiquette? It's niche. Probably doesn't annoy many other people. When... people say, you can't toast with water, it's unlucky. That was correct 500
Never heard that.
Years ago, where the water was full of cholera. We're very fortunate to live in a society, certainly in Britain and most of the Western world, where the water is absolutely fine and is not full of bacteria. If you are Muslim, Hindu, a recovering alcoholic, pregnant, on very strong antibiotics, underage, or just don't want to drink that particular evening out of personal preference... what are you going to do? You can't suddenly just have a sip of wine to be polite. You can toast with any cold drink. I wouldn't toast with tea or coffee.
Oh, toast. I thought he said taste.
But water, it's absolutely fine. And so, again, it's niche, but it's when people try to sort of say that particular rule, not realising the origin of it. And for me, and I spend a lot of time trying to research where we get these rules from.
Yeah, no, I think that's fucked up to be like, no, you have to drink, especially if they're pregnant or an alcoholic. What? Now, I think there is something different, though, if your friend's like, if I'm out at a bar and everybody's drinking and I'm like, let's all get shots, and my friend's like, nah, I'll be like, come on, you know? Don't be lame. But if he says no again, I'll just be like, all right. Like, I'm not going to force him to drink. But I'll be like, nah, bro, come on. You're good for one, you know?
How we have ended up, that particularly annoys me because there's no logic behind it. And the rule has got to make sense. If it doesn't make sense, you can get rid of it as a rule. Should you make your bed in an hotel?
No!
Well, depends on the type of hotel you're in. I would say... If you're paying for housekeeping or you've requested for housekeeping, then no, there's no need.
Why would you make your bed in a hotel?
You don't want to make your bed look like an absolute sort of bombs hit it before you go out for the day and put the please make up my room sign.
Oh my God, I don't think it cares, bro. If I'm at a going to a hotel is like shit scattered everywhere. I'm living out of the suitcase. I just have stuff and trash in a corner. Clothes are on the ground. It's like a pigsty, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck, right? Because I'm only there for like 2 days.
On the door, but you don't need to do it yourself because that's part of what you're paying for. You don't get a reduction in your room rate. So, no, you don't need to make your bed. Just tidy up nicely. How should you get the waiter's attention? None of this. All that.
I kind of just stare at them until they glance my way. Like this. And then they walk towards me. I wave at them. Oh, that's rude. Yoo-hoo! You fucking wave them over. Hello! Get them to walk over.
No, oi.
No, you just stare at them.
Don't need to shout. It's simply done with...
Ooh, I have done the check. If they're far and we want to leave, I go, if they look at me, so they don't need to walk over. You know, you do that. Little pen, bring it over.
Body language. So you sort of sit up and back, eye contact, hand at the level of your eye is absolutely fine. And if they're well trained, they should come over. The main differences between the USA and Britain in terms of manners. Well, it's not all doom and gloom in America with American manners. And I think there's a lot that Brits can learn from Americans about general sort of interpersonal skills in particular. I think in America, the default setting, if an American meets a new person, is that we like you until you annoy us. Whereas in Britain, our default setting is we're a little bit suspicious of you until we get to know you. And then we warm up. Whereas in America, it's so full on. And then potentially peters off when they get to know you and think you're a bit of a twit. But I think it's probably better.
Wow, I kind of like the British thing better. You know, a little more hostile, warm up to somebody, now you fuck with them, you support them, versus like, I mean, that's just like fake. I think he's describing somebody being fake. Like somebody fucking with you and then something happens and now they don't fuck with you. Versus like, you know, I don't know you yet. Oh, now I like you. Now I'm riding with you.
To just sort of start seeing the positive in people than be a little bit suspicious and wary, which we are in Britain. And maybe that's because we're a small island nation and they're not. I don't know. What is posh? It's a great question. I mean, for a start,
rich.
You wouldn't really seriously use the word posh if you were posh. We like the term upmarket, which is a bit nicer, or smart. They're a smart couple is better. Posh is a bit naff as a word.
Yo, this guy's speaking another language.
Unless you're using it ironically. But actually, certainly in Britain, what posh doesn't necessarily mean, is not linked to money. It is a state of mind, and actually in Britain, the truly smartest people aren't as fussed about material possessions.
Where does posh come from?
Some people think that Port out starve at home is the origin of posh, and that was supposedly because of...
What does posh mean? What does posh mean? Bro, posh definition. Elegant, stylishly luxurious. In a refined or upper class manner. Rich. Posh. Fancy rich.
Type of cabin that you might have on a crossing.
Elegant. I'm not using elegant. Fancy rich people. Posh.
That's been debunked.
You're 15 with a Louis Vuitton bag. You're posh.
Numerous times, so it's got nothing to do with that. We don't quite...
You're a rich kid.
...know where the origin of posh comes from, but we all know what it means. Is it fine to play music aloud in public? No. Again, watching videos on your phone without headphones, playing music just because you're...
Yo, guys at the gym that don't have earbuds and play music out of their iPhone. You encounter one of those. Dude, it's always somebody over 35. It's a guy every time playing fucking music out of his fucking iPhone, bro. Sitting on a bench next to him that he's not using. Yo, corded earbuds are like $1, big dog. Fucking get them. What? And then he's playing that over the gym music because gyms always have music. So it's the gym music, and the gym music's always some bullshit radio. You know, fucking some shit that would be on like Despicable Me. Because I'm happy long if you feel like happiness. Yeah, and then he's playing fucking, Drake. And you're listening to something else. So now you're hearing 3 things at once. It's horrible.
Phones can doesn't mean to say you should. I want to come up with some sort of GoFundMe type thing where we all can carry around sort of, you can't get on public transport anywhere in the UK or indeed elsewhere. But we GoFundMe where everyone has at least 5 pairs of disposable, very cheap headphones that you can just sort of pass out to people and go, would you like these? And hopefully they get the message. That would be nice. Should you wear hats indoors? Oh, great question. No. I mean, so a gentleman's hat, such as a fedora, a Homburg, a baseball cap, they are all considered accessories. So
a fedora? Yo, if I see somebody wearing a fedora, I think if I see anybody wearing a fedora anywhere, I'm going, yo, what the fuck? What the hell is that fashion choice? My lady, a fedora inside. Dude, the one hat that's badass that I think people wear is like that British cap. What is that called? This. Not this color, but this hat is fucking sick. I love this. If you wear that inside, who cares, bro? Yeah, flat cap, like some Peaky Blinders shit. Yeah, that's a sick-ass hat.
Remove it when you come inside. The exception to that would be hotel lobbies or department stores or lifts, because you are transiting through them. But if you are walking into a restaurant, you're walking into a friend's house, for example, an office block, that type of hat comes off. If it is a sort of...
All right, but what if you're not wearing the hat? It's kind of just like resting on top of your head. Like if you're, like a 25-year-old Chad, and it just kind of sits on top of your head.
Traditional lady's hat. And
you don't actually push the flat brim down.
Looking like a hat you'd wear to a wedding or to Royal Ascot. That's often plumbed into the hair. It is considered part of the whole outfit, and so they may stay on. So it depends on what type of hat, but generally...
So wearing it? No. Dude, that annoys me more than anything. What would that even be called? Where somebody wears a hat on their head, but they don't push it down? It's different if, like, your hair is just big, or you have like, what is it called? Like not 4C, but like thicker hair. But like guys that have my hair that just rest the hat on top of their head. Dude, there has like this. Oh my God. I found an image. Hold up. Like just resting on the head. It's not like hunkered down because they don't want to fuck up their hair. Like, it's different if you have thick hair and it's like, okay, that would actually just, like, mush your hair down. But, like, dude, just having the hat rest on top of the head.
Most hats
backwards
are outdoor. They're there to protect you from the sun. There's not a lot of sun indoors. Which country has the best manners in the world?
The title of the video.
Well, I want to probably say Japan. I think they're very respectful in Japan. They're probably the only country that make the British look relaxed. I think that's probably my take on Japan.
Etiquette-wise?
And Singapore.
Or, like, manners?
Singapore, also very polite as well. It's probably not a Western country, is the answer to this question, which is quite, as a Westerner, is quite sad. What are the 3 most important things you think everyone should know or learn? You can never say please, thank you, and sorry enough. Please and thank you in particular. You need to have good eye contact when you speak with people. And you should always be more...
I struggle with that. I don't like that. I don't want somebody to have good eye contact. I want you to, like, glance at me. If we're having a conversation, I'm going to look at you kind of like this, and then I'm going to, say we're just, talking. This is probably kind of how I'm making conversation. I'm kind of, like, looking around the room. I glance at you. When you're talking, I'm looking right at you. That's how it works. If you're talking to me, I'm staring at you. If I'm and then the second I start talking, I'm probably going to glance, back and forth. And that's what everybody does, I feel.
More interested in other people than interested in yourself. What's the politest way to end a conversation you don't want to be in? If it's a group of people, it's very easy.
I have to go. Bye.
Just to sort of go, basically. I mean, I would sort of just say, I'll see you all later, and off you go. And the conversation can continue, or I'll be back in a minute. That's fine, even if you're not. But if you're talking with just one person, it's quite difficult. Ideally, I mean, we've all been that person at a party with no one to talk to. Nobody likes it. So try to introduce them to someone else before you exit the conversation. That's always better.
Bro, the worst is when you're trying to leave. That's why the Irish goodbye is the patent pending method, bro. You're trying to leave, and then they rope you into a conversation. And then you're talking, and I'm, like, actively walking away from them, and they kind of inch towards me, and we're still talking. And it's like, you know, let's wrap it up. And it's I'm not, like, obviously I don't want to cut the conversation just at a hard stop, but it's like, let's kind of fast track this to, like, a goodbye rather than, oh, we're just talking for the next 35 minutes.
Should you laugh if you didn't understand the joke? It is polite to give people the...
I laugh a lot when I don't hear the joke, because I'm somebody that'll be like, what'd you say? 5 times. The first time because I didn't hear you. The second time because I wasn't paying attention. The third time because I didn't hear you. The fourth time, I didn't really understand what you were saying. And the fifth time, I didn't hear you again. So I just go, huh, yeah. And I'll laugh. And that's a risky play sometimes because you kind of just do a emotional reaction off of their emotion. But, like, you could really fuck that up. You know, you don't, especially if it's, like, a really loud area, you don't know what they're saying. So if you're just like, oh, yeah. They're like, dude, I just told you my mom died. Oh.
Reaction they sort of want. If you understand why they think it is funny, I think it's okay to laugh. But you obviously don't want to laugh at something that you don't sort of understand in case you get asked a follow-up question, or in case it's offensive and you're actually laughing at something that's not really meant to be funny, but someone thinks it is. I always remember my late grandmother would cut out cartoons from the Times that she would find funny, and she would bring them when she would come for dinner and sort of show my parents.
Yeah, no, you give old people pity laughs, bro. Before my grandpa died, he would tell the worst jokes of all time, but I would just I would chuckle at him, you know? Because it was funny for his time. It was funny in the fucking 1940s, man. It's like, he would make a joke. It wasn't offensive, but it was something that's like, you know, it was like a joke about, he would say, you know, optimistic person says the glass is half full. Pessimistic person, it's half empty. The engineer says it's a design flaw. He would tell me that joke. That shit's not funny. That shit's not funny. That's like, and he would laugh. Like, and I would just go, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I got it. I would have to sit there and be like, yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Yeah, yeah. And then we'd move on. Because I'm not going to be an ass and not laugh, but you're laughing. Well, because, you know, and I loved him for telling those stupid jokes, but it's like, they weren't funny.
And my brother and me.
Explain it. Explain the joke. What? Like when you laugh? Oh my God, that's fuck to do. What, you laugh at a joke and then they hit you with you thought it was funny? Yeah. Explain it. Why is it funny? That's a method that Brooke will do to people that make like really like just sexist jokes. You just go, explain it. Explain, why is it funny? And then they have to go, oh, because women can't drive or something like that. And then it's like, all right, now it kind of defeats the joke because it's like now you're outwardly just saying like, oh, it's funny because of this. And it's just like the most surface level lame fucking like chud joke.
And James and I didn't really find them very funny, but we sort of go, oh, that's very funny. That's excellent. And my parents just go, well, I don't really get it. And Granny looked so upset. And I remember saying to
my granddad used to tell me Nazi stories all the time. He was actually weird, bro. What? Like he was telling you stories from the war? What do you mean?
My parents, just laugh. Just give her a little laugh. So I think sometimes it's okay to politely laugh in the interests of good manners.
There was a young lady of 18.
All right. Well, that was a fun video. Love this dude. Heard him on the radio lots of times over the year. Heard him on the radio. Who's tuning into the fucking radio anymore? Jesus. Is time travel possible? Neil deGrasse Tyson answers your questions. Honesty box. Boom! Sorry, YouTube audience, if this becomes a video, ignore all the Vagisil comments. That's not the topic.
Ingredients of life itself. You know, hydrogen is in our bodies. That was birthed in the Big Bang. And then we have carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, silicon, iron. Those elements did not come from the Big Bang. They came from stars. It's not just figuratively true, it's literally true that we are stardust.
Neil deGrasse Tyson makes me feel special whenever I watch one of his clips. And insignificant at the same time.
Hi, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist, and I'm here to answer questions from the Honesty Box. Here we go. First question. Could a comet or asteroid destroy Earth? A comet or asteroid will take out life on Earth, but Earth itself will be just fine.
Bro, I still feel like we could read, you know, like, what was that? Don't Look Up? The name of the movie with, like, fucking Leonardo DiCaprio, where they're like, an asteroid's gonna kill everybody, and they ignore it. And I know, like, by that point, it was too late, but I feel like if we knew, like, a year ahead that an asteroid was gonna collide with Earth, bro, motherfuckers are redirecting that, you know? Like, I think all the money in the world would just be immediately invested to not have that asteroid kill everybody on Earth. Like, all the countries, no, we couldn't. Bro, you think that all the world superpowers stop fucking arguing with each other and killing each other for, like, a year. And we go, we're going to invest trillions of dollars into, you know, blowing that asteroid up or redirecting its path, bro. They're getting it done. They're getting it done.
So when people say, especially people in the green movement, we need to save Earth, save planet Earth, you have no idea how resilient planet Earth is. It got slammed by a Mars-sized protoplanet, made the moon, and Earth is still here. What you really mean is, can it destroy life on Earth? It's done it before, it'll do it again. Unless we figure out a way to deflect the asteroid.
Or I fucking eat that shit. Like when you're catching an egg in an egg toss. Set her down easy. It just crushes me. I'm like, I'm ready. And I'm dead. It just crushes. You wouldn't even see it coming. It'd be moving that fast.
Stock of the galaxy. To be the only species that went extinct from an asteroid, yet we also had a space program. That's just embarrassing. Like, no. Do aliens exist? Don't know. We're looking for them. What I'm pretty sure is that they have yet to visit Earth. Because if they did, it would be odd that they only visit U.S. government facilities. Okay, so maybe they do exist and they have visited, but they are inherently fuzzy. And they target restricted naval airspace, but only of the U.S. government.
Or they're wearing our skin and Mark Zuckerberg is actually an alien that's pretending to be human to get information on us before he returns to his home planet. No. I don't know if I believe aliens have visited. I believe aliens exist. I think it's illogical to believe that they don't. Intelligent alien life is different, different story, but alien life definitely exists, right? The ingredients for life to exist are not rare. But do I believe that aliens exist on Earth now or have? I don't know. I mean, dude, I watched that podcast with David Grush, the whistleblower that worked with like high military officials, and he ended up almost getting arrested and like all this other shit because he was talking about like the U.S. alien program and shit and how they did recover like alien aircraft and like UFOs and stuff. But I don't know. It's just like people watch that and then just like they're like, okay, and they move on with their everyday life. And I'm sitting here like, yo, that motherfucker's saying aliens definitively exist. Like, what? And we just like move on. It's a little bullshit. I don't know, dude. I mean, we had this conversation before when we watched the Canadian alien video, which was definitely fake. But if an alien say an alien UFO crashes in your backyard, like Neil deGrasse Tyson's point is like, why are they always landing at aliens landing at U.S. air bases and stuff? I'm not saying they are, but I'm saying that motherfucker might crash. You report it, government fucking wipes that shit clean, you know? But I feel like in modern times, everybody's whipping out their iPhone. I will agree with that. Like, you couldn't really hide an alien crash now. Like, that shit would be on Twitter instantly. Like, That shit, I don't know if you would be able to hide it eventually, but people would already have it like downloaded on their phone.
Prove the Earth is not flat. Prove it? Prove the Earth is not flat. Okay. Do you have tall buildings where you are? If you do, and a sight line to the horizon,
You're asking a guy with like a PhD, yo, the Earth is flat. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Some like fucking like set up like plastic table on a New York street. Earth is flat. Prove me wrong.
People from the ground floor up to the top floor and have someone hanging out in the roof. And all you have to do is at a sunset, when you have a clear view to the western horizon, have each person looking out the window. When they see the sun set below the horizon, have them raise their hand or shout out. And you will see one by one, in sequence, each person raise their hand until the person does so from the roof. That tells you that the sun...
Yeah, that would disprove the idea that we're on a disc and the sun is just rotating around the disc rather than it being a ball and like we're rotating. Well, we're orbiting around the sun, but also rotating.
The sun is disappearing behind a curve.
But the ice wall. But they don't let us go to Antarctica. Why did they only let Mr. Beast fly to Antarctica? Why don't they let people go there?
Curved surface. And if Earth were flat, when the sun set below that edge, everyone would raise their hands simultaneously. Or you could look at...
Dude, I feel like, I mean, I don't know if the flat earthers have a counterpoint to this, but I feel like hemisphere-based seasons disprove a flat earth theory. Unless they're saying the disc that we live on, like, tilts in some way. It's like, right now it's summer in Australia, but it's January because Earth is a fucking sphere and it tilts. And that changes the seasons and how warm it is. Like, there's so many things that point to the Earth not being flat.
Photos from NASA. What's something about the universe that makes you emotional? All of it. But especially the fact that the ingredients of life itself, hydrogen is in our bodies. That was birthed in the Big Bang.
I love hearing that at every breath not every breath, but while you're breathing the same air molecules that like Leonardo da Vinci and Abraham Lincoln and like early ancient Egyptian kings and people like breathed in, Like, not only are you stardust, but you're also, like, drinking the same water molecules and breathing the same air molecules that everybody else is also, or had also breathed.
And then we have carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, silicon, iron. Those elements did not come from the Big Bang. They came from stars, forged in their core from thermonuclear fusion. And those stars happen to be the stars that also explode, scattering that enrichment across the galaxy, allowing subsequent generations of stars to have planets, some of which have the right ingredients for life. What is biology but highly complex chemistry? And there's no understanding of chemistry without physics. So all of this comes together. And so these ingredients that comprise us were birthed in stars. It's not just figuratively true, it's literally true that we are stardust. We are alive in the universe, and the universe is alive within us.
Pause. Why did I just rage bait myself? Why did I just rage bait myself? Like, nobody even typed that, but I was just like fucking guessing that somebody would say that.
20th century astrophysics to modern civilization that borders on the spiritual. That makes me emotional. How many?
Yo, one of the best books that I read was Astrophysics for People in a Hurry, which he wrote. It's just a fun book, you know? It just teaches you random shit about the universe.
Molecules are there in a glass of water? Ooh, there's bajillions in a glass of water. All I will tell you is that there are more molecules in a glass of water than there are glasses of water in all the world's oceans. Think about that. When you drink that glass of water and those molecules come out of your body in any one of a half dozen ways, those water molecules go back into the environment. There's a
half dozen ways. Sweat, piss, shit, snot, cum, poop, tears, blood. 8.
Enough water molecules.
Saliva, 9. Vomit, 10.
That came back out of your body.
You said poop twice. 9. Yeah, vomit, piss, snot, shit, poop, semen, tears, poop. Again, blood, saliva.
Every other glass that anyone draws from the
Vagisil.
world's water supply. Given enough time,
it's just a stupid inside joke. It's like, that's not going to make sense to anybody but the people that were here.
It gets completely mixed. That means every glass of water you drink, there are molecules that pass through the kidneys of King Henry VIII.
Oh, dude, that's
Winston
the shit
Churchill.
that I was just saying with air I was saying air molecules, though.
Pick your favorite historical character. So you want to talk about the oneness of all life on Earth? The water molecules through your system captures that fact. Why was Pluto demoted?
Because it's a small fuck. It's not big enough to be a goddamn planet. It's not big enough to be a fucking planet. It ain't on the goddamn size as all the other motherfuckers. Isn't Pluto the size of our moon? It's too small. Small-ass planet. It's way too small. I'm pretty sure in the Kuiper Belt or wherever, how far out fucking Pluto is, there's planets that are as big as Pluto. So it's like, if Pluto's a planet, then they also have to be a planet. So it's just easier to make Pluto not a planet than that. How big is Pluto compared to the moon? Pluto is significantly smaller than Earth's moon. Like, yo, it don't count, you know? And I used to be a Pluto fan. Like, I remember I was upset when they were like, Pluto's not a planet. I was like, the fuck you mean Pluto's not a planet? I learned Pluto's a planet. It's too small. It's too small. It ain't making the cut.
It had it coming. I mean, come on. Most people who are Pluto lovers don't know.
It had it coming. That motherfucker was going to get slimed out one way or another.
The following facts. Ready? Okay. A, more than half of Pluto's volume is ice. If Pluto were where Earth is right now, it would grow a tail because heat from the sun would evaporate that ice. It would have a tail. That's no kind of behavior for a planet. Not only that, Pluto's orbit crosses the orbit of another planet. No other planet does that. You know what does do that? Comets. You know, comets are made of ice. Pluto is not.
All right, now we're being a little too harsh here, Neil. Okay? Now we're being a little too harsh here, Neil. I'm down to give it dwarf planet moon status. I don't know about a comet. Now we're just really downgrading this thing. Now you're telling me I learned about a useless thing when I was in 3rd grade?
Necessarily the biggest thing in its orbit. There are other objects that rival Pluto in size. It does not own its orbital space. In fact, we concluded Pluto was one of the larger objects of a new swath of real estate discovered in the universe.
Yo, you know what pisses me off, bro? Gas planets. Like, no, actually, like, I don't know why it upsets me, but the idea of, like, a planet like Jupiter being largely, like, non-physical, or not non-physical, solid matter and, like, liquid metal and gas. Bro. Like, and it's so... I also wish, bro, I always look this up. What if Jupiter was our moon? I would love that. if this was like what your day-to-day looked like, if Jupiter were our moon, dude, how cool is that? Imagine that's on the fucking horizon. It would block a lot of stars, but that would be sick, dude. Or even like Saturn.
Called the Kuiper Belt of icy bodies, the Kuiper Belt of comets. So yeah, Pluto's happier there because it's like the king of the comets.
So now we're assuming how Pluto's taking this. Okay.
Instead of the puniest planet. Is intelligent life an evolutionary fluke or an inevitability?
First good question.
Ooh, well, a couple of things. How inevitable could intelligence be if we're the only intelligent life on Earth, and Earth has been around for 4.8 billion years? If it were inevitable, you'd think it would show up more frequently in the tree of life, but it hasn't. So it's not clear.
Well, because intelligence isn't something that is definitively needed to arise. Like, it is it's what happened with us because evolutionarily our intelligence enabled us to survive, right? But evolution is going to aid whatever environment that animal is in and needs to survive. And intelligence happened to be what we needed and wanted and was what was most successful for us to survive, right? In other animals, in other climates, it's big teeth and, fatty bodies and smaller brains but bigger claws and other shit. Or like even like jellyfish, like the capability to revert to an earlier life cycle. Like, it's whatever is needed in that environment, no?
If aliens came to visit looking for intelligent life and they arrived 500,000 years ago.
They died themselves? Yeah, I'm not saying every different species of human, like Homo habilis, or not Homo habilis, that was before Homo sapien, but like Neanderthals. I'm not saying like every Neanderthal died at the hand of humans. They died themselves as well. But like Homo sapiens did kill other types of humans.
That's tiny compared with the history of the Earth.
My friend's 6% Neanderthal. He should join the NFL.
We're not here yet. And they wouldn't find any intelligent life.
Unless he got the bad parts in the Neanderthal DNA.
So it's not clear how inevitable it is. What you don't want, what could likely happen, especially lately, is aliens come to Earth and they go home and report back there's no sign of intelligent life on Earth. When will the universe end? Not in fire, but in ice. And not with a bang, but with a whimper. We are on a one-way expansion trip, never to cease. Never.
Yo, I remember the first time I ever saw that shit was when I was watching Futurama and they teleported too far into the future and they saw the death of the universe and it was just nothing. And it was so sad. Like, the universe, everything's going to get further and further apart and the energy's going to get dissipated to the point where it's just blank space.
We're too slow.
Because all the stars are going to dwindle out, all the energy's going to dissipate.
If dark energy has its way with us, in 10 to the 22 years, the expansion of the universe would have accelerated so rapidly that it would have ripped the very fabric of space and time itself. We call that the Big Rip. I don't even want to know what that looks like.
I hope all my particles somehow collide again and I just regain consciousness, 8 billion trillion years from now, and I just see the death of the universe, and then I die again.
What happens when we die? I can answer, if you're religious, you go to heaven and you hang out with all your relatives. I can answer this as a physicist. We are warm-blooded creatures, which means my skin temperature is nearly 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and the room I'm in is not. The room I'm in is 70 degrees Fahrenheit, okay? So in Celsius, body temperature is like 37, but room temperature for you is like 20, 23 degrees. So you are maintaining a temperature difference every waking moment of your life. If you died, your body would cool to air temperature. That's why if you've ever touched a corpse in a casket, The first thing you know.
That shit is cold. Cold. Oh my God, bro. And I don't judge people that be like hugging dead bodies and shit, but like, I mean, like when my grandpa died, bro, like I grabbed his hand for like a second. But like, bro, some people be like hugging it. I'm like, ooh. It's just not for me.
Oh, it feels cold. No, it's actually air temperature. It feels cold compared to when you normally touch a human body.
Yeah, because you're used to feeling human skin and it's just being warm.
All right. Why does the body temperature drop? Because you're no longer metabolizing energy. The only reason why we consume food, other than the nourishment, is to have energy to maintain this body temperature difference. Okay. Also, we have neurosynaptic activities in our brain. We have thoughts. We have a consciousness. Let's say you die by a series of mini strokes. You know the person to whom this is happening. And bit by bit, their personality goes away. They lose their ability to recognize you. They don't know how to speak. They don't know where they are. Their consciousness fades, and you're witness to this. If you do a scan of their brain, you'll see parts of the brain shutting off because they're not activated by oxygen. That's what strokes do, of course. Then the person dies, and the metabolism stops. You put them in the earth, the molecules still contain energy. And those molecules are dined upon by microorganisms in the earth. And you are given back to the ecosystem. You're given back.
Yeah, I remember one of the weirdest things is when I saw my grandpa get buried. They had like this lining for the casket, and it was supposed to prevent like worms and other things breaking in. And I'm like, why does it matter? Like, you're gonna rot down there. Like, I'm never gonna judge somebody's wishes, but I was like, in my head, I was like, I mean, is there really a need for that? Because I see your point. You're dead. You know, at some point they're gonna eat your body. Is it now or 10 years from now? Like, you know, at some point they're gonna get in and you're gonna rot. Out of respect, yeah, I get that. But it's also like some people get so sad with like caskets, and it's like when I saw my grandpa die, I wasn't so. I mean, this isn't really answering what's after death or what happens when you die, because that's like really nobody knows until you're dead. And then when you are dead, if it's nothing, you won't know because you're dead and your consciousness is gone. But I mean, when you see other people die, people get so upset when they see the like open casket, and I'm just like, that's not them. You know, obviously it's the physical sense of who they were. But their consciousness and the person that they are and were is gone, you know? Like, that's what makes somebody, you know, is the conversations you have with them and the way they portray themselves in action and through conversation, not through what they look like. And people always determine change of an individual through physicality, but people can change day to day massively off of, you know, consciousness. Like, the way you think can change rapidly, but you could look the same. And it's like people always judge the physical sense so much to relate to that, but it's like who you are isn't what you look like at all. Like, that doesn't matter.
To the circle of life. I choose to be buried for that reason. I spent my whole life dining upon flora and fauna. It's about time I gave back to them.
Bro, like, I kind of want to get cremated just because I don't want to get buried in a casket. But if I have the option, bro, I've said this before, chuck my ass in the woods. Helicopter my ass out into the fucking, like, Canadian forest and just drop me. And then, like, animals will just eat me. And I'm fine with that. Like, yeah, throw me in the ocean. I don't know. Well, in the deep ocean, you might just sit there for a while. Got to make a Vagisil shrine at Joe's grave. Stop it!
In death. So, when we die, I'm not given reason to think that your state of mind in death is any different from your state of mind before you were born. Before you were born, you were saying, where am I? How come I'm not? No, it's a state of non-existence. After you die, state of non-existence.
Yeah, that's the take I have. I would just say, because people are like, well, what is that? I'm like, sleep with no dreams forever. Nothing. Not black. I feel like people always go, oh, so it's like black? Like you're in nothing. Like it's like empty space. No, it's nothing. You're not conscious. You're just dead.
So that's what science says about death. But death is so scary to so many people. We fear death because we're born knowing only life. Is teleportation...
That's really what it is. Wow.
We fear death because we're born knowing only life. Is teleportation possible? What you'd have to do, you have to be like demolecularized, turn into a beam of energy, and they beam the energy to another location.
And then wouldn't you be dead though? Like I always have that argument with teleportation is if they had to like dismantle your body to like its basic atoms and then reassemble you in another area, wouldn't the you that stepped into the teleportation system be dead and the teleported you would actually just be a clone of you?
Retaining all the information that is you, because you kind of lose that information when you convert matter into energy. But you have to somehow retain it and then reassemble your atoms. I'm waiting for the future where we invent wormholes. Then you just step through to the destination. No dematerializing, no reassembling your atoms and putting back the information of all your neurosynapses that makes you in your mind. You just step through the wormhole and you arrive. So teleportation, yeah, I don't think it'll ever happen for the information problem.
Well, the information problem, but it's also like if you're able to do wormholes, there's just no point. Like teleportation would just be like 9 steps to complete something that would take 1.
That it poses. Or just warp drives to get to where you're going. Okay? Just warp space. You know how warp drives work? I'm here and I want to get there, and that takes a long time. So you curve space, and then you jump through that short distance, and then you uncurve it. That's how you can get across the galaxy during the TV commercials. Is there life on Mars? We're looking. It wouldn't be on the surface.
Isn't there still technically liquid water under the surface of Mars where there could be still like bacteria and like other microorganisms?
The high ultraviolet flux from the sun, protected here on Earth by our ozone, no such protection on Mars. Ultraviolet is hazardous to biology. If there's life on Mars, maybe it's in the waters that are beneath the surface, in like an aquifer, something such as that. How does the Earth spin? Everything spins. Everything. Particles, planets, stars, galaxies, everything.
The sun spins? I didn't know that. I would have assumed that the sun's still, maybe orbiting like some other larger thing, but I didn't know the sun also rotates.
When the
sun's a planet. The sun's a star.
They form from larger gas clouds in the universe. If the gas cloud has any motion at all sideways, no matter how small, as it collapses, that motion grows. It's called the conservation of angular momentum. We all know this. We've all seen it. We've seen it with ice skaters, where they come to make a spin and their arms are outstretched.
Oh, and then they do that tight shit and they go, love that. They do like nine rotations in a row. It's like you're watching G-Force.
And as they bring in their arms, what happens? They spin faster and faster and faster. And they can take their arms and put it up above their head so that their arms get even closer to the axis of rotation and they spin really, really fast. If you want to reverse that, then you just extend your arms back again. So that ending posture, that ending panache at the end of the spin, they have to do that. Otherwise, they keep spinning. So when you see an ice skater do that, just keep that in mind. Everything spins. And when it spins, something has to stop it. And it'll spin forever, basically. Okay. Oh, when you spin a top, or anything on there's friction between it and the surface. So it eventually slows down. In space, there's no friction. So we good. Who is the GOAT of science? Greatest of all time?
Obviously, Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Isaac Newton. Duh.
Oh.
He's your boy, Isaac Newton, buried in Westminster Abbey. He discovered the laws of optics, the laws of gravity, single-handedly invented integral and differential calculus, practically.
Yeah, and his dumbass probably would have been bronze ranked in Valorant, and he also thought that he could turn other metals into gold, like a dumbass. So, who's the real genius?
On a dare. Because someone said, Ike, why do the planets orbit in ellipses rather than perfect circles? And I don't know. I'll get back to you. And then he figures out why. And his friend says, well, how did you figure this out? Well, I had to invent calculus to answer that. Well, he did all that by the time he turned 26.
Wait, what? He did that shit when he turned 20, by the time he turned 26? I thought he did that in his, like, 40s. Damn, I'm a bum.
And by all evidence, in case you're wondering whether you will ever achieve this yourself,
no,
by all evidence, he died a virgin. These things come with costs. Isaac Newton, no bow to doubt it. Is time travel possible? We are already time traveling into the future, 1 second at a time. The problem, though, is we are prisoners of our own present, forever transitioning between our inaccessible path.
Yeah, isn't light, anything with matter is bound by time, but light's not bound by time. That's why the faster you go, the slower time is. Relative. It's still the same to you and how you experience it, but everything around you experiences time at a quicker rate.
And our unknowable future. So you will always age at 1 second per second. The question is, what is the rate that you are aging compared to places around you?
Yeah, that always freaks me the fuck out. Like, the faster I go, it doesn't matter because I'm still going to experience a second as a second. And, like, what that even means time-wise doesn't even make sense because that's a human-derived number because a second is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction, which is how fast we rotate around the sun. Like, we're just dividing things into, like, moments that we're counting. So there is no actual physical amount of time that we're experiencing. It's just however much time feels like. But the faster you go, you still experience time the same within your unconscious brain, but everything around you would experience it at a more rapid rate. So if I start going like 20, 30, 40% of the speed of light, everybody around me, if I saw them through a looking glass, would be aging and dying quicker than me. What? Just watch the movie Interstellar, bro. Come on. Oh, my God.
Because not everyone experiences the same timeline. Not everyone experiences the same rate of progress of time. If you're in a strong gravitational field, time ticks more slowly for you. If you travel fast, time ticks more slowly for you relative to others looking on. So that's all we've got. However, if you can make a wormhole, there's a way to time travel through the wormhole. But we don't have wormholes yet. Stephen Hawking suggested if you go back in time to your own timeline, you might accidentally disrupt your timeline, prevent your parents from meeting, and then you're never born, so that you don't exist to go back and disrupt your own timeline.
Yeah, but I always thought that that timeline would be skewed. It would create another alternate reality that you didn't exist in. Like, if time travel were real and I went back in time and I killed my own, dad, I wouldn't exist. So if I didn't exist, then I wouldn't exist to kill my own dad, so I would exist. So I feel like the better explanation is that if you go back in time, you're going back to an alternate reality that you're skewing for another universe, not your own.
So that's a paradox. So Stephen Hawking said we can't have these paradoxes. So maybe one day we will discover something he called a time travel conjecture, which prevents us from traveling in time, just to avoid that very outcome. So, favorite subject of science fiction writers, by the way. And best among them? Best. Now, Doctor Who, they do okay. There's some fun time travel things going on there. But I would say in terms of movies, definitely Back to the Future. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Are UFOs real? If you see something in the sky and you don't know what it is, it's real. It's a real UFO because the U stands for unidentified. UFO. I see a flying object. I don't know what it is. It's real.
Motherfuckers with Starlink on Facebook.
So that question, are they real?
There's a bunch of aliens.
Almost doesn't make sense. Of course it's real. You don't know what you're looking at. It's a UFO. Okay? You want to know if UFOs are aliens? That's different. And I see no convincing evidence that we have ever been visited. And why there's so many sightings? Because most people don't know what goes on above their heads. If you go to the community of amateur astronomers who are out back with their telescope every night, ask them how many UFOs they've seen. Chances are the UFO you saw to them is an IFO, identified flying object. I'm waiting for the high-resolution image of aliens walking off a flying saucer. Then we can talk. Until then, showing me fuzzy images of lights in the sky during twilight or any other time of day. I need better evidence than that. I'm sorry. Keep looking.
You believe in aliens, Joe? Yeah, I believe in aliens.
Okay.
Whether we've interacted with them, I don't know.
What's more important, exploring space or fixing Earth?
Fixing Earth. But I think there could be a mixture of the two. Like, exploring space could help Earth.
Let's go back to the caves. 20,000
Neil's getting serious, leaning in here.
years ago. We're all in the cave. And the lads in the cave peer through the front door, and they look out and they see mountains and valleys and hills and trees with fruit on it and the sky. And they want to go explore outside the cave. But they don't have permission. So they go back into the cave and talk to the cave elders. Back then, the cave elders would be 30 years old. Half of everyone in that day was dead before they turned 30. So let's go to the cave elders, and they say, we want to go explore outside. And the cave elder, they meet other cave elders, and they come back and conclude, no, you cannot leave the cave because we have cave problems you need to solve first. Only then can you go outside the cave door. That's what you sound like. Point is, you do both. You don't just do one or the other. You fix Earth and explore. There could be solutions out there that can help solve problems.
That's what I said.
Here on Earth. Unless you somehow think Earth is so big and amazing that all our solutions are contained here. But if you study the universe, this is Earth and this is the universe, and you're saying, don't study that, only study this. Then we'll solve all problems. Get real. Does anything scare you? Yes. I fear that our species, as it currently manifests in this world, I fear that we lack the wisdom to become the shepherds of our powers over nature that we need to be to ensure that the world is still here for our descendants. That scares me.
So we'll go extinct. Dude, I get more and more worried learning about, like, world politics right now and how countries are, like, kind of dividing into their own, like, weirder divisions where, like, China kind of has its area, Russia and U.S., and they kind of try to, like, take a hold of their own areas, and it's, like, so reminiscent of, like, the follow-up to World War I. And I truly believe that, like, most world powers are going to do whatever they can to, like, avoid World War III. But if that ever happens, that's because countries go to war, and you could have one country go to war with another, or one country go to war with two countries. But the second you have the world superpowers fighting each other, they bring out the big weapons. And then that's end of the world. Like, that's, like, maybe not end of humanity, but, like, resetting us back to square one level type, like Fallout level shit. Like, bad.
Do you think most humans are unable to grasp the fundamentals of the cosmos? I'm going to ask a different question. Is the human mind smart enough to fully understand the cosmos at all? Maybe those who understand it best.
Because you're only able to understand everything through the perceptions that are given to you through evolution of humanity on Earth. And also how you age and understand things on Earth. So things that are, 5,000, 5 million light years away aren't going to make any fucking sense comparable to shit that you experience here.
Understand a tiny little bit of this larger truth, and the human brain is just too stupid to ever figure it out. I lose sleep over that, wondering if we will ever figure it all out.
Wow.
Or are we just sort of pawing at the base of a mountain, not seeing the glory of what lay before us? I quote Isaac Newton, your man. Sometimes I feel as though I'm a child on the shore, picking up one pebble that's shinier than the next. Yet the great ocean of undiscovered truth lay before me. What is the strangest thing about the universe?
When he looks at the camera, he's like, you get that?
That it's knowable at all.
Bro, every time I watch some shit about the universe and how vast it is, I always just end it more confused than before. Like, how the fuck, not even like how we're here, but like the universe as a whole, how vast it is and how unaware we are of, we're aware of how unaware we are of everything. Like, that's it. Like, we're, and anybody in our, maybe humanity as a whole wouldn't be able to, like, explore the cosmos. But, like, we as a species right now, in this day, not humanity as a whole in the future, but, like, humanity and everybody that's alive right now, is capable of understanding that there's crazy shit out there that we don't understand and that we want to explore, but we're unable to do it right now, and we will never be able to do it. We, meaning the people that are alive currently. We can only set up other people to then eventually be able to go see it. And that fucking annoys me. Like, I'm jealous of those people that are going to be able to fucking understand that shit. But I think in certain ways they'd be able to be jealous of us for things that we have that they won't. So, there's two coins to it, I guess. Or two sides of the coin. All right, chat, we're going to call that there. The most dangerous storage unit finds.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're looking into the odd and disgusting world of storage units. Is stuff starting to pile up in your house? Are you running out of room? Are friends and family starting to make weird comments about your life choices? Fear not, friend.
Just throw it all in the storage unit. That's why you knew, bro. Storage Hunters. You remember those shows? Storage Wars, American Pickers. All of those were like fake ass shows. I'm so sure of it. Maybe the storage units were real, but dime a dozen. Like not like it's one in a needle in a haystack. You're getting a good storage unit. Most storage auctions are selling like, you got to think, bro. Like, what is the average shit people are putting in storage units? Holiday decorations, mattresses, family memorabilia, and like trash, almost. Basically trash. Stuff that's meaningful to an individual, but worth nothing. So whenever I saw those fucking videos where it'd be like, yep, just bought this storage unit for $1,400. Oh my God, look, he has antique rifles in perfect condition that are worth $140,000. Who the puts that in a storage unit? Why would you have that? Oh, he has a katana collection. What? What are you going through like the coolest people ever? What do you mean? If that's the stuff they're putting into storage, I want to know what they actually own. Like, are you going through like Jeff Bezos's abandoned storage unit where he has like a block of gold just sitting in the corner? Like, who the fuck has that? No one has that shit. some cool ass stuff. Yeah, that, and then they just never find anything that's, dude, there was one show, or like one episode where they actually went through shit, and I was like, wow, this is interesting, because it was all trash. It was just garbage.
There is a simple solution that may only cost you roughly $20 a month, allowing you to relocate your hoard of filth elsewhere. So first off, love Storage Wars. Fake TV show, love it. Love Storage Wars. But then I've been seeing all kinds.
Yo, I feel like these guys, wait, go back to store. I used to watch Storage Wars every day. This guy, these two, terrible couple. I wonder if they're still, I think it was for the show. Obviously, I think it was staged, but they would always bicker. They hated each other. I never understood how they weren't divorced. I'm going to say that right now. I'm not trying to, like, judge the relationship or anything, but, like, on the show, they would just fucking scream at each other. It'd be like, all right, don't bid on that, honey. And he'd be like, yep, another, yep, okay, yep, we're buying that one. After his wife literally told him not to get it. Just, like, direct oppositions. This is the favorite character, though. Favorite character right here. The old guy, don't remember his name. This guy was a douchebag, Dave. I always wanted Dave to get upbid on something and then fucking make no money. And I hated the show, too, because it was like, not only was the shit they were getting, like, fake, it was like they just knew the price of shit off the top of their head. Like, Dave would walk in, he'd be like, broken Turtle Beach headset, $20. Candle warmer, $15. Oh, ladder, $183. And you throw it to the side. I'm like, yo, you have to sell that to someone. Like, not only are you buying the storage unit, like, who are you? And then one day they showed Dave's actual shop, and it was just full of shit. It was like shelves, like floor to ceiling, of just like random technology parts and stuff he got at a storage unit. I'm like, who's coming to this store? I just go to Best Buy if I'm looking for a fucking iPhone charger. I'm not going to go to Dave Hester's auction site and go buy a fucking used Amazon cord that he got from a dead guy that didn't pay off his fucking storage unit.
TV show, love it. Love Storage Wars. But then I've been seeing all kinds of videos online of verticals of people like, they find tons of money. It's all fake.
Get the fuck out of here! If I found that, I'd think that there's a drug dealer that used to own that shit. You found a wad of 10 grand?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I bet you there are storage units where people find some crazy shit. But I want to know, what's some real?
Nah, surely. Drugs. That's what you're finding, bro. I could see a world where, like, a storage unit gets foreclosed on, you buy it, and there's just, like, 5 kilos of cocaine that you find. Like, or a grenade, bomb, unregistered weapons. That's probably really common. Finding guns. Like, weapons, knives, stuff like that. But not of value. It's just, like, okay, this is like doesn't even have like the serial numbers fucking scratched off.
Crazy shit someone's found. I want some disgusting, depraved stuff, and that's what we're going to dive into today. All right, storage units are a great solution for those with too many possessions. The services range from small rooms to large garages, and these labyrinths are found worldwide and hold all sorts of strange items. However, these large steel buildings are not as safe as you may think. From burglaries to insane tenants and even murder, storage facilities are the Wild West of urban cities with chaos hiding behind.
Yeah, dude, there actually probably are people that sleep in storage units.
Behind every turn. So, grab your padlocks and steel boots as we get ready to lift the door on the strange ongoings of storage units. I lived in a storage unit for 2 months.
What's the weirdest thing? Bodies. There was probably somebody that bought a storage unit and there was like a human head. Something like remains of an animal, dead stuff, rotting shit. Like, what else is like disturbing or dangerous? Bombs, acid, just fucking weird murder, sex dungeon shit. Yeah.
If you've ever watched shows like Storage Wars, which was one of the most popular shows of the 2010s, it goes without saying that there are all sorts of crazy things to be discovered in storage units. Storage Wars followed a competitive group of...
Yeah, and bro, they would always be in some fuck-ass town. They were never in, like, Miami, dude. They'd be in, like, rural Nebraska. Yeah, today we got a good find here. We got a few units we're going to be putting up for bid. A few units we're putting up for bid in Nebraska. What do they have?
Buyers traveling from auction to auction, trying to see who could make the most money with the units they purchase, right? $500, sold to the guy for $500. Now I need to make $500 plus more money for profit. That's the show. That's every episode. And there's some bickering here and there. It's trash television. It's also all completely fake. It doesn't matter. Still.
Bro, really? Now that upsets me. I wanted at least part of it. I knew it was fake, but like, you kind of want part of it to be real. It's like when you're a kid and you find out the WWE staged. and you defend it for a while. You're like, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Randy Orton actually fucks people up. And then you do know it's fake, but you kind of believe it. That's where I was with Storage Wars, where it's like, yeah, no, I know it's fake, but it's like, dude, they're still throwing haymakers on each other. Like, they're getting hurt. They're getting hurt. Former Storage Wars star files lawsuit claiming show is fake. What lawsuit is he filing? Because he was a part of the show. Like, I don't understand.
Over the years, some of the people on the show have found insane things like rare art collections and priceless vehicles. And although this might look impressive, they pale in comparison to some of the stuff we are going to see.
Yeah, he would always find some crazy shit. He'd be like, this is worth a ton. Look at this. Pulls out a picture of a German Shepherd. Guess who painted this? His son's like, who? The Adolf Hitler. It's an original. Really? A random storage unit in fucking Tennessee had a painting from Adolf Hitler.
And although this might look impressive, they pale in comparison to some of the stuff we are going to talk about today. Starting in 2018, a man who bought a unit for $500 and was so excited about what he found that he approached Storage Wars auctioneers Dan Dotson to spread the word. Inside the unit was a lock safe and took multiple attempts and 2 different locksmiths before the code was finally cracked. When they opened the safe, they were greeted with $7.5 million in cold, hard cash. I'd come. I'm not even joking. I would be leaking. I'd be oozing the honey. The maple is going down the tree. You know what I mean? It would be a beehive in my pants, is what I'm saying. Sticky. News of the discovery made it back to the original owners of the unit. Realizing their money had just been sold for less than 1% of its worth, they contacted the buyer with a lawyer offering $600,000 for the unit and the money. No. After intense back and forth, both parties settled on a reward of $1.2 million, and the owner received their money back in full. You still got $1 million out of it, but I would have been like, I'm not fucking giving you shit. That's also
okay. Well, what dumbass would also not pay their storage? See, this is what I'm saying. You have $7.5 million of cash in a storage unit. You had to have robbed a bank. Like you robbed the New York City Central Bank and fucking stole $7 million in cash, because a regular bank has like 10 grand on hand at a time, maybe 50 tops. Like, what the fuck? Like, how are you not paying the $100 a month for the storage unit?
You lie and say, I found $3 million in a deal. I'm not going to tell people about the other $4.5 million. Come on.
So wait, also, is this the
I'm cutting the fucking cameras. I'm telling the show to fuck off. What? If I'm Dave from Storage Wars and I find $7.5 million in a safe, I'm giving the producers $3 million and I'm going, fuck off.
Many believe that the cash was unmarked and was being held in a locker to avoid the law. Storage lockers are typically used for non-perishable items, and while some are climate controlled, it's never a good idea to store food inside. During a routine lock check, a manager began to smell a funky, sweet smell emanating from a nearby locker. When they opened the door, they found 4 large 55-gallon drums. They slowly opened the...
I'm immediately assuming there's a dead body in there. 4 55-gallon drums. 55-gallon drums of lube. Doubt it's lube.
The barrels and found that inside the unit was over 200 gallons of maple syrup.
That's not that bad. Maple syrup. Why do they have that? What a fucking shock that would be. You buy the unit, there's just fucking literally hundreds of dollars of maple syrup. It's authentic. It's from Vermont.
Relieved that it wasn't anything serious, they contacted...
Did they ever plan on using it? Do they, like, show up to the storage unit once in a while and, like, fill up their syrup bottles?
The owner and asked why they were storing so much liquid inside the facility. The owner said nothing. The manager didn't remember.
Pleads the fifth. Okay, that would sketch me the fuck out. Hey, man, just wondering why you have, like, 4 55-gallon drums of syrup.
Moved the syrup, but
hangs up.
Did notice that bugs and other vermin were starting to hoard around the locker.
I think they stole the syrup. I think it was a little syrup thief.
So you think that these are people that, like, they went to the Aunt Jemima factory?
Yeah.
Does syrup go bad?
I don't think it does.
I think about it. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen bad syrup. Editor note: Can syrup go bad?
Yeah. No, syrup could go bad, and I think I've had expired syrup before at like an Airbnb. Do you guys use the condiments they have at Airbnbs? I do. But I'm always worried. I always get worried, bro. I'm going to go to an Airbnb, and use their shampoo, and the person before would have put Nair in it, and then I'll just see my hair just like falling into the fucking... Dude, that's such an unrealistic fear, but I mean, that could definitely happen. Like, somebody puts Nair in the fucking soap that they give you at like an Airbnb, and I'm using it, and then my hair just starts fucking falling out of my head. Some shit like that. I used the syrup, though, and I remember one tasted weird one time, and I looked at it, and it was like 2 years expired. No, but it could get moldy. Yeah, I guess that... Oh, God, was it moldy? No, it just tasted weird.
A lot of storage facilities act as graveyards for deceased people's stuff. Once the person is gone, their belongings can sit there for years until the container is auctioned off along with the stuff inside. One of the most common finds is war memorabilia left behind by veterans. Usually it's old medals, uniforms, and guns, but on rare occasions, it leads to live arsenals being discovered, aka they have like a fucking bomb. Out in Rockwell, Texas, bomb squads were called to a storage space containing what they were told were live military-grade munitions. When they
that is literally a missile shell.
arrived, they were greeted with boxes of hand grenades, old ammo, and even live tank rounds. That guy's just like, I want to take them. My business is not done. After safely removing all the explosives, they were taken to a nearby field and detonated. God, what a fun day.
They better let me go to that, you know? There was a controlled detonation in a nearby field. I feel like they'd have to invite the guy. If I'm the one that... Do you think if you own the storage unit, the police would let you come with them to the field where they'd blow it up?
And detonated. God, what a...
Have to.
A fun day. How sick would that be? Well, you got to use them. Look at your buddy. You're making money.
No. That's lame as hell. I'd be like, give me money. Give me $500 for the fucking rounds then.
Dreams come true. Oh, that's...
So did they get to watch?
Yeah. Yeah. The people blowing them up?
Or I meant the people who bought the storage unit.
Oh, they better. I'd be like, yeah, this is fucking bullshit. You better let me blow. So I'd be like, you need to rent me.
Yeah, I would want them to give me the little presser thing where I go, boom, and it blows up like dynamite.
Tank so I can shoot this. I feel like you could rent tanks for not that much either. There's no...
What? It's only $600. You get to drive a tank. Oh, you get to crush a car. You pay $3,000 almost. You get 5-ton transport, 2 passengers. You get to drive all 3 of these things. Crush a car, 5 machine guns. Barrett 50 cal. Shop and equipment tour. Might as well fucking write that off. That's stupid.
Guns, like they're not, but you can drive them. That's a lot of places you can do. You can like run over cars with them and stuff.
Oh, but in a location, you can't just take it to your house.
No, it's a...
Oh, okay.
No. No, the treads would tear up the road. The city would be very mad. It is unclear who the previous owner was and how they acquired such a dangerous collection. Investigators discovered the bombs while investigating the owner for a massive Ponzi scheme. While searching his locker in hopes of finding more evidence, investigators instead uncovered explosives. In total, police removed 60 PVC pipe bombs and over 400 cardboard explosives. Motherfucker's a Home Depot terrorist. The owner, S. von Merchenthaler, was arrested and sentenced to 11 years in prison for illegal possession of explosive and weapons.
That guy was starting a revolution.
That guy was getting ready. I'm like, some bank just got spared because that motherfucker was going in. If you go digging through people's stuff, you were bound to find creepy items that they didn't want you to see in the light of day. In Florida, a former medical examiner's dirty secrets were aired out when he defaulted on his storage payments. Dr. Michael Birkland, a medical examiner based out of Pensacola from 1997 to 2003, was fired for not creating proper autopsy reports. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this does not sound good.
So he was stealing body parts or something? Oh my God. He was a guy that did autopsies, was taking like fingers and genitals and shit from people, storing them in a fucking locker.
My asshole immediately did. Following his departure,
the guy had no butthole when I found him.
Continued performing autopsies until 2007, when he stopped altogether. And in 2012, Michael's storage locker was auctioned off for $900 as he could no longer afford it. When the new owner started digging through the stuff, he found a stack of boxes in the back.
$900? Who the fuck would pay $900 for a random storage unit?
Corner and was disgusted by what he found. Inside were organs belonging to over 100 different people.
Were they like in a jar or something? Organs from 100 different people he just had in boxes? Was he like eating them? Were they rotting? Like, why was he taking organs from people?
Brains, lungs, livers, and hearts were all found in formaldehyde. That would be a smell alone. When you open that store, you would have to smell it. Formaldehyde is strong.
But it should be sealed, right?
Yeah, but I would still think of, 100. I would assume that you'd be like, it smells weird.
There would be boxes. It's not one small card, but you would have a whole corner of boxes full of just random organs and jars.
Which maybe all storage units have like a funk, but formaldehyde, I feel like you can smell that shit.
Why? What makes, like, I understand he does, like, autopsy shit. He might be, like, just into that for some reason. But what makes you want to just take, like, the brain of a random person?
I feel like it would emanate a little bit of scent.
Like a collection?
Even worse, the organs were stored in...
Oh, my God. They were in, like, food Tupperware bins?
Basic Tupperware and double gulp cups from local gas stations.
That definitely has a smell.
Like he took the fucking lungs of somebody and just dumped out a fucking big Diet Coke, just put it right in the fucking cup.
I thought they were in jars.
That wouldn't even seal it.
Oh my God. No.
How do you even obtain formaldehyde? I mean, dude, he was an autopsy doctor. Like, he probably just had access to that.
Not even glass jars, plastic Tupperware, and big gulp cups, dude. Fucking big gulp cups. Police quickly tracked down Dr. Birkeland, and all the organs were removed. He was charged with keeping a public nuisance, improper storage of hazardous waste, and driving with a suspended license.
Just threw that on top.
Yeah, like, what's the charge there? Is it, like, stealing from a body? Because he's not killing people. No, it's not like Dexter. He's not killing people. They're dead. He's just taking their body parts. Like, you died, he's doing a report on your body, and then he just takes your lungs.
We gotta make sure we get this motherfucker. 10 families were notified of their deceased loved ones being found in the locker. Michael never faced any jail time. How? Because he posted his $10,000 bond and walked away. Posted $10,000 bond, but was unable to afford the storage. I'm telling you. Every one of these
he just wanted to get rid of that shit.
Just a little suspicious, isn't it? To be fair, if he's putting the brains and organs in big gulp containers, I don't think he really gives a fuck that much. So that's kind of cool. Yeah. Threw it in there.
I want to know why he did it. Do you think it's just trophies?
Probably. If you're...
It was probably like weird oddities of things from people that died that he wanted, and then it became like kind of like a habit. You know, maybe a superstition. Like, when he's on the job, he has to take, like, a fucking trophy or something bad will happen.
Doing the autopsy stuff, you have to have a fascination with the human body in some way where you're... Maybe they're probably like prize organs. That's the most beautiful liver I've ever seen.
How do you take the brain out of a person without them noticing? That's what I don't understand. If you're an autopsy doctor, how the fuck are you drilling into somebody's skull, taking their brain out, putting it back without anybody noticing? Like, because wouldn't the person at the morgue be like, yo, this guy's head is fucked up?
I thought he was going to do something much more diabolical.
I thought he was fucking dead bodies.
I didn't think he was fucking dead bodies. I feel like it might have been like an organ harvesting business, you know? Guy's dead. You kind of just, take the lungs out. Give them to a black market dealer.
But Dr. Birkeland wasn't the only one misusing a storage unit. While his story may have been the most grotesque, others have turned the spaces into makeshift homes. The price of rent has become nearly unaffordable across the United States, causing people to look for cheaper places to live. Besides,
is it illegal to stay in a storage unit? It's probably not allowed to sleep in it.
Being outright homeless, many have chosen to move into storage units. Certain storage facilities offer climate.
That actually looks sick. I would sleep there. Got a whole ass living room, bed. Got a bit of a kitchen going on.
Facilities offer climate-controlled units, plug-ins, and public bathrooms, covering all the basic essentials one would need in basically an apartment. With the average size of a container being 10 feet by 10 feet, that is more than enough room to fit a single bed and a small kitchen. Plus, storage facilities cover the cost of the utilities, so really saving some money. Granted, you're in a rat cage, but still, out of the rain. So long as you can afford the cheap monthly payment, you can live well within your means.
Yeah, you got to keep quiet during business hours. What, because you're just... What would they do, though? Just kick you out?
Well, within your means. And one woman chose to move into a storage locker after her rent was raised from $850 to $1,300 because the building had to be rebuilt after a tornado leveled it. Which I want to say, that's unfair. That's a huge jump, too. My God. $800 to $1,300? Holy fuck.
That was just an excuse to raise rent.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we had to do a new one. I have to do it. It's like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, right. In 2021, Mayfield, Kentucky was hit by a massive tornado that left most of the town in ruin. Angie paid her rent by driving for Uber Eats, Grubhub, and land lift and was barely making her rent. But after the tornado destroyed her building, it was sold to new owners who raised the rent to $1,300 a month to help pay for the renovations. Tired of living in a one-bedroom apartment with a collapsed roof, she decided enough was enough and packed up all of her things and lived in her car. Since her car was crammed with stuff, she couldn't do ride sharing anymore, so she decided to rent a storage unit. At the time, she also began dumpster diving for Nike.
I don't know. I get the liability aspect of you're like, okay, you can't stay in this fucking storage unit, but how do you prove that somebody's living in there? Because I could just be like, oh, no, I just got to move stuff in and out, man. Like, it's your storage unit. Like, I would be like, oh, no, this is just a bed, man. I'm not sleeping here. This is just like a little hangout spot for when I'm, like, moving my stuff around. Yeah, catch them sleeping. It would be at night. If they're, like, there at night and they're not moving stuff in and out. I feel like you can't really hide the fact that you're living in a storage unit. If your car's always parked in the lot outside of it and you're just always there, like, people would be like, dude, you're sleeping here.
The dumpster diving thing, good way to make quick cash, especially if they're nice shoes. Why the fuck not? So she upgraded to a larger unit to store her inventory after discovering it had a power outlet. She brought in items like a fan and lamps and eventually decided to stop sleeping in her car and live in her locker full time. Angie was able to live in the facility for quite a while, living off her Uber and Grubhub money.
Yeah, I get her being able to live in here for a while, but like, why is everything just fucking jumbled around, bro? Like, there's literally no organization. This feels like a trash storage unit. Like, there's just a microwave on the ground. There's not even a power outlet. Where are you gonna fucking run that? How do you have power? Do they get like a fucking just like a generator? They don't have fucking outlets at storage units. It's just a metal fucking building.
Stopped sleeping in her car and live in her locker full time. Angie was able to live in the facility for quite a while, living off her Uber and Grubhub money. However,
why would there be an outlet at there's a single power outlet? Why would there be an outlet at a storage unit though?
She was eventually evicted because she was found storing her stuff in units she didn't pay for. All right, Angie. Angie was she was rolling hot. She was like a Scorsese like protagonist in a movie, and then that's the thing. That's the thing that flew too close to the sun. To make things worse, she lost her Uber and Lyft license because of a DUI from 34 years ago. And
what? You get fired from Uber because you had a DUI 34 years ago? I get if you had a DUI recently, you shouldn't be able to work at Uber Eats or Grubhub, but like, I feel like if you're in your 50s and you got a DUI when you were like 18, I feel like you should be able to like do delivery service. Maybe I would maybe get it if it's like Uber. If you ever have a DUI on your record, you can't Uber people. But like, why can't you deliver food? That happened to my dad. I feel like that's crazy. You're not allowed to deliver fucking somebody's KFC because you had a DUI 30 years ago?
Things worse, she lost her Uber and Lyft license because of a DUI from 34 years ago and has since moved to a different, cheaper storage facility where she lives now. I want to say that's fucking bullshit. 34 years ago I had a DUI and Uber gets me for that? Word? How about you fucking forgive and forget, dude?
The one thing that I've been seeing, yeah, dude, actually, that's what I agree with that. Like, I don't think you should be fired for that. I was going to say the weirdest thing about, like, Uber with, like, recent economy is, like, the self-employed work makes it seem like the country's more employed than it is. Because so many people do Uber Eats and, like, Uber and all that shit on the side. But the majority of that isn't, like, you're not getting, like, full-time wage pay. You know, like, a lot of people that are unemployed that don't do a 9-to-5 do Uber Eats to make money on the side so they could, like, afford, you know, to live while they're searching for a new job. But you're, like, you're not unemployed, but you kind of are employed. Per Atrioc. Atrioc talks about that stuff a lot. I don't know if he said specifically what I've said. But, yeah, with Ubering in general, it's like, it skews the numbers. But, yeah, he's not a fan of, I don't know if he's not a fan of Uber. But he's talked about how, like, part-time wage work is pretty bad. It's good for, like, stimulating economic growth for people that need side hustles. But it's like, most people that do Uber Eats are just doing it to get by or get extra money for a specific thing. So it doesn't really count. It counts as you being employed, but you're not really employed.
People must have complained that they maybe smelled alcohol on her.
She keeps putting stuff in my storage locker, and I think she's drunk. What if it was that? On TikTok, a couple went mega viral for showing off their elaborate home inside a storage locker. Leyland Brown and his partner run multiple social media accounts under the name Fullest Nest and have gone viral because
we're getting evicted. I mean, yeah, you can't really post. Like, if you're trying to secretly live in a storage locker, you can't really post about how you live in a storage locker.
social media accounts under the name Fullest Nest and have gone viral because of a video showing off their storage unit. Hidden behind a wall of boxes was a full-blown apartment, complete with a couch, dressers, and a small kitchen. Leyland claimed he could run through the halls for exercise, use the bathroom whenever he wanted, and play loud music without disturbing anyone. This video would not only build his online following, but also get him kicked out once the property manager saw the video. Following the move out, Brown and his partner had been living in the woods inside a tent and getting continually evicted because he would...
Living in the woods? Yo, I would go rent another storage unit. What? I feel like this same day, bro, you could go a town over and rent another. If I needed like actual time, I'm not gonna go fucking live in the woods.
Buddy, give up the social media thing. That or lie about your location, holy shit. Today, the couple lives permanently inside a hotel room and uses generous donations to help them stay out of storage lockers.
In a hotel room? Wouldn't that be more expensive than, like, maybe a motel, but wouldn't living in a hotel room be more expensive than living in a, like, apartment? Dude, because a hotel room's like $100 a day. More. What hotel room are you staying in that's cheaper than an apartment? Yeah, like a GTA 5 motel? No, there's motels that you can rent for months. Yeah, like an extended stay motel. But that's it.
Numerous instances of people living inside of these facilities, it is actually against the law to do so. Some places have input extreme measures to ensure
Is there a lot of people living in motels in America? Yeah. If you ever drive past a motel, I would say most people that you see on the outside are living there. Not like permanently, but they've been there for a month. It's usually like an in-between spot. If they're trying to find like an actual apartment, but nothing's cheap enough, or like they can't get a duplex or Section 8 housing, they usually stay in a motel. Midwest hotels are actually really cheap. Hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S. live in motels long-term due to poverty or housing inability or instability. I don't know. Anytime I pass a motel, dude, you could see like bikes and stuff on the outside. Like, people are like long-term there. It's not just like a casual stay.
Managers are trained to identify suspicious activity and contact the police as soon as they suspect someone is living inside a unit. Additionally, more security guards are being hired to patrol, making it increasingly difficult to stay overnight. New locations are being built to be more hostile inside, with no restrooms on the property, no electricity or temperature control, and even poor circulation to prevent air from circulating. Excessive. Someone's just like, I want to rent this unit, I'm going to stay inside. I'm storing myself. What's the big fucking deal?
It's a violation. It's a code violation. Also, you're not paying enough rent to live there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, do you think they're just like, well, you just give me somebody using the bathroom?
Yeah, they'd let you live there if they could, under the table, get $1,000 a month from you.
You have to sign a waiver being like, if you die from a heat stroke in here because the AC sucks, you're in a storage unit. Okay, you can't sue me. You need to realize this is a storage unit, so they don't come to me and be like, it's too hot in here. Is it? You know what I mean? That's fair to me. Like any business, you're going to encounter weird customers, and storage centers are no exception. For some reason, the halls of metal doors and concrete flooring really get people hot and horny. Numerous cases of people getting caught having sex have been reported, and what is even more strange is that 90% of them are cheaters trying to find a hidden place to elope.
Oh my god, they're trying to cheat on their husband or wife, but they don't know where to fuck, so they just go to a storage unit and meet up with a random guy or girl. The Love Shack is a little old place where we can get together. Our staff has discovered that a couple is using a leased indoor climate-controlled unit for regular afternoon delight. Winky face. The arrangement appears to be an old-fashioned adultery. We're in a smaller town, best facility in our region. Bro, why don't they go to like a fucking motel? They're fucking in a storage unit.
Getting caught having sex have been reported. And what is even more strange is that 90% of them are cheaters trying to find a hidden place to elope. I'm gonna treat my baby right. I'm taking her to the storage unit. It's hot in here.
Because, yeah, you could set up a bed. Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
Easy. Jesus. God damn, dude. You need to calm your ass down. In Cleveland, Ohio, the chief of police was found cheating on his wife with another woman. Chief of police is so funny. Wes Snyder had served as police chief for a decade and was widely respected for his dedication to the city. Definitely respected by somebody. That all changed when workers at the storage facility noticed that he and Sharon Marr, a city nonprofit employee, were entering a unit together for 6...
Bro, why don't they just get a divorce? Like, why are you... If you're going through the lengths of, like, fucking a random woman in a heat-controlled storage unit, why are you with your wife? What a way to destroy your career. Bro, literally, just get a fucking divorce. Why are you, do you love your wife? How do you love your wife enough to stay with her but don't love her enough to the effect that you're going to now rent a storage unit for the purpose of having sex with women.
When the staff opened the doors, they found the couple having sex in a makeshift sex dungeon. The dirty deed took place on a rug with pillows and blankets. Other things like alcohol, baby wipes, paper towels, and hairbrush were found inside. God damn.
It's very depressing.
It's a very...
This is where they're fucking, dude. Oh my God. Not even gonna get like, bro, you could at least get like a cot. This looks like a fucking shit pillow and something you found on the side of the street, dude. This is like beach lounger pillows.
It's a very depressing locker. If you're the chief of police, can you not, can you not get a bed? Get a hotel.
Yeah, splurge a little bit, dude.
Hell, dude. God damn. A sex dungeon, too. I mean, it really is. It's just a thing where it's just like, this is our fuck shack. I call this the raccoon trap.
Yeah, and do you think they leave right after? Like, they meet up, maybe go to dinner or whatever, go back to the storage unit. Yo, you want to go back to the unit? Take you back to the unit. Unit 108. It's our spot. Let me light a candle real quick. Mahogany. I actually got it from Yankee Candle. You know, this is the first time I'm lighting it just for you. And when they have sex and then they leave. Like, you know how awkward that would be? Do you think they sleep there? No, because he has to go home. So they go to the storage unit, have sex, and then leave.
After 33 years of service, quickly resigned, and both parties issued an apology to the city.
I mean, at that point, bro, just like fucking a gas station bathroom. Like, that's, like, it's not romantic. You got a fucking beach lounger pillow laid out.
It's becoming more difficult to be at a storage unit when nature calls. Bathrooms are now private use, and this has left some tenants to leave their shit elsewhere. At one facility, workers were alerted by a bucket found in the middle of an aisle.
Just filled with poop.
When they found it, they witnessed that it was filled to the brim with human feces.
That was the picture? That wasn't the real photo. That's not poop. Looks like dirt.
Filled to the brim with human feces. Filled.
But then they have to be pushing it down. Like, you would have to mat it down at some point. Or do you think the poop just eventually, like, finds its place? You know? Like, it just, like, mushes down over time. And that's not the real photo? Is it weird to say that I want to see the photo? An entire 5-gallon bucket full of poop?
And it is believed that the person shit there on purpose. They're making a statement, dude. At an outdoor facility, a property manager hopped on his golf cart to patrol the grounds when he found a t-shirt discarded outside a unit. He reached down and tossed the shirt into the back of his cart, only to be hit by a spray of cold diarrhea.
What?
Wait, what?
Only to be hit by a spray of cold diarrhea.
What?
What do you mean hit by a cold spray of diarrhea? Like it smelled like it was diarrhea? Like it was covered in, like, poop?
Someone had used the shirt as toilet paper and covered it in feces. So everyone that's watching...
And he picked it up and didn't notice until he got back in the golf cart? It would immediately reek.
This video's clicked off, right?
Yeah, at this point.
They're gone. I'm talking to no one now. Online, multiple people have come together to tell their stories of how people will simply poop in trash cans or next to fire hydrants, like a dog. Another manager complained to having to deal with a serial pooper who stalked the grounds at night and pooped on buildings and the streets. Goddamn serial shitter's back. You think he, like, shows up there, like, the sheriff's, like, looking at it? What is it? He's just like, I know who that's from. He curves to the left.
I recognize the poop swell. There's corn in there. It's one of his favorite foods. He always has it's always a darker hue. A little closer to black than brown. Either he has a colon disease or some sort of disorder, or he's just a big fan of hearty, fibrous fruits, like blueberries.
His tenants are regularly found passed out or injured near their units. The owner of a storage facility was alerted to a specific unit after smelling smoke in the hallway. Smoked himself out. When they opened the door, they found the owner on the ground unconscious and a jerry-rigged kitchen cooking food. Got a big old, like, pork chop in there.
He had a full-blown smoker in his storage unit. He just gassed himself out of the storage unit.
Nothing I love more than cooking a pork chop in my storage unit. The renter had set up a hibachi grill. What? He was practicing? The renter had set up a hibachi grill and covered himself in the grill with a blanket to mask the smell, but asphyxiated himself with the smoke and fumes. What a dipshit. He's doing a thing. He's like, dude, I'm doing that onion ring volcano. He's like, that's awesome. Just blacks out immediately. A similar situation occurred during what the owners referred to as a dead body walk, when one of them discovered a customer passed out drunk in the middle of the aisle. The owner was drawn to the man when he found
Why are we renting storage units to people that are doing this? I feel like you would get the vibe that that's the type of guy to fall asleep in a storage unit just drunk. Like somebody shows up, yeah, I need a unit, man. He's like already hammered. I'd be like, no.
Long extension cord that spanned nearly the entire building. When he found the drunk, he passed out with a beer in one hand and the other down his pants. In front of him sat a TV and a VCR that was playing pornography. What a king.
Wait, so he was fucking jerking himself off with the bottle?
Bro, extension cord over, he was plugged it in, he was beating his dick off, getting drunk. He's like, ugh. How do you wake, even if no one found him, how do you wake up from that?
Yeah. What am I doing?
Why do I keep doing this? The VHS has popped out because it, like, you know, it stops, it rewinds, and it pops out. And he's sitting there, he's like, pushes back in, round two. Takes his onions. Covers himself in a blanket. The police were called, and the sound of
out again, just asphyxiation.
sirens woke the man up, giving him just enough time to hide to one of the empty units. He had previously been given keys to all the vacant units in the facility after helping the manager move some things.
What?
Oh, now
Why was he given keys to empty units? Because he helped them clean? She would pay him something for doing so? So she just let him have access to the fucking units? Why would you ever do that with a random guy?
the facility after helping the manager move some things.
What?
Oh, now he's the key master too. You helped me move a box, so here's every key to every unit. The same man had been seen just a few days earlier naked and unconscious in front of a different unit, but no action was taken. Damn, dude. That's a minotaur. That's a labyrinth I would not want to walk into. Can you imagine like sitting there and grab your stuff?
I'd be scared. I don't know. I'd run away probably.
If I saw a naked passed out guy, yeah. Well, I'd probably call 911 because like, hey, there's a dead naked guy. After the police left, he emerged from the hiding and confronted the owner for calling them, only to be kicked off the property for living inside the unit. I like how he had the audacity to be like, dude, really? Or you're gonna call the cops? Cool, man. I thought we were cool. He has like a giant keyring. Does this mean nothing to you? I'm never helping move your Hot Wheels again.
Does this mean nothing to you? You remember when I helped you wipe down that one unit that was like full of poop? Definitely not me, by the way. Definitely not me. That I know the unit was like broken into and everything. Definitely not me. I helped you, and then you gave me the keys, and so like I get a little drunk, put a VHS tape in, and you know like drink Modelo's and maybe have a rhino pill or two. I mean, it's my unit. Is this not my property? At least for the small amount of time that I own it. I have the keys for these other units. I would say it's my humble abode. I could even maybe have squatters' rights for all I know.
Man. Hot Wheels, Matchbox cars, not doing it, dude. NASCAR, I'm not doing none of it. Not moving the cars anymore, man. Another unit, a tenant was evicted after the manager discovered bloody handprints and smears stretching from the front to the back of the unit. According to the manager, the space was packed to the ceiling, forcing the tenant to climb over her belongings to reach items in the back. In the process, she would cut her wrist and body on exposed roofing and metal walls, leaving streaks of blood behind.
You're just getting fucking tetanus. Rusty wires and ceiling shit that's just falling around, dude. Oh my god. Storage unit full to the brim, no walking space. You're just climbing over stuff, just cutting yourself with like old antiques.
Sprawled out. That's I completely understand though. Am I gonna take everything out? Just crawl over it. Yeah, I got cut up a bit, but I'll be okay. I wonder what if she died in there? It's like a saw trap trying to get to your Furbies in the back. Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman. Why are you looking at me? Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman came into the front office to pay her bill when she tripped and had the front door pin her to the floor. What does that even mean? How did it pin her to the floor?
I'm guessing she like tripped and the door broke and then.
Staff rushed over to help her up. She was screaming and hollering in pain. The general manager was the first to reach her, freeing her leg from the door. Once free, she was dragged further into the lobby and rolled onto her back like a manatee. She tried to get up on her own, but she was so large that her gut prevented her from sitting up. Preach. Staff described her situation as rolling around on her back like a turtle and could not get up. That's a quote.
They couldn't fucking like pick her up by her arms and hoist her up. She was just permanently stuck on the ground. What do they have to get, like a gurney?
That's a legitimate quote. Rolling her back like a turtle. I thought they're just watching her.
Like she's rolling back and forth, bro, like helpless. Just asking for somebody, yo, somebody please help me up. I literally can't, and they're just.
And they're just looking at her like. Let's just wait for her to die. Eventually, the manager pulled her up off the ground, and staff were checking her over to make sure that she was all right when they noticed that she had pissed herself during the fall and soiled her pink sweatpants.
Oh my god.
You fell down and got pinned. I'm gonna piss myself. All right? That's not even an act of rebellion. That's just the facts. After she was deemed okay, she paid her rent, but moved out about a month later. Because why? How embarrassing is that? Yeah, I'm going to be fucking.
Yeah, I mean, that would suck, man. It's funny that, like, you know, the situation unfolded in the way that it did. But being the person that, you know, basically falls over, the storage unit falls on your leg and you piss yourself and then you can't get up. It's like, now you're going to feel like you're being judged the entire time you're there.
There are numerous bizarre and horrific renter crimes. Tenants and managers don't always see eye to eye, but that doesn't mean they can't get along. Eric Adams worked at the 1 in 5 mini storage near Portland, Oregon for 15 years and was liked by most of the tenants. After about 5 days without hearing from Eric, a friend drove to check on him. He opened his storage unit and found Eric dead on the floor. Police determined that the cause of death was blunt force trauma from items found in his own unit. Suspicion grew when none of Eric's valuables were taken, suggesting it wasn't a robbery. His death would remain a mystery for a year until
So it's just a straight up murder?
Police gained access to the keypad records and found that one tenant was at the facility during Eric's final moments. Rob Caputa had entered the facility around the same time that Eric did, but after an hour, only one left. He was a long-term tenant at his unit since 2019, averaging about 55 items per month. But after Eric's last...
What do you mean 55 items a month? He had been at the business often. He showed up to the storage unit 55 times a month? What the fuck do you have at your storage unit that you're showing up over almost twice a day? You're going to the storage unit more than people go to the gym.
He avoided facility for 3 weeks.
See, now he would have had to keep coming back around. That makes him seem sketchy. You're going there every day. You're a fucking regular at the old storage unit. You know people by name, and then you just disappear.
Not good, Rob. Suspicious activity, Robert. Rob was eventually arrested after DNA was found on Eric's body and was sentenced to 3.5 years in jail. That seems short. In court,
seems very short.
It was revealed that Rob killed Eric after someone ran over his dog at the storage facility, and he blamed Eric for its death. He fucking John Wicked him. He doesn't know if it's Eric. He's just like, you have to die.
You got 3.5 years for first-degree murder? He ran over my dog. Well, no, he didn't run over your dog. Your dog just got ran over.
Another man in North Carolina was locked in a unit for days without food or water by his girlfriend.
Women, man.
That's also unsafe. I feel like storage units should kind of be like refrigerators in that, like, you should be able to get out regardless. Or like aren't most car trunks like built in with hatches to where you're able to escape even if you're stuck inside? Like that's scary that you could lock yourself in a storage unit and not be able to get out. Well, you couldn't lock yourself in. Somebody could lock you in.
In 2024, police responded to a call at the Cooper storage compound from a man who claimed that he was locked.
But how would they have a safety mechanism for that? Because the latch is always, the security lock's always on the outside. There would have to be like a side door that's just a one-way.
Inside his girlfriend's storage unit. When they opened the door, they found Gary Oxidine, weak and emaciated, on the floor. He had been surviving in the unit for days with no supplies until he found his phone in complete darkness and called for help.
It took him 4 days to find.
Yeah, that is a little crazy. It took him 4 days to find his phone. Previously accused his girlfriend of locking him in a storage unit for days and now saying the charges were a mistake.
Days with no supplies.
What do you mean saying the charges are a mistake?
Until he found his phone in complete darkness and called for help.
It took him 4 days to find what?
I wonder if on the last day he's just like, I really should look for my phone, actually. I'm not gonna die here. After his rescue, his girlfriend, Robin Deaton, was arrested and charged with attempting murder and kidnapping. However, after the charges went public, Gary spoke to the media and claimed that the accusations were bogus. He said he had simply fallen asleep in the unit and his girlfriend had locked it without realizing he was inside.
How do you, you're the significant other and you showed up to the unit together. What? That'd be like me and Brooke going to a storage unit. I fall asleep, and she locks me inside. And she's like, I don't know where Joe went. I didn't see him. What? How do you not notice it's a storage unit, not a fucking mansion?
This was in complete contrast to what he said in the 911 call, where he claimed his girlfriend was trying to kill him. When the case went to court, the charges were dropped after Gary had admitted to lying, and the couple was able to walk free. I'm telling you, that is some diabolical.
That is some crazy relationship shit. I don't understand how I understand he drops the charges because he doesn't want her to get in trouble, but like, How do you even argue that she didn't mean to do that?
If you think padlocks are going to keep your stuff safe, then you're mistaken, because break-ins happen all the time at storage facilities. A traveling nurse in Colorado had...
I mean, yeah, it's fucking sheet metal holding your stuff in place. They could just fucking break through it.
$80,000 worth of stuff stolen over an 8-day period from Extra Space Storage.
Or just bring a fucking... what is it called? A bolt cutter.
She lost furniture, medical equipment, family heirlooms, and even her engagement ring. Police respond.
Why do you have your engagement ring in a storage locker? I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna have I feel bad that she had her shit stolen. Why the fuck do you have your engagement ring in a storage unit? Why is that not in your room?
To the break-ins and added her case to the long list of 55 previous incidents reported at the facility that year. Since the incidents were reported, no other break-ins have occurred as the facility upgraded security. Oh, did you? With what money? $80,000 worth of stuff is what I think. That's what I'd be suspicious of too. The people that work there, they see you bringing in stuff. What is this? Oh, just like my grandpa's baseball card collection.
I mean, look at the guy.
Dude, just my grandpa's like Pokemon collection. He just has like, dude, it's a bunch of these cards just in this like wooden box. They're all like sealed and shit. It's like, there's this Pokemon called Charizard. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna like leave it here. I don't really want it, but you know, I don't want to throw out my grandpa's stuff.
One of the victims claimed the thieves stole most of the audio equipment, including TVs, car stereos, and mixing boards. Police wonder how the criminals were able to pull off the heist because although units are indoors, have a code at the front door, and they are equipped with cameras everywhere. California appears to be a hotspot for criminal storage activity. Just a couple hundred miles south of the last break-in, Steve Bohannon and his nephew purchased an abandoned locker for $80 at auction and were excited to flip whatever was inside. They were greeted with a bunch of boxes that read, "Danger, poisonous."
They didn't see that when they were fucking bidding on it. I always think that's weird that you're not even allowed to walk into the storage unit. You just have to stand outside of it and kind of like guess, and then they just bid on it.
What is that, Uncle? After opening them up, they discovered that every single box...
Oh, it's a closed locker? That's even crazier. You're just betting what it is off like on a whim.
They discovered that every single box inside the container was filled with meth, beakers, and safety equipment. Thank God. Steve,
do they get refunded by the storage? Do they get refunded by the storage like company? If you bid like fucking $500 on a storage unit and it's just all full of meth, toxic shit, I would be annoyed as fuck. I would be like, give me my money back. Because now I'm not profiting anything. Because you're not going to be able to sell it. It's all going to be closed by the police because now they're going to have to investigate who owned this, what else is in it. Even all the stuff that isn't meth is now probably valueless because it's going to be fucking criminal evidence.
The report is discovery, and they arrived in full hazmat gear to safely remove all the drugs and the equipment. I just want to say, this is not me actually saying it, but don't get an extra storage thing. Extra storage seems like a scam. That's not me saying it. Disclaimer, I'm not really saying that, but extra storage seems like a bad place to keep your stuff. I wouldn't do
extra storage, the place where they rob your fucking wedding ring off of you, and when you actually bid on a unit, there's just meth lab shit in it.
It might just be best to keep all your stuff at home and not risk enduring the horrors of modern-day storage facilities. Between unruly guests and incompetent managers, you never know what you're gonna get, and if you're not careful, you might just lose everything. However, if you need to rent a storage unit, make sure to do your research, and if you're choosing to live in one, Godspeed.
If you live in a...
I mean, don't live in a storage unit. I think if you're gonna live in a storage unit, don't post it on TikTok. Here's my storage house, doing a little review. We're going to be live streaming here on Mondays and Thursdays. So if you want to see, here's the front of the storage unit. If you want to call the owner and let him know that I'm squatting here, that would be awesome. Like, what the fuck? So, I don't know. That was an interesting video. It took us forever because we had to keep pausing for chat. But, yeah. Count me down 30 seconds. Then we're going to hop. Nick Crowley, YouTube's Darkest Videos 9.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now arriving on...
Do you think he gets recommended these videos, or do you think he finds them himself? Because I feel like YouTube has so many fucking videos that are uploaded constantly. There's no way he could just comb the internet.
On the morning of March 22nd, 2024, the Kern County Sheriff's Office was flooded with calls about an incident that had taken place near the Wasco Amtrak station in Wasco, California. The incident involved a pedestrian who was reportedly walking dangerously close to an active train track before being struck by an oncoming locomotive, a situation that authorities knew was likely unsurvivable. Police arrived at the scene shortly after 8 a.m. and were met with the bloody aftermath of the accident, as they found 48-year-old Horacio Ayala Penosa deceased on the tracks, with the force of the impact being so strong that his body was torn apart and scattered all throughout the area. At first, it was believed to have been a clear-cut suicide, but after interviewing some of the witnesses, police learned that
the amount of people that walk into oncoming trains is insane, man. Like, I don't know if there's any countermeasures to fix that, because it's like, even if you get rid of that method, there's still other ways that people are going to try and take their own life. But I don't know, dude. I don't want to say like they should have employees that kind of just like hover train stations and wait to see it. Like, because I don't want to say you can tell, but a lot of the time, like, they're hovering like the wall of the train. Like, they're almost already just waiting for it to come in versus like sitting back by a bench.
Never stepped in front of the train, and rather he had actually been sucked.
No, it's so sad, but it's like, what do you do?
Police learned that the man had never stepped in front of the train, and rather he had actually been sucked underneath as a result of walking too closely, painting a clearer picture that this was all a tragic accident. But as police were conducting these interviews, one strange detail kept coming up, as apparently Horatio wasn't the only one on the tracks around the time of the incident, with there allegedly having been one other man standing nearby, a man who took off shortly after Horatio had been killed. And strangely, witnesses believe they saw the man reach down and pick something up before leaving. For the officers on the scene, finding this man became the next obvious order of business. But by this point, he had already found himself a few blocks away, where he was spotted by a group of construction workers. The group watched as the man walked towards them, appearing to hold some sort of large item in one of his hands, the same item that had been taken from the train tracks. And the closer he got, the clearer it became what exactly this thing was. It was a human leg.
He took one of the people. Okay, so he didn't push the guy, but he took the leg of the guy and left. Like, he saw him get hit by a train and then stole his leg. He's just holding it in his hand.
For some inexplicable reason, when the train had dismembered Horatio, this man had run over and picked up his leg, and he was now waving that leg on the sidewalk of a nearby road, with the construction crew claiming that he had been banging it against the fence as he walked towards them, and at one point had even struck the leg against one of their machines. Upon the realization, a wave of fear washed over the group, as they were unsure what this man had done to get this leg, or what he would do next, though that was something that even the wildest of imaginations could have,
like, from their point of view, they thought this guy probably killed somebody.
Never predicted.
He's eating that shit. Hey, comiendo.
As the man looked down at the leg and began eating it, as the workers watched on in horror. Officers are...
Yo, like, what would this guy have done this day if the one dude didn't get hit by the train? Like, this guy was just, like, hovering the train station, acting like a normal person before this.
I've done the scene immediately after this, and when they asked the man what he was doing with the leg, he explained that it belonged to him, and that he was taking it to a nearby hospital to have it reattached. But it was obvious to everyone there that this man wasn't missing any of his legs, with the officers having to go as far as to prove it to him by making him roll up the sleeves of his pants and touch both of his legs. His explanation was completely nonsensical, and obviously didn't account for the fact that he was literally eating the leg just minutes before, leading to officers immediately placing him under arrest. His name was Rosendo Taya.
You know what's so weird is, like, do we, like, in the U.S. legal system, there's a crime that applies to this. What is the name of that? Eating a human, like, body part? Like, what is the, like, stealing a limb from someone? Like, what is the... Yeah, it's cannibalism, but I'm saying, like, chat, it's beyond that. It's like he took someone's debt. I feel like it's not like grave robbery, but like if somebody dies, you can't just like steal their body.
Been experiencing homelessness and had been living on a street near the train tracks, with police determining that he did in fact have nothing to do with the actual death of Horatio. He just so happened to be near the tracks at the time, where he would first witness the accident, and then for some unknown reason, take Horatio's leg and start eating it. It appears as though this was the result of a combination of both drugs and alcohol.
That is? Oh, no, dude. Yeah, fucking dude. He's probably on fucking bath salts.
He was found carrying narcotics when he was taken into custody, and he had just been captured by security cameras purchasing alcohol at a nearby liquor store just hours before the incident. But what's so interesting about this footage is just how normal Rosendo seems. In fact, the people working there knew him quite well, as he stopped in almost daily, where he was described as being polite and ordinary, including on the day of that incident. In fact, it said that at first the shop owners didn't believe that Rosendo could have possibly done this, but it seems that whatever substances he had taken that day had changed him. Rosendo Tejas was charged with 2 counts of removal of human remains, and 1—
See, that's the fucking, I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that, like, I agree that should be a crime, but it's like removal of human remains. They had to add that because there's been a situation where somebody's done this before.
Count of destroying or concealing evidence, as well as resisting a police officer, and was sentenced to 1 year in prison after pleading no contest, bringing this absurd case to an end. However, his unsettling behavior will forever live on in one of YouTube's darkest videos.
I want to know, like, dude, I hate that we just glance by. Now we're moving on to the next one. I know it's only a year, chat. I want to know why the fuck he ate the leg. Like, or picked it up, even, to begin with. Like, I understand he's homeless and he's on drugs, but, like, what motivated you to be like, oh, I just watched a guy die right in front of my eyes. I'm going to go steal his body part and eat it. He was hungry? Bro, it's not that. There's no way that he was hungry. He had money to buy alcohol. He had a wad of cash.
It was just past 10 p.m. Safely tucked away in her second-story apartment, 20-year-old Hannah Vivaretti set up her phone to record a video of herself dancing. For her, this was a meditative practice, a way of unwinding after a long, stressful day, and to truly feel at peace. But that day, fate had other plans. As Hannah was dancing, something off camera caused her to stop dead in her tracks and yell, "Who are you?" It was a man whom Hannah had never seen before, standing in the doorway of her balcony, which again was on the second floor. Meaning—
What the fuck? So he got, oh my god, and the door's probably open if she's talking to him. So he climbed her balcony and was just staring through the window at her?
That man had climbed up, cracked open the door, and was now standing in her home staring at her, quietly muttering nonsensically with a big grin on his face.
Who are you? Who are you? Please get off.
Hannah stopped the music and again asked, "Who are you?" To which the man responded by saying,
Please get out. No, please get out. Are you sure? Yes.
But her demeanor and the panic in her voice—
Are you sure? Gotta be on drugs. I feel like she should have fucking just drop kicked the shit out of him. Like, off the goddamn balcony, man. Like, kick him the hell out, close the door.
Made it all too clear that this was far—
I would fight him. I think it's easier to say that, though. Like, I'm saying the same thing, but I think it's easier to say that than when you're actually in the moment where you're kind of just, like, startled like that. Like, you don't really know how you're going to react. You can say, oh, I would have just punched him in the face. But it's like, until you're actually in that situation where, like, you're dancing and then you just see a guy standing in your doorway, like, you don't know what you're going to do.
From the case.
Who are you?
I would grab my gun. Well, that's if you had it.
Please get out of my apartment right now.
She started to make her way over to her phone and then towards the front door. All the while, the man kept calmly insisting that they be friends, but Hannah was having none of it.
Please get out of my apartment right now.
Opening her front door and in the process—
Get out! Get out!
Pointing the camera directly at the intruder, giving us our first and only glimpse of the man, as he's standing still in the balcony doorway. And with her front door now open, she yelled at him to get out, loud enough for the neighbors to hear.
Get out!
Which finally caused the man to retreat. As it turns out, Hannah did actually know who this man was, at least vaguely, as he lived in the same apartment complex, but he never actually spoke to her. He would always just stare and smile, making it apparent that he had some sort of sick interest in her.
Oh my god, what? So he thought that he was gonna, like, walk into the balcony and, like, climb— He thought he was gonna climb to her second floor balcony, walk inside, and she was just gonna be like, yeah, come in.
As for why he entered her home that night, it's fairly obvious that his intentions were incredibly sinister, with Hannah recalling that during the entire experience, his hands never left his hoodie pocket, making her wonder if he was holding onto some sort of weapon that he may have been planning to use on her. But thankfully, because of her swift reaction, we'll never truly know what he had planned that night. Days after the incident, police would arrest 36-year-old Angel Moses Rodriguez Gomez and charge him with stalking, second-degree assault, third and fourth-degree burglary, and malicious destruction of property. But surprisingly, shortly after his arrest, they allowed him to walk free on bail. And given that he lived in the same apartment complex as Hannah and clearly knew where she lived, this decision was incredibly controversial, with Hannah herself stating,
I mean, bro, incredibly controversial. Yeah, I think the apartment complex landlord, like, should at least evict him. You know, like, that should be a part of the ruling. If he's able to get released on bail, he should, like, she should be able to get a restraining order on him, and he should have to leave. Like,
in an interview that, I just don't think it's fair that he's walking freely right now, and I have to watch my back at every angle. Thankfully, the court's decision would not lead to any further escalations in the case, and today Angel no longer lives in the country, but the footage is incredibly chilling.
Bro, he left the country.
Nonetheless, and it sent me down a rabbit hole of home invasion videos late the other night. And here on YouTube, I came across countless unsettling examples. One such example comes from Saratov, Russia, and shows a woman moments after being awoken by the sound of knocking as she lay in bed in her apartment. It was around 4:30 a.m., which was already unusual enough, but things became downright horrifying for her when she realized that the knocking wasn't coming from the door. It was coming from the window.
That is so fucking creepy. Yo, I am so fast grabbing a fucking hammer and whacking that motherfucker in the head.
Outside of her
Holy
window was
shit.
a man banging his head against the glass over and over again. And equally as disturbing, this woman's unit wasn't on the first floor. She was 2 stories up, and she didn't have a balcony. Across the street, a neighbor filmed the incident as it happened, showing us that the man was standing on one of the building's gas pipes while he continued to strike the window. Eventually, these hits grew so forceful that the glass started to break, and his head began
Oh my god, he started bleeding?
and bleeding profusely, finally leading to the man stopping, but not in the pursuit of entering the home.
Еще. У него пена изо рта уже. Слушай, это у дурачка пена изо рта, у него бешенство или что? Ну, бля,
Where is this, Russia?
As he instead climbed to a different window where he attempted to peel it open with his fingers. But by this point, police had already arrived on the scene, and eventually the man would be forced down and placed under arrest. When looking for an explanation as to why this man was doing this, it appears that he was under the influence of bath salts during the ordeal.
Bro, that's what I say. That's what I said about the guy. Bro, I'm telling you, bath salts make people fucking crazy. I would bet that the other guy that ate the fucking human leg was also on bath salts. When you see motherfuckers on bath salts, they're climbing on cars, just breaking shit. Dude, they become animals when they're on... What is bath salts? It's not actual, like, Epsom salts. Like, when people say bath salts, they don't mean, like, the actual shit you get to, like, fucking bathe. You know, they're just called bath salts because they look like bath salts. The actual drug name is synthetic canthinones, a class stimulant drug in the khat plant. I think people chew khat as well in certain countries, like the khat leaf. Bath salts are powerful nervous system stimulants similar to cocaine, meth, and MDMA. Adverse overdose effects. The desired effects from bath salts are euphoria, increased alertness, physical activity, and sex drive. The adverse effects are agitation, confusion, acute psychosis, paranoia, hallucinations, violent and self-destructive behavior, panic attacks, high blood pressure, nausea, seizures, breakdown of muscle fibers, and kidney failure. An excited delirium, a syndrome characterized by psychosis, extreme agitation, violent behavior, dehydration, potential organ failure. Yeah, so it seems like a lot of downsides comparable to the ups.
But aside from this, I couldn't find any other information about the man's identity or whatever became of him. But I was able to find that this clip doesn't tell the entire story, as the woman behind the camera actually spoke to a local reporter and provided additional context to the ordeal, which
So this guy didn't know her, he just wanted to get into the house?
only made the story more terrifying. At first, he knocked with his hands. Then he began to peck at me at the window with his head for an hour and a half without...
An hour and a half? They didn't fucking show up? An hour and a half? I would have called the cops immediately. It took an hour and a half for the cops to show up?
stopping. After that, he started shouting my name to the whole yard.
Oh, so he did know her.
He was foaming at the mouth. His whole face was covered in blood, and he shouted that he wanted to talk to me, and he needed me. With the most terrifying part of the statement being that she had no idea who this man was, or how he could have even known her name. The idea of both of these intruder videos featuring people whom the victims had never even spoken to makes them especially unsettling, as it shows that you really never know who's watching and who might be obsessing over you. But incidents like this can be equally as chilling when the intruder is someone that you do know. Mohammed Amana was a 26-year-old man living in Orrefors, Sweden, and had been dating a woman named Maria, but after several run-ins with the law, Mohammed's lifestyle just became too much for her, and she eventually decided to end the relationship. This caused Mohammed to become enraged, an emotion that was only further heightened when he discovered that she was staying with a male friend of theirs, and on the 25th of May, he would show up at his doorstep and ask to speak to Maria. Inside, the male friend and Maria both refused to let him in and told him to leave, and for a moment—
But that's like a level of obsession, though. Like, you get broken up with, they move on, they're with another guy, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna pull up to their house. She'll let me in. We're gonna fix this. It's too far gone. What the fuck are we doing?
And he did, though only temporarily, as he would return minutes later, this time armed with a ladder. And noticing what he was trying to do, the homeowner began recording on his cell phone.
Brother, he starts climbing the ladder. I'm pulling a Looney Tunes maneuver, and I am pushing the ladder until he falls on his fucking head. What? He sets up the ladder. I'm going, whoop, pushing it off. Three Stooges, brother. He's falling.
Though only temporarily, as he would return minutes later, this time armed with a ladder.
Flip the ladder. That's like a 30-foot ladder. You fucking kidding me?
And noticing what he was trying to do, the homeowner began recording on his cell phone.
Yeah, throw a brick at his head. Not really a tall enough ladder. Not really a tall enough ladder. I think that. I don't know. I mean, you get to the top of the ladder, then when are you gonna jump?
The man behind the camera asks, "What are you doing? Are you going to fight me?" To which Mohammed said no, he just wanted to speak to Maria. As he said this, his demeanor was unsettlingly calm as he continues making his way up the ladder.
Mohammed, du kommer inte upp här. Du kommer inte in I mitt hem. Du kommer inte in I mitt hem, Mohammed.
I'm pushing his ass off the ladder, bro. I'm pushing his ass off the ladder.
So calm that the cameraman couldn't tell if Mohammed was a threat or not, though it wouldn't take long for him to get his answer.
Also, why is he using his hand? The guy that's pushing him off, I'm getting like a broomstick, you know? I'm getting a broomstick and I'm pushing his ass off.
Inte in I mitt hem.
Yeah, there we go.
In an instant, Mohammed struck the cameraman, causing him to retreat into his room, closing the sliding glass door just in time for Mohammed to step on the balcony and brandish a large kitchen knife.
En stor köttkniv. Såg ni det? Du, han krossar glaset med en sten.
Yo.
Still dazed by the attack, the man holding the camera retreated even further into the house, while Maria had already run into the bathroom and locked the door behind her, a door that Mohammed would quickly rush over to.
Oh my god, does he get stabbed?
Släpp in mig på dassen, han kommer in. Han kommer in, Maria. Mohammed, hugg du. Mohammed, du hörde mig redan.
And desperately tried to open, even trying to use his knife to turn the lock, as that lock was the only thing standing in the way of what he was there to do.
It really upsets me he didn't push this guy off the ladder, like, really bad. Like, because he could have just fucking stopped that there and then. Like, he would have fucking... Dude, that would have knocked the fucking wind out of you. He would have broken his spine.
What exactly that was...
Fucking falling 2 stories onto your back.
...is unknown, as police would manage to arrive on the scene within minutes of this footage being taken, where they would arrest Mohammed, before he was able to get to Maria. But it's clear based on the fact that he had a weapon on him, and his desperate attempt to breach the house, that he didn't just want to have a conversation. In the end...
It's weird, though, because it seems like he wanted to kill his ex-girlfriend rather than the guy.
The man filming was left with only minor cuts. Mohammed was sentenced to 2 years in prison, as well as a 10-year ban from the country of Sweden, leaving us with...
Wow.
3 haunting videos of 3 disturbed intruders, whose true intentions
10-year ban from visiting a country.
will thankfully never be known.
Only 2 years? I mean, yeah, only 2 years, but he can't return to Sweden. Like, if he pulled up to Sweden, they would immediately arrest him. That's like an even more extreme version of a restraining order. Like, you just got exiled from the country.
Alright, hey folks, this is Noah, getting my blog live. Trucks and trucks and lots of trucks.
This is the very first footage that Noah Harpum would post to YouTube. After years of having a channel, Noah finally decided to give up.
Like, how are you finding this channel, bro? 52 subscribers? How does he even know about this story? Like, how does one find this? Like, it has to be like a fan submitting this.
Loading a try, posting this inaugural video to a self-titled channel on October 29th, 2015, titling it 102915, video blog number 1, and introducing himself to the platform with a simple, "Hello world," in the description.
No, but I did want to dissect just the beginning of a sermon given by a Pastor Bill, a guy that my dad has been following, taking ideas from for 10 years at least. He and his family, 2 kids.
In the video, Harpum paces throughout his home and discusses a priest named Pastor Bill, whom he believed was influencing his father and his family, and clearly not in a good way.
I've been ignorant of it for a long time.
You know what makes me know that this guy's unstable is this whatever fucking music this guy's listening to in the background while he's just recording himself talk about how he hates his dad's priest. Like that. What the fuck is that?
And clearly not in a good way.
I've been ignorant of it for...
Who made that beat?
A long time. So I wanted to look at it. And I challenged him just to look at 15 minutes of this sermon.
Though he gives no context as to who this pastor is, only mentioning that he had been ignorant of the situation for a while, and that this video was his response after trying to expose the truth to his father.
Been waiting, and I haven't heard anything. So I was going to just post my reply, and I guess that's how I'll start my blog.
Again, what this truth is unclear, as the lack of information makes this video a confusing watch, and ultimately it tells us very little about who Noah was, let alone the other people he was discussing. But he did end the clip by making it clear that this was only the beginning of what would be a reoccurring blog series that would showcase just him, his thoughts, and his camera.
The blog is just going to be me with a video camera, and that'll be it. We'll see what happens.
But before those uploads would come, Noah had pinned a website in his description that directed users to a blog post written by him that same day, titled, "Is my dad in a cult? Even worse, is it satanic?" Throughout the writing, Harpum loosely provides additional context for his video, as he breaks down a sermon given by Pastor Bill, who is shown to be Bill Johnson, a well-known preacher from the Bethel Church in Redding, California.
I also feel like Satanism is like fully not understood by the average person. Like, most people that are Satanists, I'm almost sure don't actually worship Satan. It's just the denial of Christianity and the mocking of religion as a whole.
Who had garnered a large following online, and despite the sermon being over an hour long...
Like, they don't actually believe in the devil. They don't believe in anything. It's like a version of atheism. I gotta Google that, man. I feel like I watched a whole documentary about this shit. About how, like, Satanism started. Satanism. Satan is a symbol of individualism, rebellion, and enlightenment rather than actual devil worship. It's atheistic.
Harpum goes through it point by point.
Like, when people are like, they worship the devil, they're Satanists. I don't think anybody actually worships the devil. Because if you believe in the devil, you believe in God.
Critiquing everything that he said, and the more he typed, the more angry he got. And the more angry he got, the more nonsensical his words became. I'm attempting to present...
So you? No, because I don't worship. I don't use Satan as... I don't talk about Satan. You could say I'm more under the idea of atheism, but not atheistic, satanic, like, Satanism.
A case that shows the leader of this prestigious institution, along with a select group of rulers, are using mind control techniques to poison and confuse legions of useful idiots that slave away to keep the institution humming along, and that this man, Pastor Bill Johnson, and his ruling caste are using mind control to keep people imbalanced and ignorant, in a state of perpetual...
Bro, this is insane. I mean, you could say that the pastor is using religion as a means to get donations for the church. But I feel like that's what he's saying, but he's saying it's through mind control. Pastors are preaching and also, yes, do funnel money out of people's pockets. Like, it was like tithing or whatever it's called, where you're supposed to give like a certain percentage of your income to the church. Like, that's a thing, but like, that's not through mind control.
Waiting for the material world to be defied, while they themselves are profiting immensely in this material world. The blog gives us a peek behind the curtain of the man shown in this video, a man who seems to be clearly mentally unwell, paranoid, and very angry, with the post making it clear that the purpose of Noah's content was to bring this pastor down, and video blog number 1 was supposed to be just the start. However, there would never be a video blog number 2, as just 2 days after posting this video, Noah's life would take a drastic turn.
Oh God.
Colorado Springs 911, what's the exact location of your emergency?
It's at...
Repeat that one more time for me and make sure I had it correct.
Well, it's across the street from me. I'm calling from my address.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, there's a guy walking around with like 2 cans of gasoline or something, 2 small cans, and a big, like a rifle. It's black, and it had a strap around it. He's walking up to doors and stuff.
Oh, fuck.
At 8:35 a.m. on Halloween morning, a woman named Naomi Bettis called 911 after witnessing a suspicious man walking around her neighborhood in Colorado Springs, as she watched him carrying several cans of gas, as well as an AR-15 that was hung over his shoulder. She didn't know it at the time, but this man was her neighbor, Noah Harpham.
Bro, how did he get that gun? How did he get that gun? Like, bro, I feel like that's one thing for, like, gun licensing. You gotta take, there has to be, like, a definitive, like, a 2-hour sanity test for this shit. Like, how are you allowed to own that?
And then I seen that he walked into the building, and the glass window at that business is broke.
And that's a business? What's the name of the business?
I have no idea, but I just know I don't know if it's a fake gun, a BB gun, but it looks pretty scary.
As the call progresses, Naomi explains that she had watched him enter a nearby business, where one of the windows appeared to have been broken. She wasn't sure if anything illegal had happened at this point, but she was convinced that Noah was up to something sinister, which based on what he had in his possession seemed to be the only logical conclusion. However, this concern wasn't felt.
I mean, it doesn't even matter if it's a BB gun. If you're walking around with a black-tipped rifle, you could get arrested for that. Dude, I remember when I was a kid, that's why all fucking BB guns have orange tips. If you paint that black, that's illegal. You get arrested for that.
Felt by everyone.
Okay. And you said it looked like a long gun, correct? Like a rifle?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Well, it is an open carry state, so he can have a weapon with him or walking around with.
That's nuts. I gotta have the date. I'm not trying to make like a political standpoint right now. I think you having concealed carry or like carry and you have a gun, like a pistol or whatever, okay. But if you're allowed to just wander around with an AR on your back, why? What scenario? Like, why would you need an AR on your body? Like in a random, what the fuck?
But of course, having those gas cans, it does seem pretty suspicious, so we're going to keep the call going for.
Like, that's so different. Like, open carry holding an assault rifle is so different than, like, concealed carry having, like, a pistol in your car.
That.
Okay, and the window's broken to that business downstairs, so.
Right, and you said he's now upstairs, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And are you or anyone else in immediate danger?
No.
Like, what? That's not illegal? He's walking around with 2 cans of gasoline, looking indoors, holding a gun? What the fuck? That's so sketchy.
Okay.
As the operator seemingly brushed aside the incident, stating that she was only keeping the call going because the gas cans could be suspicious. However, even with that, the report still wasn't taken seriously.
Hunters? Okay, but I'm saying the mixture, the situation here. The situation here, this guy's wandering door to door holding cans of gasoline and a gun.
Seriously, as the dispatcher...
What are you... Like, what is the... What, they're going to walk up to him? Oh, sorry, I was just going to fill up my car.
...hung up on her shortly after, before dispatching one single officer to the scene.
Oh my God.
An officer that never even made it there, as just moments later he was called off and sent to what was deemed to be a more pressing scene at the local senior center. Naomi's concerns were completely ignored, but despite this, she continued to watch out her window, waiting to see what Noah would do next. 4 minutes after her call with police ended, and 10 minutes after first reporting Noah's behavior, Naomi would dial 911 once again, only this time, Her demeanor was far different.
I just called a few minutes ago, and the guy came back out, and he fired a gun at somebody, and he's laying on the street.
The police chief or whoever was the person that diverted that cop away from the scene should be fired. Fired. Dude, that seems illegal to me. For you to call and the police officer to not respond is absurd. Like, that guy died because of that. Like, you could literally say that the reason this guy is in the street dead is because that cop did not respond. Yes, the guy is the reason, the dude that killed him. But, like, what the fuck?
Dead. Oh, my God. You sent an ambulance, too.
Naomi's worst fears had come true, as she frantically told dispatch that the man carrying the gun had just shot and killed.
And there was a more pressing matter at a fucking nursing home! What the fuck? What, was there a slip and fall when somebody was playing checkers?
Killed someone outside of her home.
Oh, my God.
Okay, calm down, okay? Stay with me. I'm just putting that into the call. Is anyone in immediate danger?
No, that I can see or think. No.
In response, the operator bizarrely asks if anyone else is in danger, but Naomi, likely in a state of shock, answers no.
Yo, I'm sorry, man. I'm really not trying to make this about guns again, because I really do think this is on, like, the police dispatch, like, problem. Like, the fact that they didn't get the one cop to, like, check on this. Because they would have had to call backup immediately, because the guy probably would have fucking pulled his gun on the cop. But, like, dude, in New Jersey, there's a dude walking around with a fucking AR getting arrested. Getting arrested. That guy is not... Like, I know it's different states, different rules, you know, and it's what people want to vote on. It's democratic, but it's like, dude, in what world is it normal for you to walk around with 2 cans of gas and a fucking gun on your chest? And like, creepily, like, fucking wandering the neighborhood? Like, what are you doing? It's just like a showing of freedom or something? Like, what's the fucking point? Like, that's just disturbing. It's like, it's the same thing of, like, in those states, are you allowed to walk around, like, wielding a knife? Like, that's kind of, like, that's actually a question. In open carry states, can you open wield a knife? Because I don't know. But it's just, like, I feel like that wouldn't be allowed. Like, most people would agree if you're walking around holding, like, a katana, something's wrong with you. Like, if you're, like, wandering the streets with a katana, that'd be creepy. But then when it's a gun, it's not. I'm like, which one's more deadly? Like, I just don't understand. I get it if it's a hunting rifle. Like, I understand, like, you're open carrying a hunting rifle wearing camo, you're gonna go fucking duck hunting. But it's like, why are you walking the streets with a fucking assault rifle?
Before immediately realizing that Noah was heading in the direction of Platt Avenue, which was known to be a busier neighborhood.
Maybe on Platt Avenue there might be people in danger.
Naomi, I need the suspect's description. Do you know his name?
No, I don't.
Okay, is he white, black, Hispanic, Asian?
He's white, and he's got long curly hair coming out of his cap.
She desperately tried to relay that more people were likely in harm's way, only to be immediately proven right just seconds later.
I think, yeah, there's people outside that might be in danger up on Platt. Okay. Oh, I just heard another gun fire. Oh, my God.
When she hears more gunshots, prompting the operator to once again ask...
Yeah, they need to call an ambulance or something right away.
Okay. Is anyone in immediate danger?
Only people up on Platt, maybe.
All right, I am sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line, and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay?
Okay.
It was only then that the operator would tell Naomi that police and medical personnel were finally being dispatched to the scene. But by this point, it was far too late. In the moments after Naomi had made her first 911 call, Noah Harpham would first attempt to light his house on fire using the 2 cans of gasoline. Though this, however, failed and caused him to quickly shift his focus. Noah instead stepped outside and brandished his rifle, immediately pointing it directly at Andrew Mayers, who had been riding his bike in the neighborhood. And after seeing the gun, the man stopped and begged him not to shoot, to which Noah responded by pulling the trigger multiple times, killing him instantly, with Andrew Myers being the man that Naomi had seen laying dead on the street. From there, Noah began walking up the street, where he would eventually see 2 women sitting on the porch of a sobriety...
This physically aggravates me, dude. This is so... Like, yes, you could do this even if there wasn't, like, open carry laws and shit, but, like, they could have stopped him, but because of what was in place, they didn't care until it was too late. And then now this guy's walking around town, lighting off rounds, killing people.
center, where local women went to get help with their drug and alcohol addictions, and upon noticing them, he immediately started shooting, striking and killing both Christina Gallela and Jennifer Vasquez. Noah walked for over a mile after this before the police finally caught up with him, and when they called out for him to stop walking, Noah turned and immediately opened fire, leading to a massive shootout.
Shoot his ass on the fucking ground immediately! What are we doing? What are we doing?
Noah walked for over a mile after this before the police finally caught up with him, and when they
A mile? Dude, he's been wandering the town for 2 hours.
Called out for him to stop walking, Noah turned and immediately
They call out to him to stop walking. Just kill him.
Immediately opened fire, leading to a massive shootout.
You know he's wandering. I feel like that should be on site. You know for a fact this is the guy walking around. There's bodies in the street. He's killing people. Why are you going, put the gun down? Just kill him. Actually, no, don't kill him. Shoot him in the spine, paralyze him, right? And then, you know, fucking go and handcuff him.
When the smoke cleared, the only one struck had been Noah, who was lying dead on the pavement, marking the end of his killing spree. The investigation that followed revealed that Noah had never even met any of the 3 people he killed that day. They were all total strangers, leaving the question, why had he done it? Well, even today, there's still no clear motive, with this appearing to be a completely...
The reason that I'm so angry is because, like, bro, from the point of view from the family of these people, it's not even, like, a reason... Like, you're the wife, husband, mother, son, daughter, whoever, of, like, this guy riding the bike. And it's like he just got shot in broad daylight from a rando that was just pissed. It's like you just ruined somebody's life that you don't even know.
Random and senseless act. But looking at his final and only posts online, Noah was
and they're never getting answers, you know, like it's like there's no closure.
Clearly very angry and seemed to be mentally unwell, which was corroborated by testimony from his parents, as they later claimed that he had anger issues and suffered from drug addiction and bipolar disorder. But what's so...
How did he get a gun? Bipolar disorder, drug addict, anger problems. Open wielding a rifle in public.
What was unusual about this to me was that this video was published just 2 days before the killings, and it was clearly not meant to be a one-off post. It was something that he seemed genuinely excited to continue, yet not even 48 hours later, he resorted to this. What happened in that time frame may never be known, but the effects of it will last forever. And I can't help but wonder how differently this all could have gone if that initial 911 operator had just taken Naomi's report
and just fucking listen to her. It doesn't even matter. You don't even take her word, bro. There is no word to be taken. She calls, you respond.
Seriously, Noah's spree didn't start for a full 10 minutes after she started that call, which would have been more than enough time for police to intervene.
Yeah.
But instead, Noah was given all the time he needed to end 3 innocent lives.
Sue the cops? I don't even know if it's the cop, man, because the cop was responding and then he got told to divert and he has to take the command of the dispatcher, who might have been taking the command of somebody else. Whoever was responsible for diverting that cop to the fucking nursing home and made that happen, fired.
It wasn't an attraction for the faint of heart.
Yeah, it might be dispatch.
Standing over 13...
I don't know.
1,500 feet above the ground, the Diogar ropeway was built to take tourists up and down the Trikut Mountain.
I mean, it's also the fact that they sent one cop, like, originally. They got one guy.
In Jharkhand, India. It was the tallest cableway in the entire country, offering an unparalleled view of Diogar and the picturesque landscape around it. Because of this, videos have long since been posted on YouTube showing just how dramatic of a ride this truly is, with one such video being recorded on April 10th, 2022.
Bro, I hate ski lifts. I hate these things. Dude, it's so fucking sketchy, man. When you go over those, like, the post lines where it goes dum dum and you shake. I swear to God, if right here, that's where the scariest part is.
That day, a woman and her family had been filming their adventure to the Trikut Mountain, and were now filming a first-person view of the descent back down.
Oh my God, is the fucking thing gonna fall? Stop.
It wasn't the kind of place for anyone with a fear of heights, and the loud sounds of the car passing the support towers only added to the anxiety of the trip. But the group filming this all remained relatively calm, quietly conversing to themselves, seemingly unfazed by the spectacular height. Even enjoying it. A feeling that wouldn't last.
What's gonna happen? Are we gonna watch like another?
Without any warning, the car was met with a massive force, sending the occupants and the camera to the floor, causing the footage to go dark. In that moment, one of the ropeway's axles had dislodged, causing a failure on the pulley system, which resulted in 2 carts crashing into each other, and the rest coming to a sudden and violent halt. The impact was brutal, but somewhat surprisingly, the footage continued.
I thought the fucking dude. I thought the cart fell out of the sky. Oh, okay. Holy shit, man. I thought that it like detached.
Showing just enough to reveal that the ropeway and the cabin these people were in were both still intact, before the recording came to an end. This group had survived the impact, but the nightmare was far from over. News of the collision quickly spread throughout the region, leading to the scene being flooded with rescuers and news crews alike, with everyone trying to figure out what exactly was happening, and the initial prognosis was grim. In the impact, 1 man in a separate car had been killed, and many others were left injured.
What?
In the impact, 1 man in a separate car had been killed, and many others were left injured. And making matters worse, due to the broken axle, the ropeway was now
How did they collide that fast that it killed them? I feel like this moves at like 4 miles an hour.
no longer operational, meaning that the 70+ people spread throughout the various cars were now stuck, some of whom were still suspended over 1,000 feet in the air. It was going to be an incredibly difficult rescue operation, just given the height of the ropeway alone. And ultimately, it was determined that the Indian Air Force would utilize their special top-of-the-line helicopters to fly over the cars and lower down ropes with harnesses attached to them for survivors, who then would strap themselves in and be hoisted up to the helicopter above using an electronic winch. It took hours for them to even make their first attempt, before finally trying their approach on a middle-aged man, who slid on his rescue strap and was then slowly pulled up towards safety. The footage of this is horrifying. These people were already over 1,000 feet in the air when their cars got stuck, and now they were being lifted even higher, tethered only by a single rope and a safety harness. Worst of all, it was a particularly windy day, which was made worse by the swirling of the helicopter blades, a combination that caused the man to start swinging wildly from side to side as he hung onto the rope for dear life. It was a grueling journey up, but finally the man reached the aircraft, and with safety just a few feet away, he instinctively reached his arms above his head in an attempt to grab onto the helicopter, a decision that would have disastrous effects.
Oh my god.
As he did so, his harness slid upwards and was pulled over his shoulders, and then over his arms, before eventually landing in his hands, meaning the only thing left holding him up was his own grip, as he clung to the now useless harness.
Grab
For a
it!
minute, he dangled there, just inches away from rescue. Meanwhile, the rescue crew searched the craft for something they could use to safely hoist him in, but before they got the chance... The man slipped out of his harness, momentarily catching himself on the side of the helicopter itself, but by this point, his strength was gone, and seconds later, his grip would fail for good. Causing him to plummet approximately 2,000 feet to the ground below, killing him instantly. For those waiting to be rescued, the sight was especially horrific, as they watched the man...
I mean, no one's gonna do... No, literally now, dude, the first guy they try to save fucking falls to his death. None of them are going to fucking... How are they gonna get these people down? I'm not going on that fucking shit if I watch that guy die.
Who they thought had made it to safety fall to the ground right in front of them. The fear they must have felt knowing that soon it would be their turn is unimaginable.
They're gonna keep going. They're gonna keep doing it.
After this, the rescue crews began making tweaks to their operation, which started to lead to a few attempts going off without a hitch. But the entire process was incredibly slow, as a full 24 hours would pass before 60-year-old Shubha Devi would finally get her chance to be removed from the car. And as she started her ascent up to the helicopter, the wind also caused her to start swinging wildly. So wildly, in fact, that the winch used to lift her suddenly stopped working, leaving her hanging there, only moving side to side rather than up towards safety. As she hung there,
lower me down to the fucking ground. What? Okay, the winch doesn't work. Bring the helicopter to the ground. I fucking slow and steady. I'll smack the ground, break a rib or two, and then I'll fucking unhook me.
Rescuers on the helicopter frantically tried to figure out what the problem with the winch was. But before they could ever get their answer, the rope...
Oh, the rope snaps. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. They should sue the fuck out of this. They should sue the Indian government for this shit, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? The goddamn military can't fucking save these people?
Suddenly snapped, causing her to free fall to the ground below. It came without any sort of warning, and from what I can find online, there isn't a definitive answer as to how this happened. But either way, it resulted in Shubha's tragic death. It took a total of 48 hours for the last of the survivors to be rescued and finally brought to safety, an unimaginable amount of time in an unimaginable position, with
2 days. They're just sitting in that fucking, like, lift.
Survivors having to watch 2 people fall to their deaths before them, unsure if they too were going to meet the same fate. Since its release, the footage has sparked some debate online, as the media actually hailed this as an...
Yo, this like really made me realize I'm not going on any of these lifts in any country that's not the US. And I'm not trying to be like judgmental when I say that, but like I'm so dead ass. I'm not like, just like any rant, I'm fuck that. Holy shit. And I'm not saying the US is like, not even in the US. Oh, any of the ones that are this fucking high, hell no. I'd go on a ski lift. That's why I'm not, I would still go on a ski lift. Because a ski lift, it's like, if that shit snapped, I'd fall 30 feet, break both my legs. But I'd live, you know? Like, there's people that jump off ski lifts to be dickheads, like snowboarders that fucking want to go. Like, that's different. This, hell no.
Actually hailed this as an impressive and even successful rescue operation for the Indian Air Force, while others have hit back on this, as both incidents seem to have been entirely preventable, with more people dying from the rescue than...
Not even in Europe? No, in like Switzerland I would, no. But I know that they're better built.
The accident itself. Though ultimately there were no repercussions for the rescue crew, with the only punishments being dished out to the operating company DRIL.
Yeah, I mean, whoever the fuck designed this should just get sued, man.
Which was accused of not properly maintaining the ropeway and not following proper safety protocols. It was even alleged that when the initial crash happened, the people operating the ropeway at the time actually fled the scene and never even called authorities. But I'm not sure if this was ever...
They just left?
...actually proven. DRIL was fined over $1 million and has since been blacklisted from operating ropeways for 5 years, while the families of the deceased were given around $33,000 in compensation.
Fucking wipe my ass with $33,000. Are you serious? Are you serious? You watch your mom fall to her death and you get $30K?
Currently, there are plans to repair and reopen the ropeway. Though at this point...
Who the fuck would ever go on this rope? I mean, it's cooked. I feel like the fucking company should just fucking fall to the face of the earth. Fucking crash and burn, dude. Are you kidding me? Who the hell's gonna go back on this after they know that fucking 3 people fell to their death?
No official date has been given for the reopening.
Reopening. No one's gonna go on that. That's absurd. Mom's priceless, let alone 30K. No, I'm not saying there's any amount of money that justifies it, but I mean, like, you know, you getting $1 million would be like, okay, I understand them trying to make right in some way. 30K? 30 grand. Your mom's dead. 30 grand. And you paid to go on this for like a fun family trip. Oh my God, that's horrible. That is so sad. Okay. Oh, we could watch Honey's. The part 2 of the Honey video. How Honey's an evil business. We watched the first one so long ago. He released part 2. Exposing Honey's evil business model. Lock in.
PayPal does not want you seeing this video. A few hours ago, PayPal's lawyer sent me a cease and desist letter and requested Patreon take down my video under a copyright infringement claim.
Yo, getting a cease and desist from PayPal and then continuing to fucking post it is like a baller move, but also terrifying. I've gotten one cease and desist ever, and it was because I used I can't say it. I used an image in a TikTok I made 4 years ago, and they gave me a cease and desist like 2 months ago, and they were asking me to pay them like $1,000. And I was like, yo, I didn't even make money on your video. That was like before the fucking creator fund. And they were like, well, we want money. And I was like, I'm not paying you. I'm not paying you. Yeah, they wanted me to pay them off of like estimated revenue. I was like, yo, I used an image of your TikTok. You're a millionaire, Joe? Yeah, and I'm not giving some scam. Bro, I'm not going to be hyper specific. The video's taken down now. It was a picture of food. It was a picture of food. And he wanted me to give him $1,000 for the picture of food. Up your ass.
Consider this a
no. You can copyright that. I always say, too, I know I do react videos, right? And a lot of people will be like, yo, you don't make content of your own. You've just fucking do react videos. Number one, somewhat valid. You know, I can't sit here and be like, my content's entirely creative. I'm not as creative as any of these other guys that are making content, right? I'm a riff guy. I understand that. But what I will say is, I'm not like these other, bro, motherfuckers will try to, when motherfuckers hate on me, they'll try to compare me to these reactors that literally just sit in the corner and go, and they turn a 20-minute video like they're reacting to a 20-minute video, and their reaction post is 22 minutes. I cut down will have react videos that are 15 minutes in length be fucking 40 minutes long. I'm yapping. People complain that I talk too much in my reactions. That is a honest complaint I have been getting more and more, is that I talk too much. And I'm going to say, I don't give a fuck. I know if this becomes a YouTube video, there's going to be like, yo, 11 seconds in and he's 5 minutes yapping. I don't care. That's a good complaint to have. I'm talking too much. I'm transforming the content. Yeah, Dante also has that complaint. That's good. Like, and the other thing I'll say is when people are like, yo, you're stealing content, I have always said, if a creator reaches out to me and says they don't want me to react to their shit, I'll take it down. They could copyright my shit, or if they fucking want me to give them some sort of extra credit, I'll do that as well. I've always said, like, if they tell me to stop reacting them, I'll stop reacting them. No problem. I'm not going to be mad at them. I get it. Right? Brooke for the sub. It's happened like twice, ever.
Direct attack against my
fucking lighting's fucked up. All right, lock in.
Fundamental right. Seeing this video. A few hours ago, PayPal's lawyer sent me a cease and desist letter and requested Patreon take down my video under a copyright infringement claim. I consider this a direct attack against my fundamental rights as an independent journalist. PayPal has specifically taken issue with the fact that an anonymous source discovered Honey had left their source code exposed within their iOS app, which, if you know where to look, is publicly accessible. This anonymous source found the code and sent it to me. I reviewed the code for security research purposes, which is a protected act, and I only published relevant sections of the code that provide important context to the story, which I consider within the realm of public interest. Nevertheless, I have removed sections of the video containing said code, not because I believe PayPal are correct, but because I know they will have YouTube take this video down. It was only a small segment of the video, therefore I have made this decision quickly, under duress, and to proceed with this publication as quickly as possible. If PayPal...
Yo, YouTube and every social media, for that matter, are going heavy AI, like, content review, and it's ruining every platform. I'm going to have that take. TikTok is the worst culprit. They have no employees. They have no employees. Everything on TikTok is, like, AI reviewed. AI, like, flags videos and, like, goes through shit. They have, like, nobody working there. Literally nobody working there. It's impossible to fuck. Like, they have no representatives. YouTube used to have a system where every big YouTuber had their own partner manager. And that partner manager would be, you know, obviously the partner manager of, like, 30 people, because you're not going to have one guy to one guy. You can't employ people just like that. But they barely have that now. And everything's AI. And it's always, I understand it being slightly AI, but, like, dude, it's just like, yeah, it streamlines the process. It makes shit faster. it's not as efficient. It's not. Like, there has been endless times where I get a video age restricted or demonetized. I review it and it's instant denied. And it says a human reviewed your video and it's denied. And I'm like, yo, is there a motherfucker sitting at a security screen waiting for Joe Bartolozzi to hit review and then instant presses no? Like, I know damn well a human did not review that video and tell me that it's not okay to use, right? And I love YouTube. YouTube's not the worst of the bunch, right? They're better than many. They still do have people, and you can reach out to YouTube on multiple regards. I've talked to them before. I still think they're going down the wrong path, but I think they're still capable of working with. TikTok, on the other hand, is horrible. Everything's AI. And so in the same sense of that, it's like, dude, if PayPal like set a dispute, YouTube wouldn't even look into it. They would just go, okay, sure, and just take down this guy's video.
Thought this would stop me. They were sorely mistaken. Enjoy the video.
I don't trust Honey. I don't know what it is. I don't trust it. They push so much advertising. They push so much advertising. And then people are getting money out of it, and then people are saving money out of it, and that makes sense, but the other part doesn't make sense, and then something's going on here. Where's all this money coming from? I have a feeling there's gonna, in like a couple years, there's gonna be the great Honey conspiracy.
Well, now there's like, there's certain advertisers that spend more than others, and ones that spend way more than others. And companies that spend a lot are like gambling agencies, like Cash App's really big in this space right now. And it makes sense because they're like a huge company that obviously rakes in revenue through, you know, people using their platform to spend money, right? Honey was so weird because they were spending at the same level as like DraftKings. But Honey marketed themselves as this company that like saved you money and was free to use. And so you're sitting there like, how the fuck are they investing millions of dollars into creators, potentially billions of dollars worldwide? Like, they were paying Mr. Beast, the biggest YouTuber. How the fuck? What was Honey? Honey, I don't even know if it exists anymore. They probably do, but they're getting crazy lawsuits right now. Honey was like this scam ass fucking platform or like ad company that would be a browser extension on your computer and like input coupon codes automatically. So you didn't need to search for them. So whenever you bought something, you would just use Honey's code and then it would input something, save you 10%. And so on surface level, it made sense. But behind the scenes, part one, basically summarizing it, Honey would not give you the best code. They would give you worse codes that made it seem like you were saving money, but in reality, they were working with the businesses behind the scenes to give you codes to make it seem like things were on sale, when in reality, they weren't actually saving you money. They were actually making money on you. And they would also make money on commission through the code. So if creators were doing ads for Honey and you used Honey as an extension, but then they shouted out another ad company that like they got like shared revenue on, like say like Gamer Subs, where I'm like, use code BART, right? But then if you had Honey, Honey would input their own code and then fuck over the creator. So they were screwing people, they were screwing creators, and they were taking your personal information.
PayPal's
all while they said they didn't do that.
Honey Money's
next vid, pal, yo, ban that kid.
Saving browser extension is accused of scamming customers and YouTube creators.
The biggest YouTube scam has just been revealed.
The greatest scam in the history of the creator economy.
People have been getting influenced and scammed, and I've been a part of it.
It involves almost every high-profile creator that I can think of, including myself.
Honey paid a lot of influencers up front
while taking money out of their back pockets.
Whoa, that's a little shady, mind you.
Yeah, like you'd get your audience on Honey and say you got paid like 10K for an ad as a big ass creator. Like say you're fucking, you know, like Asmongold. I don't know if he ever did an ad for Honey, but say you're like, who's a big creator that did it? Like, or like Linus Tech Tips. Like say you're like Linus Tech Tips and you do an ad for Honey and they pay you like $12,000. Up front, you're making money on them, but Honey behind your back is now taking your viewers that use your browser extension and making all of your revenue from your videos, like through other ads. All that revenue goes directly to them. So like behind your back, they're taking your money and they're also making every ad you do appear worse to the ad company because every code usage gets rerouted to them. So that's how they track your performance, right? So if I do an ad for a company and I say use code blank, they check a few things. The views on the video, they're checking clicks, and they're checking code usage. And those 3 things determine if they want to do an ad for you again. The first 2 are still shown, but Honey removes the third one. And the third one is the one that matters the most. Code usage is turnover rate. And new customers is what marketing is for. Getting a new customer is vastly more expensive than keeping one. And so when they get a code usage, that shows that your ad worked. But Honey removes that and makes it seem like your ad sucked. So to you, they're paying you money, but they're also fucking stabbing you in the dick while they're fucking doing it. So they're like, here. And they're just ruining the rest of the ads that you do for eternity.
Up front, while taking money out of their back pockets.
Whoa, that's a little shady, mind you.
No way, that...
Brother.
Heilige Scheiße.
I'm the biggest Honey fan in the world. Ludwig, no!
They've also...
Bro, they make you say that shit, though. Talk about how much you like the company. Talk about how you use it every day.
Been lying.
Use a personal... say something personal.
To consumers.
They are clearly not giving the best coupon.
I use Honey all the time. Whenever I'm buying stuff, I use Honey. It inputs the code really easily.
Coupon codes and discounts to users.
If you have downloaded Honey, I do recommend removing it from your browser.
I do think that this investigation from Megalag will lead to a huge class action lawsuit against Honey.
So on behalf of creators everywhere, I have filed a class action lawsuit.
We're suing PayPal and Honey. Gamers Nexus is the lead plaintiff in a class action complaint filed against PayPal and its property, Honey.
Well,
I forgot from the first video that PayPal owns Honey.
Safe to say PayPal's lawyers love my last video. But don't worry, PayPal, you know what they say. All press is good press, right?
Yo, PayPal's also a fucking old-ass UI, bro. Using PayPal feels like I'm back in, like, 2008, man. Like, it's terrible.
Let's see. Since releasing part 1 of my investigation, Honey has...
But it's, like, the only thing that people use. PayPal's like used to buy shit everywhere, but it's the worst platform.
It's lost over 6 million users. Google has changed their policies for browser extensions, blocking Honey from claiming undeserved commissions. And most significantly, PayPal has been slammed with over 20 class action lawsuits accusing them of wiretapping, computer hacking, unfair competition, consumer fraud, tortious
computer hacking,
interference, and unjust enrichment. Yikes, maybe not them. And unfortunately for PayPal, I suspect more lawsuits will be filed following the release of this video. Why? Well, you see, besides lying to consumers and stealing from influencers, Honey was also causing serious harm to small businesses. So much so that I believe brands have likely suffered millions of dollars in damages. But that's not all. In this video, you're also going to learn how Honey was collecting and sharing your data, and how they, in my opinion, illegally targeted minors through influencers such as Mr. Beast. Strong accusations, I know, but I have the receipts. I've reviewed internal data, Honey's source code, their pitch deck to investors, disturbing emails.
What, they were doing like a Facebook Mark Zuckerberg thing where they were selling people's info? Dude, anything that's like, I feel like the best thing that I've ever heard marketing-wise is if a product is free, you're the product. And I feel like that is the most true. Like, if you're not paying for the use of something or an item or anything, you're the product. You're the guy that's making that company money.
Between Honey and small business.
Whether it's selling your information or, like, using data or, you know, mining Bitcoin on your computer.
I've reviewed interviews and much, much more.
What about ripping a free Muha? If somebody just gave you a free Muha Med, I think you are ripping straight vitamin E, and you're probably going to die.
You're about to get insight.
No one gives out a free card.
Into one of the most scummy, predatory business models I have ever seen. You'll also find out why my investigation has triggered multiple class action lawsuits against other corporate giants such as Microsoft, Capital One, Klarna, Rakuten, and Retail Me Not. Per usual, the views, allegations, and conclusions expressed in this series are my opinions based on evidence I have.
We are your product? In a content perspective, no. I'm like a middleman for YouTube, right? Like, the way YouTube works, I don't run ads on Twitch, so you're not really the product. Like, you just watch me for free unless you get ads for pre-rolls. But yeah, I mean, I provide content. I provide the product. YouTube is a company that just... YouTube's like a strip mall. I set up a shop. I bring in customers. YouTube sells the product in my strip mall. I'm just the guy out front bringing you in, right? I have my own little mini store at YouTube strip mall. I don't sell any products. I just sell my content, right? I just gather attention, right? I'm a guy doing tricks on the side. And if you come watch me, then they hit you with a Doritos ad. And then I get a cut of that, right? Like, that's how it works.
Gathered, which will be shared throughout. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to part 2 of the honey trap. There were many moments throughout this investigation where I thought I'd reached the end of the rabbit hole. I thought I understood everything there was to know about Honey's dirty business model. They were claiming the credit for sales they hadn't earned, poaching the affiliate commissions from content creators, and they were intentionally withholding discounts from users for their own financial gain, rendering the entire value behind their core product a lie. Kinda hard to believe it could get much worse than that, but unfortunately it does. And I realized this after noticing a strange but reoccurring anomaly. You see, in most cases, when Honey popped up at checkout and I clicked Apply Coupons, a discrete tab would open in the top left corner of my browser. That's Honey injecting a simulated referral click, attempting to claim the credit for a sale. But here's where things got weird. Every once in a while, I'd come across a store where, after clicking Apply Coupons, Honey wouldn't load their affiliate link. So why not? At first, I thought it might be a bug, but quickly ruled that out after noticing the same anomaly on multiple websites. Even stranger, when this would happen, I was generally finding better deals. So what gives? Well, for the longest time, I was under the assumption that Honey would only pop up on websites that had agreed to partner with them. But I couldn't have been more wrong. And I realized this after stumbling across a post on Shopify's community forum, where a store owner complained that Honey was leaking their coupon codes without their permission. And as I read through the replies, I could see other stores had the same issue. Now, this was a pivotal moment in my investigation because it turned my entire understanding of Honey's business model upside down. Until now, I was so focused on the impact Honey had on consumers and influencers that I didn't even think to consider the potential impact to businesses. Though in my defense, Honey consistently referred to the 30,000 stores on its platform as participating stores. So one would assume that every store on Honey's platform joined willingly and with consent. Yet clearly, that wasn't the case. So I reached out to several business owners to learn more.
Honey takes the codes that people use on our website, the discount codes, and makes them public to everybody who's using Honey.
We started having problems with...
Oh my God. So if you were just like some random guy that had a 20% off coupon code, then Honey would just leak that to all your customers? I mean, like, that's something that's good for the consumer, but terrible for a small business. Like, horrible for a small... Like, if you're trying to make money and you're just giving, like, a nice code out.
Customers would get in touch via our support website saying, oh, hey, I just tried to use this discount, this 60% off coupon, and it doesn't work. And I'd be like,
60% off? I don't think there should ever be a coupon 60% off. What the fuck? I feel like 10, 25 tops. 60% off, brother. What?
Like,
how are they making money?
We can look into it. Like, dude, that is not your discount. Like, how did you get that? And they'd be like, oh, it just showed up through the Honey extension.
I hadn't heard about Honey before, and I was just hanging out on the couch with my girlfriend, and she made some comment about, oh, this app Honey that basically gives you all these coupon codes, and I think she asked if we were on it. I said no, and then she checked out our website and said, oh, you actually are on it, and it's giving this 15 or 20% discount code. And so that's when I found out about it, and I was pretty shocked because I didn't know how long it had been going on for. Yeah, it cost us.
Yeah, it costs them. I feel like the only solution in this situation, if you're a small business owner, is get rid of coupons. You know what I mean? Like, you can't get rid of Honey, but you could get rid of codes. Like, just don't allow coupon codes. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the... I'm not saying, like, Honey's not in the wrong here. They are. But, like, that is a solution. It just sucks because then you can't give... There's no sales.
Thousands. And I haven't even looked into how far back it went, but I know we just ended the code right away.
Now,
oh, so they could get rid of it.
If you think that sounds bad, well, trust me, it gets a whole lot worse.
Or the other loop around would be like a limited coupon number. You know what I mean? Like if they just had on their website a 20% off code that only a few people had, and then Honey leaked it to everybody and they were just spam using it, they lose thousands of dollars. The only other thing would be like a code that's usable like 100 times.
First,
and then it deletes.
It's important we understand the scale.
Would you have partnered with Honey in 2019? I didn't do social media then. I was never somebody that did a Honey ad because I wasn't on social media when Honey was like popping off. I mean, they probably did ads like early 2020 into COVID, but like I wasn't nearly big enough or even making money to get offers. But I mean, on surface level, yeah, I probably would have taken it.
Of this issue. As you just heard, the store owners clearly never consented to being on Honey, so they can't possibly be among the so-called 30,000 participating stores, right? So why?
Okay, let me give you a rundown. When I get offered to do an ad, my manager hits me up. He says, do you want to do this ad? I go, do they have shit about them? And he'll go, yeah, no, or, you know, this, but it's been, you know, cut. It's been fixed, you know, like drama 5 years ago, but it's fine. And then I decide if there's like shit about the company, no, like I generally stray away from like straight up AI shit or anything crypto related. Like there's a lot of companies that are crypto related that want to pay me like crazy funny money. And I'm like, nah, because I can't be like, yo, go invest in meme coins on this site. Like, I do DraftKings ads. Like, I've done sports betting ads. But, like, I stay away from straight up casinos, generally. Sports betting is kind of, like, the end that I'll go to, usually.
Was Honey lying to consumers?
I would do, like, an alcohol ad, though. I've said that. I would be like 21 or older. If like Corona wanted to pay me, I'd be like, fucking Jack Daniels.
About the true number of stores supported by its platform. And just how many stores did Honey add to its platform without consent? Was it hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands? Well, that's where things get interesting. You see, when I started coming...
Bad Dragon, I got sex toy offers, never did them. That one I was like... I didn't know, though, right? I did a Trojan ad. That was easy because it was just like prevent STDs, use condoms, Trojan, right? But this one company reached out to me. It wasn't Bad Dragon. And I was like, I don't know.
Through the business side of Honey's website, I noticed...
Why do they use you for those types of ads? Demographic. Like that company wanted to reach out to me because... a large percentage of my YouTube audience is in their early 20s, and people in their early 20s would buy sex toys. So, like, that's just same thing with like DraftKings. Like, a large percentage of my audience is like men between 18 and 30. So it's like those are the people that are either going to be using DraftKings or already do use other sports betting websites.
That Honey claims to only be partnered with 10,000 brands. That's 20,000 less than what they advertise to consumers. So I figured, okay, I guess 10,000 stores intentionally partnered with Honey, and the remaining 20,000 never signed up. Now, that would already be incredibly concerning and deeply misleading. But as it turns out, the deception is far worse than that. You see, as I continue digging...
Isn't sports betting 18 plus in the US? 21. Prediction markets are like a loophole in that, though.
I stumbled across this file from Honey's extension called Supported Domains, which gets loaded onto your computer when you install Honey. And this file contains a list of over 180,000 online stores.
Wow.
That's a massive discrepancy from what's advertised anywhere on Honey's website. Now, of course, we could start making assumptions based on those numbers alone, but we don't have to. Because it just so happens that Honey also keeps detailed information for each of the online stores in this list.
Oh my God. The reason they give you the code on non-participating stores is because if they let you use the code, they could track down what you bought and then sell that information to other advertisers to make money on you and your purchasing habits.
And it's relative.
It's why every time, bro, you ever talk about something and then the next day you get an ad about it?
Relatively easy to access.
You're sitting there like,
that data. For example,
some hyper niche thing.
On Chrome, if we click Manage Extensions, turn on Developer Mode, click on the Service Worker for Honey, and click on the Network tab, we can now monitor what Honey does behind the scenes a little closer. So if we say visit apple.com, we can see that Honey is now accessing information from their database related to Apple. Looking at this one in particular, we can see that 2.9 million Honey users visited Apple's website in the past 30 days. We can also see that none of those users saved any money from coupons because, well, Honey has no coupon codes for Apple's website. We can even see internal support and monetization notes that were left by Honey's
It's just tracking everything you do online.
Employees. Interesting. Most importantly, however, we can also see that Honey has an affiliate link for Apple's website, confirming that Apple does have an affiliate partnership with Honey. But if we look at the same data for, say, Abercrombie & Fitch, we can see that Honey doesn't have an affiliate link, yet Honey is still offering coupon codes for that store. And sure enough, if we click Apply Coupons on Abercrombie & Fitch, Honey doesn't load an affiliate link through that infamous sneaky tab. Aha! Things are starting to make more sense. So all I had to do now was collect this data for every store in Honey's database. The only problem is, collecting this data for one store is easy, but doing it for 180,000, that would literally take years. Unless, of course, you created a little program that automated the entire process, crawling through that massive list, scraping Honey's data.
Yo, bro, motherfuckers that understand computer coding are like too smart, man. Like, if you're able, bro, I remember I took coding in high school and it was like a fucking pain to even like figure out an Arduino kit to like make a light flicker at a certain rhythm. Like, for you to be able to like make a code to like comb 180,000 websites on like what it tracked for Honey, yo, Brady, yeah, I mean that's Brady, bro. Like, that shit's freaky. How do you know that?
Store by store and
print word hello.
Neatly organizing the most relevant data points into a nice, easy to read spreadsheet. Well, that's exactly what we have here, but I can't take any credit for the spreadsheet because this was all the work of someone much better at this stuff than I am, and he goes by the name of Yalta. He's the developer.
Yo, imagine it was Brady. I know Yalta's probably better than Brady at this shit, but that'd be really funny if it just like flashed like Brady's face.
A nice, easy to read spreadsheet. Well, that's
just my editor, Brady.
Exactly what we have here, but I can't take any credit for the spreadsheet because this was all the work of someone much better at this stuff than I am, and he goes thank him enough because holy shit, there is a treasure trove of data in this spreadsheet. We now have all the details for every store, every coupon code, every developer note, all curated into one lovely spreadsheet. It's
oh my god,
glorious. PayPal will not like me having this data, but too bad. And Yalta will be releasing this data publicly on Twitter shortly following the release of this video. Link to his Twitter is below, so make sure you give him a follow if you want to catch that drop. Alright, so now that we have this spreadsheet, we can finally confirm that at the time this data was collected, Honey supported 35,000 stores with affiliate links and an additional 146,000 stores without affiliate links. So yes, there was some truth to their claim of supporting 30,000 participating stores. They just conveniently left out the eeny-weeny fact that they dragged an additional 146,000 stores onto their platform, presumably without consent. Now, consider—
the problem is, like, I feel like the average consumer wouldn't really care because it's like they're more worried about like whether or not they're saving money versus if the company that, you know, doesn't want to participate. Like, I mean, you would, but I'm saying, like, if you ask a regular person on the street and they're like, yo, they don't care, you would just be like, whatever. I get 20% off, who gives a fuck?
Look at this.
They could remove their code.
If you're Honey and your platform supports 180,000 stores, surely you'd be screaming that from the rooftops, right? 180,000 sounds a whole lot more impressive than 30,000. Honey knows that, so why hide the real number? Clearly, Honey decided that keeping this little secret to themselves outweighed the benefits of advertising it. Now, as a consumer, you might be thinking, so what if Honey leaks a few coupon codes? Even if a business never gave consent, surely that would just drive more sales for the business, right? Well, it's not that simple. Why? Well, you see, Coupon codes are more than just discounts for consumers. They're also a vital marketing tool for businesses. Virtually all coupon codes have a strategic purpose behind them. For example, many online stores will offer a 10% discount as an incentive for signing up to their newsletter. The consumer gets a 10% discount, and the business gets your email address for marketing. It's a simple tit-for-tat exchange. But if Honey snatches up that coupon and makes it available to everyone, well, now the business is losing 10% while gaining nothing in return. The entire purpose behind that coupon code gets destroyed.
Oh my God, because the coupon code is free and accessible, but only through means of giving, like, your email or phone number to the company. But now you don't have to do that. And so the company just loses on the capability to market to you. So you're just getting raw fucking savings on the deal.
Stripping away any incentive for the business to continue offering it. But it's not just newsletter coupons. Stores will also offer discounts to reward and maintain loyalty, like offering exclusive VIP codes to repeat high-value customers. Many businesses will even offer specialty discounts to military veterans or first responders, just to show their appreciation. But also, some businesses have private discounts.
All right, bro. Well, I gotta say, that's gotta be really fucked up. You're trying to buy a product and it's like military or like veteran 5, veteran 15, and you get 15% off. Like, wouldn't you feel kind of bad about using that? Like, you're getting a military discount because Honey input the fucking veteran code.
Discount codes like 50 or 80%.
Friend of Paul? What do you mean, friend of Paul? Bro, actually, no, that's literally Honey ripping like a family and friends discount code to get like 30% off.
Off that are strictly intended for use by employees.
Friend of Paul.
Or friends and family. So when Honey comes along,
employee 80? Yo. I gotta say that sucks, but imagine being the motherfucker that got Honey from a Mr. Beast video and you go to buy a product on some niche website and Honey just inputs an 80% discount code. You're probably sitting there like, yo, you're in the moment, you're not upset. Like, in the moment, you're like, damn, that shit just saved me $140.
Intended for use by employees or friends and family. So when Honey comes along, finds all of these codes and hands them out like candy to its millions of users, not only does it cause...
On average, though, Honey saves you less money than like if you looked for a code.
A negative strategic impact, but it also causes significant financial harm. In fact, this has become such a significant problem for online stores that there are now multiple paid services to help e-commerce stores block extensions like Honey. Even well-known retailers are paying to prevent these issues. Now, you might be wondering, how on earth does Honey get access to private coupon codes like employee discounts if they're not available to the public? Well, I came across this marketing podcast where they discussed the issue.
What happens is if I have Honey, for example, and I'm one of your best customers at your e-commerce store, and you decide you're going to do a promotion for your VIP customers, maybe it's a flash sale, and you send me a special code. I go to your website, I legitimately have that code from you, I type it into the promo code field at checkout. Because I have Honey in my browser, it is able to scrape that code then and give it to everybody who uses it. We've seen codes like Military Hero 30, clearly intended for a veteran. And then in another case,
wow,
even worse, in another case, my CEO found a men's apparel brand where they had a $75 off coupon code, but they didn't set a minimum order value. And so...
What, so the store was giving you money back? What do you mean? $75 off, you could buy anything?
People were able to get unlimited...
Oh my God, free over and over again. Holy fuck. Bro, that probably felt like the Chase Bank glitch. Holy shit. You go on American Eagle, you get $75 off, you just buy a pair of jeans. Redo it. Buy a pair of jeans. Redo it. Buy a pair of jeans. You just start you just start getting money in product.
Merchandise for free as long as they have their order value at $75 or under.
Okay, that's insane. But I have to admit, at first, I was a little skeptical of the claim that Honey was snatching codes from users without their consent. Because whenever I entered in a coupon code Honey didn't recognize, the extension would always ask for my permission before taking it. Or so I thought. But as it turns out, the moment you type in a coupon code, Honey immediately sends that code directly to their servers, and then they ask for your consent. How do I know? Well, you see, a developer, who would like to remain anonymous, noticed that Honey leaked their source code inside of their iOS app. Whoops. So this developer extracted the code and sent it to me. We can actually further verify this with a live example. Watch what Honey does in the background as I enter in this coupon. Honey realizes that it doesn't have this code yet and asks for my consent to share it. But look at this. Before I've clicked anything, Honey has already sent that coupon code to their server, including the details of—
So it's literally just a means of making you feel like you have control, when in reality hitting share or not share doesn't matter.
How much money that coupon saved me, all without my consent. Now, Honey might argue that if you click don't share, they never actually use those coupons. And maybe they don't. Maybe those codes just sit in their database doing nothing. We can't say for certain. However, if you read Honey's privacy policy, it explicitly states that they collect data such as coupons, promo codes, and deals you found. So while they ask for a user's consent, their privacy policy clearly allows them to take that data without it. So why does this matter? Well, it matters because when private codes get leaked, businesses don't just lose money, they're often left in the dark, unable to trace how those codes were exposed in the first place. I've personally found several coupon codes through Honey that were clearly intended for private use. This one coupon I found worked like a $35 gift voucher, meaning I could make unlimited free orders provided my cart value was $35.
Yo, I would have fucking, I'm being 100% honest, bro. If I was like 18 back when Honey was like, you know, popping off, I would have fucking nonstop ordered shit, man. Like that would have literally been like Clash of Clans, free gems, glitch come true. Like I would have ran that shit up. Oh my God. If I was on a website, I don't even care what it was. I'd buy like pounds of paper clips. Yo, like if I was buying some shit from Staples and I got a $50 off gift card, I would just run that back 1,000,000 times.
Or under. When I alerted the business, they appeared to have no idea how the code had been leaked. Now, believe it or not, this nightmare for online stores only gets worse.
So we usually use discount codes as a way to track when influencers or partners are sending traffic to us so that we can identify the sale was...
That's what I was saying earlier.
...attributed to that influencer. And
that's what fucks over the influencers. That's why I'm always like, when I do just for gamer subs in general, like when I go use code BART and you use code BART, gamer subs tracks that. They get a tally, you know? Somebody bought a drink or a cup or a shaker or whatever it is, a tub, using my code. And then you sometimes, depending on the company, might get a share of revenue, or they might pay you flat fee and then just see to track your usage and then re-up with another offer later on, because there's different types of ads. You do flat rate ads, you do view cap ads, and you do affiliate ads, right? Flat rate ad, most ads that you see on YouTube, company pays you a flat fee, you do the ad, you shake hands and leave. They might come back to you a month later and go, you know, we had a lot of code usages, we want to work with you again. They might pay you more or less, depending, or equal. Then you have view cap ads, which is ads where they go, hey, we're going to pay you a minimum of, say, $1,000, but you can max out at 500K views, and if you hit 500K views, we'll pay you this amount of money. And I've done a few of those, but they kind of suck because it's really dependent on viewer performance. And then they have just affiliate ads, which is like what your friend that has a Gymshark code does that is at your high school. And he says, Gymshark partner, use code Blake for 30% off or 20% off. He doesn't get paid from them. He just gets raw affiliate code revenue. That is also the same format of like many long-term partners that streamers do. You just get shared revenue.
Pay them a commission. So I think we saw one code started to get used like way more, and we were like, wow, we're paying this influencer so much, they're doing so well, and I was like a little bit suspicious.
A lot of times discount codes are the only way for you to understand if a YouTuber that you love and would love to partner with is actually driving incremental value to your business. Those codes would immediately get picked up by Honey, and then they'd be used.
It would be picked up by Honey, and then that influencer, then this company's seeing that influencer as a bad marketing person, right? They're seeing their audience is not engaging, and then that company never comes back.
Hundreds of thousands of times. And you'd be like, all right, like not only does that negatively impact our business, it was for that audience, but we have no idea which podcaster we should continue to support.
Now, if you're someone who listens to podcasts, you probably know exactly what Chip is talking about here. When brands advertise on podcasts, affiliate links aren't always practical. Listeners could be running, driving, or doing the laundry without easy access to a computer. So, instead, brands will provide podcasters with a unique coupon code. And each time the listener uses that coupon code at checkout, the podcaster earns a commission, just like an affiliate.
Oh my God, yo, I was watching Family Guy on the hotel fucking TV on cable when I was in New York. And there was I forgot how often ads show on cable TV. Every 5 minutes there was ads. And it was for this off-brand, it wasn't Dollar Shave Club. It was like an off-brand Dollar Shave Club. It spammed that ad a million times, and it spammed the same Nugenix ad every time. And it was this old fuck that used to be in the MLB that was like, yeah, like my dick doesn't get hard anymore, and then I use Nugenix, and like now I'm a big man again. I'm like, yo, what the fuck am I watching? And it was that ad over and over again. Bro, listen, this is relevant to the honey story. Trust me, I'm going to loop it all back. He didn't actually say that. It was like this guy lifting, and it's like, yo, Robert, you look big. And he's like, thanks, man. I've been using Nugenix. Total T. Total T. You know, men over 40, their fucking testosterone goes lower, so they need to use this, and it makes them stronger and shit. And then it flashes to this big burly man that's like really fucking hot. And he goes, and she'll like it too. And it's basically saying like, hey, your dick will fucking work again. And then I got Vietnam flashbacks to when I used to work at GNC, and they used to tell me that I should tell that to old men. And I was like, oh my God. Because when I used to work at GNC, they used to sell Nugenix. And part of the selling point was like, hey, if you can't get hard, like, this might help. But like, you had to nonchalantly bring that into the conversation. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because every ad break was a Nugenix ad, but every Nugenix ad break had a different discount code. It was the same ad, but it was like, use code HUNT20, use code MAN40, use code fucking CASH10. And it was like, text this number or some shit. It was stupid. Did you use them? No, but I almost texted the company because I was like, dude, what the fuck would it respond with? It was a different code every time.
So these are not your typical coupon codes. Behind them, you have an influencer that's trying to earn a living, you have a business paying to promote their product, and there's usually a contract binding the two together. Regardless.
Dude, I couldn't get over it too, man. It was just, and she'll like it too. Just say it.
Honey will step in, leak the codes to users, disrupting that business relationship. The result? Not only do brands end up losing money from the leaked discounts, on top of that, they're now forced to pay undeserved commissions to the influencers whose codes got leaked. It's easy to imagine how quickly something like this could spiral out of control. In fact, one business owner on Twitter reported losing $100,000 from this exact issue, and he only realized it happening several months later. It's no laughing matter. And if you think this is a huge win for influencers because they get paid a bunch of undeserved commissions, well, think again.
I mean, we basically pulled all out of the podcast realm because there was really no way to figure out how to attribute any successes or failures.
We basically can't do that anymore because as soon as a code becomes used by one person, it's suddenly used by everybody.
This is a nightmare situation for everyone involved, but not all businesses are affected equally. Honey's actions are especially devastating for small businesses that lack the resources of larger brands. The big retailers can push back. They have dedicated marketing teams, advanced analytic tools, and the legal muscle to respond. Smaller businesses, on the other hand, don't have that luxury. So when a multi-billion-dollar company like PayPal piles on more obstacles, it's not just frustrating, it's downright predatory. In fact, Made in Cookware CEO Chip perfectly summed up the devastating impact Honey's actions can have on a small business.
When you're in the early stages of building a business, you're in the stage of, will this company even work? Is there product market fit? How do I scale this thing? Can the economics work, right? And so all the things we talked about, these discount codes and the kind of removal of attribution and killing margin, like those really affect the early stages of a company, from everything from where do I put the next dollar in to make sure I can survive down to you're taking 10, 15, 20% of my sales without me wanting it. And we have digital marketing costs, we have shipping costs, we have all these stacks of costs that not only are getting more inflated over time, like FedEx has been raising their rates over time, warehousing.
Well, and being a small business is really hard because you already have to try and have competitive pricing to match other big retailers. And then when Honey's already slashing those codes, that you're still, in a profitable margin, but those codes are kind of making you really like tread the line there on like red and green in terms of profitability. Like it fucks you. Like that's why you don't really see small businesses anymore outside of like rural air, like really rural areas. Like when you're in the middle of nowhere, there's always like a local coffee shop and all this other shit. Or if you're in big cities, there's a mixture, but kind of like that in between town where you're that kid that hangs out at Walmart on Fridays. Like you never really fucking see small businesses anymore because those big companies that come in just steamroll everybody else. And now like that's hurting even more companies, especially in the online business where you're trying to fucking compete with Amazon. And you're just getting fucked.
Costs have gone up, COGS have gone up, as you know, through inflation for the last 4 or 5 years, right? Like all the cost structures have been going up, and to have someone just stealing and compressing the actual revenue you want, like puts small businesses in a real squeeze. And it's just really disappointing. And like it doesn't even work because at the end of the day, like you need to make the numbers work. And if Honey is going to steal 10% of your revenue all the time, you're going to have to raise prices at the end of the day to make up for that, right? And so it's not only not effective, but it makes it worse for the consumer. It compresses for the small business owner any margin, and it's just like a really awful business model. Like we've been so mad at them for so long.
Really sad. And Chip's point about the impact to consumers is especially important. If Honey's eroding profit margins from retailers and they're forced to increase prices, well, that ultimately affects consumers. Now, as you'd expect, these businesses don't just let these issues slide. Naturally, they reach out to Honey to complain, asking to be removed from the platform. And that, unfortunately, is where the story takes a much darker turn. You see, Honey is well aware of the inconvenience it creates for these online stores. So when they inevitably reach out to Honey, asking to be removed, does Honey oblige? Of course not. Instead, Honey goes, how about this? We'll give you full control over which coupons go live on our platform, but only if you partner with us. I kid you not.
Yo, that's like some Monopoly Man shit. Like that's like, yo, that's actually crazy. Like, yo, we're not gonna take your shit off, but we will let you put codes, but you have to give us a cut.
In fact, Chip was kind enough to share his email exchanges with Honey from 2020, and you need to see it because holy shit, it's bad. Now, it is a long email chain, so I'm not going to read the entire thing, but you're welcome to pause to read the bits I skim over. Hi, I am the CEO of Made in Cookware. Please remove us from your app. You've scraped a private friends and family code from our checkout and put it on the platform for others to use. We've lost a bunch of revenue. 4 days later, Honey responds with, hi Chip, thanks for reaching out. Honey supports over 40,000 stores online, and we always prioritize protecting the Honey experience for users by supporting available stores and displaying available codes. We can absolutely remove the code in question. In order to protect the Honey experience for our users, we typically do not remove codes unless we have a working relationship. I mean, right off the bat, they're basically saying, we won't compromise the experience for our users unless you...
But what does the working relationship entail?
Pay us. Classy. We'd love to discuss how we can work more closely and partner with your brand. Chip replies the same day, we don't offer affiliate deals to coupon sites. We'd like to be removed from your site and extension completely. With the sales pitch not going to plan, Honey brings in their global partnerships manager, Kelly Rodick, who explains to Chip that,
hi Chip, jumping in here. Oh my God, bro, the fucking email formality bullshit. Like I get emails like this where they're like, hey, we could really increase your views. By the way, my name's Brian. Nice to meet you. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Just talk to me like I'm a regular person, bro. Hi, Chip. Jumping in here. Name's Kelly, and I work on the partnerships team here at Honey. I know this must be a headache, and I'm happy to... What is this fucking cookie-cutter-ass response, bro? It's like, that's why people hate customer service representatives, because they're literally reading a fucking slot in front of them on, like, what to say in response to you. Holy shit.
His leak code was added through Honey's user-generated coupon functionality. No surprises there. She completely ignores his request to be removed from the platform, only offering to remove the leaked employee discount. Chip replies the same day, "Our friends and family code was listed on your site. That was an internal code meant for a small group of people that was never published anywhere. Our whole site can't be removed from your app." Honey only responds a week later, confirming they removed the employee discount, but again, completely ignores Chip's request to be removed from Honey. Chip responds immediately, pushing for an answer, but they ignore his email completely. A month later, and Honey leaks another private discount code. "Hi, please remove from your app. That is a private code behind a private employee perk login. This should never be public. I don't understand how you feel taking a private employee perk and making that public to the world is helping our business."
Yo, Kelly Rodak is just dealing with pissed motherfuckers.
Honey responds, confirming they removed the code.
"Hi, Chip. Hi, Chip."
But instead of taking responsibility, they try shifting the blame onto Chip, suggesting his employees might be responsible for
Is it possible that a made-in cookware employee is a Honey user?
sharing the code with Honey. But given what we know about their system, I'm willing to bet Honey were responsible for the leak.
Bro, it's like that fake ass, it's like being fake nice. Like, I hate that. I'd rather somebody be a dickhead than, like, fake being nice.
Not Chip's employees. Honey then suggests that Chip creates single-use codes for each and every employee, essentially making it his responsibility to fix a problem they created in the first place. I would be fuming if this were my business. 2 months later, and another private code gets leaked. And once again, Chip asks to be completely removed from the platform. And this time, Honey finally addresses the question. "We proudly host a..."
Yo, lock in, bro. Stop asking me what's my go-to Wawa order, Bryce. A panini. Oven turkey, pepper jack cheese. If I could get mac on it, I would. Garlic sauce as well is amazing. Then I'm probably going to go... Fuck, man. What else? I mean, it really depends. You know, the drink's up for grabs. It could be a Propel. I could be getting like a vitamin water. I maybe not even get a drink, you know, or like a sugar-free.
Consistent shopping experience for all Honey shoppers who rely on our shopping tools. Therefore, we cannot disable Honey for individual stores and never have.
Would you ever do an ad for Cash App? Brother, why are you asking? I've done 10 ads for Cash App. Lock it!
Never have, huh? Well, that's interesting, because it just so happens that Andrew from TrueGrit Texture Supply also shared his email exchange with Honey. And would you believe it? He was dealing with the exact same Honey employee as Chip.
"Hi, Andrew. Thank you for your patience. I'm so sorry that you had an upset experience with our platform, Honey. I'm here to make sure that you love our product and that we can show that we love you. I'm sorry that we leaked your 90% off code that's only for disabled veterans. We're not going to remove it. What we could do is partner with you, and then we'll remove it. We're going to be taking 10% of your annual revenue. Does that sound like a good deal? Best, Kelly."
And while Honey attempted the same sales pitch with Andrew,
"We understand merchants may have coupon codes that are exclusive to a certain audience and are happy to work with you to create a solution that is mutually beneficial for both you and Honey users."
they did eventually remove his store from the platform. So yes, it is possible, and yes, they have done it before. Once again, we've caught Honey in yet another calculated and deliberate lie. And make no mistake, it was deliberate because this employee, Kelly, confirmed the removal of Andrew's store just 1 month before assuring Chip that Honey had never removed a store before. Honey clearly has the capability to remove stores, they just choose to enforce that decision selectively. Keep in mind, Honey knows exactly how many of their users are visiting a given store and how much they are spending. So exactly how many
Epic Games? What the fuck is, there's Honey codes on Epic Games? What are you getting, fucking % off on V-Bucks?
many of their users are visiting a given store and how much they are spending. So I'd speculate that this selective enforcement comes entirely down to which stores Honey believes will make them the most money. Now for the record, I didn't even get through that entire email chain between Chip and Honey. It goes on and on. And this behavior is not an isolated incident. It's a pattern.
When merchants discover their codes have leaked and then they want to clamp down on that, they go to these coupon extensions and plea and request to have their codes removed. And 9 times out of 10, the response is join our affiliate program and you'll have more granular control over that. And so I think merchants tend to feel a little bit as though they're being blackmailed or extorted, because you join the affiliate program and then you have to pay that coupon extension company every time somebody uses a code. And you're doing that in order to have them not share your codes.
I mean, this has got to be one of the most f***ed up business models I have ever seen. And let's be real about what's going on here. In my opinion, it's economic extortion. Just think about it. Imagine one day deciding to start your own business. You've saved up all this money and invested it all into this one big idea. You're taking on a huge risk. And as you navigate the daily struggles of running a business, a bad actor sneaks into your store without you ever noticing. They quietly start collecting coupons from your customers and start handing them out at your checkout counter. Then one day, you notice a customer with a voucher that was clearly never intended for them, and you have absolutely no idea how they got it. But when you eventually catch the culprit and demand that they leave your store, they refuse, and there's nothing you can do about it. Knowing this, the bad actor leverages the harm they manufactured by strong-arming you into signing a partnership deal, where the only way to stop the damage they created is by paying them. Honey's business model starts to make a lot more sense now, doesn't it? It makes sense why they dragged 146,000 stores onto their platform and kept quiet about it. Because by doing so, they wedged themselves between those stores and their customers, disrupting, interfering, and ultimately taking control over their coupon strategies. And the only way for those stores to regain some of that control is by paying Honey. I mean, why else would any of these stores partner with and pay Honey if they're already on the platform for free? The answer is simple. The stores don't pay for inclusion, they pay for exclusion, for damage control. It makes sense. Now, to be clear, I'm not suggesting that all of Honey's 35,000 partnered stores were coerced into joining their platform. I'm sure many signed up willingly. After all,
more the big ones. I mean, it really makes sense for like larger stores. Like if you're Amazon or fucking some other company that is, generating millions or billions of dollars of revenue with millions of customers.
Honey does offer a cashback program, which some stores genuinely like to offer users. And just look at the glowing case studies on Honey's website. Some of the numbers they throw around make partnering with Honey look like an absolute no-brainer. Increased average order value, reduced cart abandonment, that's music to the ears of any e-commerce store owner. But of course, if the benefits were truly as good as they say, you'd expect that brands who partner with Honey never look back, right? Well, here's a little statistic Honey doesn't want brands to see, and it's from their own data. This right here is a list of stores that, at some point, tried a partnership with Honey, then decided, yeah, no thanks, and ended the partnership. There's 15,000 of them. That's 15.
Well, because they were probably just giving codes out and then they were losing money and it didn't drive any new customers or increase traffic.
1,000 brands.
So they were just paying Honey to do fucking the same shit that they were already doing.
That at some point we're partnered with Honey, but no longer are. And this is based on the limited data I have access to. The actual number is potentially a lot higher. I think that says a lot more about the value Honey can bring to businesses than any of their case studies. Given everything we've uncovered about Honey so far, it really makes you wonder, why on earth would a Fortune 500 company like PayPal sink $4 billion into buying this company? Sure, Honey was making some sweet affiliate revenue, but still, that's a lot of money. To put that price tag into perspective,
wait, they made $100 million in affiliate revenue?
At one point, I have access to more about the value Honey can bring to businesses than any of their case studies. Given everything 500 company like PayPal sink $4 billion, but still, that's a lot of money. That's a lot. Honey was making
annual revenues of $100 million. Bro, this company was raking in cash.
Some sweet affiliate revenue, but still, that's a lot of money. To put that price tag into perspective, the platform you're watching this on, YouTube, was acquired for just $1.6 billion. Combine that with the acquisitions of Instagram and Twitch, and it still equates to less.
Yeah, Twitch be setting money on fire though. This company don't make shit. Like I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. Twitch is like constantly thinking like, how do we make this profitable?
Than what PayPal paid for Honey, a coupon browser extension. Well, Honey brought more to the table for PayPal than its ability to churn out mountains of cash. They also had 17 million users worth of data, and as it turns out, lots of it. Remember in the last episode how I said, if a product's free, it's likely you're the product? Well, we're at that part of the story now. You see, while Honey was handing out bottom of the barrel coupon,
I didn't hear that from him. Because I feel like I've been saying that for years, but I didn't know you said that in the last video.
Codes, they were also tracking your shopping habits and collecting a ton of data along the way. In fact, Amazon of all companies began warning users that Honey was a security risk, stating, Honey tracks your private shopping behavior, collects data like your order history and items saved, and can read and change any of your data on any website you visit. They even recommended uninstalling the extension. That was somewhat surprising to me, given how much Honey played into the whole "you can trust us with your data" narrative.
Actually free, not like selling all your personal data free.
Does Honey sell user data?
No.
That mother, I fucking hate, yo, if you ever see that motherfucker, know he's lying, bro. This is the same. If you ever wonder why every video they have the same old fuck that's doing the fucking thing, it's because he's a guy that's hired to do it. You can't know on a fucking lie detector whether or not they actually lied that fast. It's inaccurate. It's random. It's basically a toss of a coin. That's why, what is that? What are they called? What is this called? What is this called? What is that fucking machine called? Oh my God, it pisses me off so much when I see these videos. Lie detector test videos are just wrong. Like, it's a lie detector, but it's called something. Yeah, polygraph test. You can't tell, like, that fast. That's why they get this guy, is because he's the most, like, legitimate. But, like, you can't ask somebody a question, them answer, and then a second later him go, true, lie, false. Like, it's just up in the air.
This prompted me to investigate Honey's data collection practices. And what I found was, unsurprisingly at this point, pretty darn concerning. Hilariously, the first thing I noticed when auditing Honey's website was that they explicitly
probably paid that guy $1,000, bro. I mean, like, I don't know. It's just like they're interviewing the CEO of Honey or whatever, and they're like, does Honey sell user data? No. True. True. Next question. True.
They assured users that, hey, what we don't do is sell or share your data. But the moment you click the link to their privacy policy, the first thing you see is how we share your data. Excuse me? Red flag number 1. Now, this privacy policy was packed with vague language when it came to what data they were collecting and how they were sharing it. So I dug deeper and came across this incredible investigation by a German nonprofit called Data Request, who advocate for data privacy online. And they dug into Honey's data collection practices by submitting what's known as a GDPR right of access request. For those unfamiliar, under European law, anyone living in Europe can ask a company, no matter where it's located, for a copy of all the personal data that company has collected on them. So, 2 of their members, Benny and Malta, both Honey users, each submitted a GDPR request. Their data revealed that Honey was systematically tracking their browsing activity across every website it considered to be an online store. They also collected timestamps, unique user IDs, device IDs, operating system info, geolocation details, and the full URL of the page visited. Now, Data Request showed that from these logs alone, Honey could infer some incredibly personal insights about a user. Here are just a few examples from Benny's data that was collected in 2020. Honey could see that on February 13th at 2:57 PM, Benny viewed an iFixit guide on how to swap the DVD lens on a Nintendo Wii. They could see that Benny checked an AliExpress order 13 times, his order ID fully visible, including the fact he opened a dispute for the order. They could see he had a Microsoft Family plan and that he added a new family member to his Office 365 account. Honey also knew that Benny looked for an Airbnb in Berlin for 2 adults from the 4th to the 5th of March. And apparently Benny had issues with his iPhone because he viewed an Apple support page on how to reset his passcode. On March 23rd at around 5 PM, Benny watched a documentary called Scanning the Pyramids on CuriosityStream, a service he subscribed to just an hour.
Oh, it's literally just stalking his life. Like, this is crazy.
Earlier, through YouTuber Tom Scott's affiliate link. And apparently Benny's a gamer because he redeemed a game on Steam with the serial code 5HGP6. You get the point. All that information could be...
Yo, it tracked the Steam code he used for a game.
...inferred from just 27 page views. But in total, Honey collected over 2,500 pages of web activity between just February and May of 2020.
On him alone. On him alone? 2,591 pages?
20, meaning what I just read to you represents only 1% of the total data Honey collected within a 3-month window.
That just tracked what he did every day.
That is insane. Now, while Benny willingly registered an account with Honey, Malta, on the other hand, didn't. Yet Honey collected the same data from him as
Motherfucker said, I'm never eating honey again.
As well, suggesting whether you
like it's some brain worm.
Formally register an account with Honey or simply installed the extension, Honey was harvesting the same data regardless. Huge shout out to Data Request for their work. I'll link their full investigation below. They also have a great tool where eligible consumers can easily request a copy of their data from companies like Honey and also request to have that data deleted. Definitely check that out and consider supporting their nonprofit. So as you can see, it starts to make a lot more sense why a company like PayPal would fork out so much money for this platform. Honey was sitting on a treasure trove of data that provided detailed insights into its users' shopping habits. Honey could see what users were buying, how they shopped, what they searched for, the decisions they made before checkout, and even the services they considered but didn't purchase. That information is invaluable to a payments platform like PayPal. But don't just take my word for it. Here's Honey's former senior manager of partnerships, Daniel Pilkington, discussing the benefits of Honey's data for their partnered merchants.
You know, one of the metrics that we assess very frequently for merchants that work with Honey.
Yeah, because if you're a company that works with Honey, they'll give you all that info about users to help you recommend products to them to increase sales.
Honey is, cross-store shopping. So, how many other stores is a user visiting as well as the store in question? Are they going to 6 stores? Are they going to 7 stores? Are they going to 10 stores before they make a decision on where to purchase?
And here's another former senior partnerships manager.
So like one of the things we have insight into at Honey, because we're a browser extension and we can see our shoppers and how they shop, is that shoppers love to cross-site comparison shop. We're really kind of following the shopper where they go, and we're with them every step of the way. We have all sorts of tools to make those consumers stickier to those direct-to-consumer brands.
And here's a former PayPal executive discussing how beneficial the data is for their goals.
We've got a full...
Yo, what is with all these fucking, old heads that work at these fucking companies using these dumbass Zoom green screen backgrounds being like, so yeah, marketing's a big thing. Honey, dude, you don't know if they're at 9 stores or 10 stores, and Honey knows if you're they can provide that for you of so say you're selling a shirt, maybe they're looking for a shirt on 4 different websites. You don't even need, you could replace this guy with ChatGPT, actually.
It goes.
We've got a full suite of solutions across our consumer platforms that help drive new customers, that help drive loyalty, that help drive conversion, and ultimately sales lift. And we have a lot
buzzwords, just buzzwords, bro.
A lot of analytics and a lot of data, a lot of shopper data, obviously, and that's something that we can unlock on behalf of our partners.
You've got to hand it to Honey. They've truly mastered the art of selling bullshit narrative.
What the fuck is a buzzword? Shit you say that makes people pay attention and makes you sound smart.
To use
is what I would say in that example. So, yeah, we have, a culmination of different properties that we're able to, fork over to a customer in a sense of, giving them, some sort of leisure on whether or not they're able to, you're just yapping. It's just...
They promise...
You're just saying words.
Privacy.
You're saying words that go, oh. Buzzwords for a crypto guy would be actually we've seen a lot of dips here, but you're able to pull out. I can't give buzzwords for crypto. I don't know why I use that as an example. What could I do for buzzwords? A buzzword is something that's relevant to the situation that just makes it seem like you know what you're talking about, and also that your product's good.
Saying, hey, we never sell or share your data. But to their merchants, they literally bragged about how much of your data they had and how it could be leveraged to provide them.
Yeah, if I'm just trying to talk about investments, I'm yeah, so the S&P 500 and the 401k, it's really the Roth IRA is really growing here. It's you're going to have extended returns. It's just price cost averaging at the end of the day. All you really got to do is understand that when it's down, it's honestly going to be back up in a sense of right now we're sitting at a 5%, 8.
With valuable insights into your shopping habits. It's genuinely astounding. Now, for clarity, those interviews were all recorded after PayPal's acquisition of Honey. So, is this simply a case of a corporate giant turning a once well-intentioned startup into a data harvesting machine? Nope. In fact, data collection was part of Honey's game plan well before they were acquired by PayPal. This right here is Honey's pitch deck to investors from back in 2015. On the business model slide, Honey clearly labels personalized offers to consumers based on cross-site comparison shopping data as a core component of their business strategy. And on the very next slide, proudly entitled Our Unfair Advantage, It explicitly states, Honey's unique data allows us to predict what each user is about to buy, when they intend to purchase, and how much they are willing to pay. They even itemize the data collected as user behavioral data, stores visited, products viewed, and of course, your purchase history. So not only was data collection top of mind from the very beginning, but they were already actively collecting it and pitching that data to investors as a valuable asset. For years, Honey framed data collection as minimal and purely in service of saving users money. Well, it appears they were full of shit. And to be clear, I'm not suggesting that Honey was selling your data to third parties for cash. Well, at least I found no evidence of that. But were they quietly monetizing your data behind the scenes, sharing insights with partnered merchants while conveniently leaving that detail out of their privacy policy? Well, it sure looks that way to me. One thing is for certain, however, and that's that Honey sold your data to PayPal, one of the largest online payment platforms.
Dude, Honey was bought for $4 billion.
The world. PayPal didn't spend billions of dollars for a simple coupon extension. They were buying a window into your life as a consumer. And here's why that should worry you.
PayPal launches an ad network. PayPal has a
well, and then PayPal's able to use that for their own platform as well.
Launching an ad network that will sell ads leveraging the data it collects on the purchase history and spending of its 400 million users. This change would also likely affect users of PayPal subsidiaries like Venmo and Honey, and I believe there's more as well, but I'm not surprised Honey's in there.
Nice. This is like terrible.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Now, to make this whole data collection issue 100 times worse, something else caught my eye while reading through Honey's privacy policy. Right at the very bottom, Honey states that, quote, "We created Honey for the exclusive use of adults 18 and older, and we don't knowingly collect or solicit personal information from children." Yeah, you see, now there's just one problem with that.
I have a challenge for all of you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, anybody watching Mr. B signing up for that shit's like probably like 13.
Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install Honey.
That's
yo, yo, take your parents' credit card and just start buying shit with the Honey extension, bro. You need to do it. You'll be added to a Mr. Beast video. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, I gotta do that right now.
Right, not only did Honey and PayPal knowingly collect data from minors, but they intentionally targeted them in their
targeted them to just go install it on their entire family's devices.
That's not just unethical, it's potentially illegal in numerous jurisdictions. Many countries have very strict regulations when it comes to the collection of personal data from minors, and for good reason. Therefore, if you intend on having minors use your product, many jurisdictions require that you obtain parental consent first. But this adds all kinds of technical and legal complexities, which is why many platforms simply limit the use of their service to adults only in their privacy policy, which was Honey's approach. But if Honey were genuinely trying to avoid having kids on their platform, they probably shouldn't have sponsored one of the most popular influencers in the world, whose key demographic of followers is, well, this.
Bro, I deadass. Mr. Beast!
Is, well, this.
Just like one mom in the fucking in the frame.
But Honey did sponsor Mr. Beast, and those videos garnered a whopping 3 billion views.
Yo, I do think that Mr. Beast's demographic has gotten younger and younger, man. Like, I think the average YouTuber, your audience gets old. I mean, I actually don't know. I feel like my audience genuinely has gotten older. Just because I think people that watched me before still watch me, so I think I've maintained an audience and then they've aged. But I think Mr. Beast's entirely new audience is like 10, bro. Like, I feel like the more and more I watch him, the more and more it feels like just like an attention grab of like cut, zoom, bright colors, screaming. It's just like, holy fuck, man.
Making him Honey's #1 sponsor.
It's unreal.
In fact, according to my data,
yeah, dopamine maxing, and it's like, dude, it's like toddler shit, man.
Mr. Beast sponsorships represent,
and I'm not dissing Mr. Beast. It's like, it's what's needed to capture the most viewers, because it works for kids, adults, middle-aged people. It works for anybody, bro. Like, people just watch Mr. Beast. Like, I'll watch Mr. Beast videos, but it's just, Like it's more and more geared for like short attention span.
And over
and that garners like kids. Like that's like where you're gonna get like 9-year-olds.
1/3 of Honey's total sponsored views on YouTube. But it wasn't just Mr. Beast. Honey sponsored many channels whose content was, in my opinion, clearly targeted at minors. They sponsored Minecraft channels, Roblox channels, cartoon channels. I mean, just watch this video and tell me it's not targeted at children.
This video is sponsored by Honey.
If Honey wanted to target minors,
what the fuck was that, bro? That seemed like that was for like 5-year-olds. What are you gonna get a toddler to go fucking install Honey on your parents' computer?
Badly, they should have just sponsored one. Oh,
that was like literally like some Cocomelon. I felt like I was watching like a fucking PBS, like just a regular ass, like Sesame Street was on. That was an ad.
In a minute, that's exactly what they did. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Desiree Machado, who at the time was just 14 years old.
Guys, I'm only 14.
Hilariously, one of her videos that Honey sponsored is appropriately titled Back to School. Honey even ran her sponsored segment as a paid advert on YouTube. Now, speaking of paid adverts, let's quickly circle back to that Mr. Beast ad, because of all the evidence, this has got to be the single worst example of Honey intentionally targeting minors. Let me play it again.
I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install.
And hit it with a hammer, because you need the Lenovo gaming laptop powered by an Intel Core CPU. When you get that laptop, you're gonna go to the browser search, Google Chrome, and you're gonna add
Honey.
They are literally encouraging kids to install a browser extension that tracks and collects data onto every computer in their household, including those belonging to their siblings. That is fucking insane. And the emojis? I mean, come on. And look, this is not a good look for Mr. Beast either. Influencers have a duty of care to ensure that any advertising they engage in is compliant with relevant advertising laws, especially when your audience skews young. Of course, I did reach out to Mr. Beast and his team for comment, but never heard back from them. Now, in case...
Yeah, I think it depends. Like, in Mr. Beast's case, it was clearly targeting children. I think for people like Ludwig, like, he was just doing the ad, and it wasn't... Like, Honey gave Mr. Beast that prompt being like, we want to get kids to use Honey. Whereas, like, the average, like, Linus Tech Tips video, bro, it's just like, all right, just shout out Honey.
You're still not convinced that this was intentional because, I don't know, perhaps Honey had a rogue marketing team that was poorly aligned with upper management. Well... Here's a few words from Honey's former president, Joanne Bradford, talking about the benefits of working with Mr. Beast.
We launched it with gamers playing YouTube on their desktop and a little gamer called Mr. Beast. So we were his first advertiser. And we did a deal with him. His collective ads, I think, have been seen, you know, I'm going to say billions,
Yeah.
3+ close to 4 billion times.
Wow.
Every kid in America knows what Honey is. Every kid in America was telling their moms and their dads they needed to download, you know, Honey in order to save money.
Oh, they weren't just telling their mums and dads to install Honey. They were installing it themselves. My 5-year-old brother installed Honey on his computer.
Bro, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Kids started saving money earlier and earlier these days. Bro, how did they even explain to a 5-year-old how to install a browser extension?
Wow, kids start
I feel like I would not be able to do that.
saving money earlier and earlier these days. And here's Honey's co-founder, Ryan Hudson, discussing how Honey leveraged the credibility that influencers have with their audience.
We learned how to work with influencers, in particular on YouTube, to lean into the credibility that they have with their audiences, the ability to speak the language of their audience, and it's been incredible for us. And so we've done, if you watch YouTube or you have kids that watch YouTube, they have seen, if you watch Mr. Beast,
it's a lot of honey.
A lot of honey.
This was no accident. Honey's leadership knew what they were doing, and they knew it worked well. That Mr. Beast ad alone has 118 million paid ad views, the highest of any Honey ad on YouTube, which strongly suggests it was also their best performer. Honey likely invested millions into this ad alone. Honestly, it's genuinely shocking they've gotten away with it for so long. Now, given everything we've uncovered so far, you might be wondering how on earth there could be more to this investigation. Well, while honey was the first extension of its kind, unfortunately, they certainly weren't the last.
Surfshark?
There are now hundreds of coupon and cashback extensions. And while I haven't investigated all of them to the same extent that I have with honey, many of them engage in similar behavior, especially when it comes to poaching affiliate commissions. And that's why there are now multiple class action lawsuits targeting these other companies. Influencers haven't just been
did that one say Klarna?
Losing money to one sleazy salesman at checkout, they've been losing money to an army of them. In my opinion, these extensions are nothing but leeches. They are parasites in the world of e-commerce. In fact, I've encountered so much shady behavior with these extensions that I felt it was necessary to create my own browser extension to alert me anytime an affiliate cookie is loaded onto my browser. It's called Cookie Guard, and it's especially helpful because some of these extensions will load their affiliate link in ways that are
that's actually pretty fucking fire.
Completely invisible to the user. For example, if you click to copy a coupon on Honey, it looks like a harmless feature because you don't see that sneaky tab opening in the corner, but with Cookie Guard installed, you can see that behind the scenes, they are quietly stuffing their cookie through what's known as a hidden iframe. You can Google it. Even worse, I found that the extension Karma Now would stuff their cookie the moment you landed on a checkout page. Completely automated, no interaction with their extension required. They also had a system that could detect when you used a competitor's extension, like Honey, and they would wait for that extension's affiliate link to load.
Damn, dude, cookies, I remember I never even understood what cookies were when I was a kid. I would just accept all that shit. I feel like even most adults do that, man. Now I'll go through the pain of looking like additional extra and then unclick everything and hit save.
Then immediately
so they don't track shit.
Override it with their own. Again, no interaction.
All right, I think the rest of this is an ad. Well, or not an ad. He's not getting paid, but it's about the cookies, which is a fucking sick ass thing. Cookie Guard. I might install that. Gmoss and not for the sub. W fucking video though. All right, chat. We're calling that there. W fucking stream. Chat, lock in, bro. We're gonna watch like a video or two. 6 terrifying cave moments caught on camera.
A YouTuber named Alex from the channel Cantrell Caving is known for exploring some of the most dangerous, narrow, and unpredictable cave systems.
How do you think they rate the cave? I would understand being like, oh, this is sick, you know, look at the view, look how deep it goes. But I feel like a lot of these expert cavers, they're just like more than half of the caving experience. They're just wedged in between a wall. Or they breathe out and move. And they just do that the whole time. And then they get out of that and they're like, yeah, that was a 10 out of 10 experience. I thought I was going to die the entire time. I enjoyed every moment of it.
In the world. But this time, his passion nearly cost him his life.
I will say, whenever I think about caving, I immediately think about Nutty Putty Cave, where the guy died upside down. So scary. Like, it gives me anxiety thinking about that. Like, being in that, like, position. Like, where you're just literally stuck with the blood rushing to your head. You can't move and you can barely breathe.
November 3rd, 2023, a group of 5 young men, including Alex and his close friend Jacob, set out to explore a cave they had never been in before. The plan was simple: follow the rope, reach the end, and document the journey. But nothing ever goes exactly as planned underground. At first, everything seemed fine. Headlamps.
What's also crazy to me is somebody saw this hole. Like, for them to know this went somewhere, human curiosity, somebody walks up to this at some point in time, 40 years, weird pause. Somebody walks up to this cave here and, they go, hey, I want to see where that goes. Like, I would maybe crouch down, look in, and be like, nah, that's too narrow. No, that motherfucker crawled through to where he couldn't move anymore and just kept going.
Headlamps on, boots laced, spirits high. They moved deeper inside, unaware that the conditions had already changed, and fast.
Do it!
Are they having fun? No, like serious. Like, is this like they're like, oh, dude, it's getting so tight. I feel like I'm dying. Oh, dude. Oh, the water level's rising, dude. We're displacing it. I think I'm inhaling fucking bacteria. Oh, why does the air smell weird?
Not long into their descent, they found themselves battling rising water. The cave's narrow passages were partially flooded, making every step harder and far more dangerous. The air was heavy with moisture, and the rocks were slick. Every step forward took them...
I love the monotone voice of this guy. Like he's just explaining a historical event to me. The air was thick, and they were nervous for what was to come next.
Deeper, both into the cave and into the unknown.
What happens if you pee in a wetsuit? Just asking it just stays. I'm asking for a friend.
Oh, I'd be pissing a storm in that fucking wetsuit, dude. I would be like, I would look like a Superman when I was in a wetsuit for too long, because it would be full of piss and it would make me bigger. So like it would get to the point where like I mean, unless it leaks out of your leg, but I feel like it's like airtight. It would be, I'd be blown up like a balloon.
It just stays in it.
If you had a superpower, you would be Water Boy. All right, not like Water Boy.
Last minute emergency.
It would be more like Aquaman.
Source.
They were still laughing, talking about reaching the end of the tunnel, but beneath the surface, tension was starting to build. Jacob, who had scouted part of the route ahead, tried to warn them. Some sections are completely underwater. You'll have to duck your head just to get through. There's no way to breathe.
I mean, he can't even look where he's going unless he has like a reflected, like if his camera's showing him what it's recording behind him.
Within parts of it.
Like, how does he know where he's going?
I can't get Edward. Go. Edward, go right. Go right. Okay, gotcha.
Still, the group pushed forward, following the rope and hoping nothing would go wrong. But as they went deeper into the flooded tunnel, fear began to show on Alex's face. His confidence faded. His movements grew tense and frantic. The water level kept rising until it filled his ears, and the only...
I think the second I couldn't have my ears out of the water, I would have to turn back. Where, like, you're trying to talk to your friends that are in front of you, and it's muffled because you're underwater, and your forehead is pressed against the top of the cave.
The only way to breathe was to tilt his head.
Like, I don't think I would panic until here. I think I would be able to, if, like, my chin and my full head was out, I think I would just be like, okay, yeah, whatever.
Head straight up toward the ceiling. The deeper he crawled, the more unstable he became, until suddenly, everything went wrong.
You going, Jacob? Oh, he just bailed.
Oh, is his friend panicking?
You're good. You're good. You're good. Oh my God! I'm coming out. All right, we'll back.
I feel like if you go caving and do this, caving isn't for you. Is that like fucked to say? Like, even if you have the interest in caving, if like you panic like that and then, you know, put your life and like your friends' lives like in danger in the sense of like, oh no, I'm just gonna push past them. I need to get the fuck out of here. Like, obviously he didn't want to do that. It was probably like an instinct, but like, my God, dude, I would be so mad at him.
One of Alex's friends,
he could have gotten knocked out.
Panicked, struggling to breathe. He grabbed onto Alex in desperation, nearly dragging them both underwater. Cold, water, darkness, claustrophobia. In a cave, panic is your worst enemy.
Oh yeah, no, I would definitely panic because you would be mini breathing. You'd be like, because you can't like take, especially the position they're in, like they couldn't breathe normally.
Enemy. Despite the chaos, they somehow managed to keep their heads above water. Inch by inch, they pulled themselves back toward the light. By the time they reached an open space, both Alex and his friend were scraped, bruised, and completely exhausted. It could have ended very differently. They were lucky to survive. This man was exploring a...
Damn, would y'all rather be in like an underwater trapped cave, like a semi-underwater one like that, or just like a tight space? I feel like I'd rather be in the water. I wouldn't want to be underwater, but I would rather deal with that than like having to squeeze through like a gap that I actually think I can't breathe in. Because that was more like in his head versus actually your chest being compressed.
Cave when he reached a dangerously narrow passage.
Oh yeah, like no, I'm not. I'd rather do the water by far. It's not even close. Like because right here, if you panic, you're just screaming, and then you're gonna faint.
Determined to push forward,
like you can't move.
He squeezed himself into the tight gap and nearly became stuck. The video was uploaded to YouTube on January 10th, 2022, under the title "Smothered in a Claustrophobic Cave." The man behind the channel, Caveman Hikes, has posted dozens of similar videos, where he successfully escapes caves after long and risky explorations. But in this video,
wow, man, what happens if you put on a few pounds too, you know? You're used to caving in, like, tight areas. You're like, oh, you know, they may have stats on the cave of how, like, thick it is. You're like, I can fit through that. You know, it was just Thanksgiving. You had a few full meals. You're 5-10 pounds heavier. Uh-oh.
Far more tense.
But so far, I haven't felt like that squeeze, but I
don't know what that means. I'm assuming by squeeze, he means like a fearful tightening around my body. Not like you're being hugged, but like you're being pressed, like compressed.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to take the light with me is the problem.
Is he going down or up right now?
If I go Superman style, I can certainly get through, but then my clothes are going to bunch up.
He's going down. So he thinks he's going to be able to get back up through this if he can't even go down? Like gravity's not aiding him. Or gravity is aiding him and he can't get down there. There's no shot in hell he's going to be able to get back up.
Look cool.
He could be sideways right now, too.
On camera, but very uncomfortable bunching clothes up and backing up at the same time. So one of the nice things about these is you can use your feet for leverage, and you can't see that, but I take my feet and I pinch it up against the ceiling, and then I use that to leverage myself backwards. So I'm leveraging myself through here. And I fit okay. It didn't look like I was gonna, but I'm pretty much... I just have a hard time leveraging myself to move myself over this knuckle. But it's gonna be...
Dude! And you, like, say you panic, you faint, you get up, and you, like, can't get out. Even if you called for help, I feel like if somebody came down, they're like, all right, we're going to get you out, man. You got to, I'd be like, no, don't even ask me to do anything. Knock me the fuck out. Inject me with horse tranquilizer and just pull my body out. I want to wake up out of this fucking cave. I would not be able to be like, all right, man, all right, exhale, and I'm going to pull you. Fuck that. Drag my limp body out of this.
It's going to be a little lossy here.
For a while, he keeps trying to push deeper into the cave, but eventually realizes he's almost completely trapped.
Trying to give you a decent view.
Oh my God!
What's going on?
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Getting out of that! Dude, he literally is like...
My little gumdrop's life here. I'll bring you close.
He's not going to try and get back up. He's going, I'm going to keep trying to go down.
Closer. There we go. So it's all about leverage, and I don't know where my feet are here, but I'm working my way through here as I can. I can't turn and see. You see, this is the problem with the clothes bunching up. My knee pad's caught. Okay.
At that,
I do gotta say, these people, I feel like these cavers gotta be like, I'm just assuming, very lax people. Like, there's no way you could do this, deal with the anxiety of this, and then not be like basically able to handle any stress, you know? Like, I feel like if you could deal with this, bro, oh my God, you're able to withstand anything.
Moment, he decides not to risk it any further and begins carefully backing out the way he came. Fortunately, he manages to escape without any injuries.
I'm shocked he was able to back out through that.
This story comes from the YouTube channel Action Adventure Twins, run by two brothers, James and Edward.
I am so surprised that there are this many caving channels. And I will say I get this. Like this right here. all these things that he's reaching. This is fucking awesome. Rafting 5 miles underground inside the largest cave in the USA. There's like a huge waterfall, or like this with a 280-foot waterfall. Looks like a lake. Like, I would get you squeezing through the gap to get to one of these places.
Since early 2020, they've
versus like just doing the gap for the love of the game.
Been exploring dangerous and extremely tight cave systems, documenting their underground adventures. But in March 2021, one of their expeditions brought them terrifying.
Like, who went down that? Somebody saw that shit one day and went, yeah, I'm going to go look in that hole.
Close to death.
Like, I would even just be worried that, like, just from an outer perspective, I'd be like, I'm not peeking my head in there, dude. There could be an animal in there. There could be, like, a mountain lion style. I don't fucking know what region this is.
Decided to explore the well-known Pettyjohn Cave in Georgia. By that time, they had already visited several sections of this sprawling maze-like cave system, even discovering an underground waterfall during one of their previous trips. They felt confident enough to take on the challenges of this underground labyrinth. However, this time, their goal was one of the most difficult sections of the cave, appropriately named the Nervous Breakdown.
This one. Yo, let's go caving, man. We're gonna go down the Nervous Breakdown. It's gonna be fucking awesome. Oh, really? The name of the fucking cave is a Nervous Breakdown. Oh, yeah, let's go down that. That'll be so fun. Somebody said Satan's ass crack. Yeah, dude, they always have, like, weird names like that. Let's go through the pulverizer. It's gonna be sick, man. There's, like, one section where you have to shimmy down a tube like imagine you're a Slim Jim. And you're just trying to get out of the packaging. It's gonna be like that.
It's tight.
A title that perfectly describes the mental state of anyone attempting to pass through it. The beginning of the trip went smoothly.
Is it wet? Is it all wet? I feel like that would be better for me if everything was slippery. Do you think they ever like butter themselves up? Spray a little Pam on themselves?
The brothers squeezed through a narrow entrance and reached the first open chamber of the cave. But soon, the passages began to narrow again, forcing them to crawl through tighter and tighter spaces. After about 25 minutes of crawling, they faced their first serious obstacle. A muddy chamber with a deep, narrow pit in the middle that had to be carefully skirted along the edge. One wrong move would mean falling into a tight shaft with almost zero chance of climbing back out.
See, but like, I could do this. I could do this. Could you guys do this? Like, if I gotta crouch, I don't care. Even if there's like a little few parts where I would have to like crawl. But the second I gotta like lay down and scooch myself through the opening, nah, it's over.
With almost zero chance of climbing back out. The slippery walls and lack of solid footing would make it nearly impossible to pull someone out. After safely passing this dangerous area, they finally reached the entrance to the infamous Nervous Breakdown. To their frustration,
they're not even there yet, freaking out about getting there.
Part of the surrounding area had collapsed, making it much harder to find a safe route forward. Rocks were scattered everywhere, narrow drops surrounded them, and pitch-black darkness filled the space. After a long search, Edward eventually located an entrance and decided to go down, leaving his brother above as a backup in case something went wrong. He had no idea that this decision would become one of the biggest mistakes of his life. After descending a bit deeper, Edward tried to contact his brother, but there was no response.
I found a rope!
Oh my god, and they just stopped communicating? I feel like I would think he's dead.
Huh. Oh, I don't hear James anymore. Uh-oh.
He suddenly found himself in a nightmare scenario, lost in an unknown part of the cave with no way to communicate. At first, he tried to stay calm.
They don't even have like radios or things they could call for help with?
And continued moving, still hoping he would meet James somewhere ahead. But after 30 minutes of searching and calling out with no answer, the reality of the situation began to sink in. He knew that
leaving, bro. I'm leaving. Are you gonna keep going deeper in to try and find? Like, wait, I'm confused right now. Is his brother or friend in front of him, deeper in the cave, or further back? Or they're just different. They're lost. Like they're at different parts. It's like a maze.
Panic was the worst possible
oh, he's just lost.
reaction, but anxiety was slowly taking over. After countless
What are these ropes on the ceiling? They can't just fall? Like,
failed
follow that?
attempts to locate his brother, Edward decided to retrace his steps,
Wow.
only to realize how difficult that would be.
They got like breadcrumbs. I feel like I'd be marking the cave.
James! It's been like 30 minutes since I last saw him. I don't even know where I'm at. I tried to go back to the last place I saw him, and everything just looks the same.
Nah, this is the worst. This is the worst. This is the worst. The only thing I will say is if I got turbo lost and people knew I was caving, I would be like, all right, they're gonna find me. I just have to stay alive for 3 days without, you know, starving to death or dying of dehydration. Because they would send someone.
It's just a jumbo maze.
Every direction looked exactly the same in the dim light of his headlamp. Narrow tunnels and uneven rock walls
What if it floods? Do they do that?
offered no landmarks
Oh my god, it starts raining.
to help him remember where he had come from. With every step, the situation became more desperate. A single wrong choice could leave him wedged in a passage too tight to escape. Or worse, he could fall into a hidden fissure. Even with
Bro, I mean, like, I understand he could get in a path that's, like, too tight for him to retreat. But, like, couldn't he, if he was like, oh, this is getting tight, I don't remember this, turn around.
without physical injury, it would be easy to wander in circles until exhaustion took over. The recording, which began with excitement as he entered the nervous breakdown, could have ended as a tragic documentation of his final moments. After what felt like endless wandering in circles, Edward finally spotted a small but familiar detail, a piece of marker tape he had noticed earlier on his way down. Following it, he was finally able to find his way back.
James! Oh. You're over here? Oh. Dude.
Dude, I was about to start smashing my head against the wall, man. It's been days. Where have you been?
This place is a maze, man.
Oh, hey, I see your light.
Dude. I thought we were never gonna see each other. Dude, I know. Oh.
After reuniting, the brothers stayed together for the rest of the expedition and eventually made it safely out of the cave without serious injuries. This experience didn't stop them from exploring caves. They continue to upload videos to their YouTube channel, but now
DMT trip down there, yo, that would actually be like a crazy torture. Like, hey, if you don't give us the information, we're gonna give you DMT, knock you out, and then leave you in a cave, and you have to find your way out. You know what's so crazy is the rampant change in YouTube content. I could really see like a stupid YouTuber be like, I'm going to go down in this cave and then I'm going to do salvia. I'm going to go down in this cave and then I'm going to take something. See if I can find my way out.
now they do so with far more caution and much better preparation. The following story took place in January 2014, when a group of cave explorers set out to conquer Lost John's Cave in Lancashire, England. This impressive cave system stretches for about 3 miles, with known depths reaching around
How long are they down there?
700 feet.
This is like an all-day thing.
Most of the team had years of caving experience behind them, and, like many seasoned explorers, they were confident in their abilities. They carefully prepared for the expedition, studying maps, planning their route, and packing the necessary gear. But in the world of caving, there is a brutal truth. When something goes wrong, no amount of planning can guarantee safety. Even the most experienced explorers can find themselves in life-threatening situations. That is exactly what happened to one member of the group, Bob Johnson. At first, the
bro's name is Bob. I thought they were gonna say his name was. I heard Butt Johnson. That's why I rewinded. Bob's not that crazy. His name's Robert. When I originally heard it, I heard Butt Johnson, and I went, "There's no way this guy's name is Butt."
team moved deeper into the cave, using their equipment to overcome each obstacle.
But one of them couldn't make it past everything. Butt Johnson.
But everything changed when they reached a section known as the Tube, an extremely narrow passage that required crawling forward on their stomachs. To make matters worse, Part of the passage was filled with water, making visibility and breathing even more difficult. Despite the dangerous conditions, the group decided to continue. The thinnest member went first and managed to squeeze through. Bob Johnson went next.
What? I feel like you send the fattest guy first. I'm not trying to be fucked when I say that. Why the fuck are we sending the thinnest guy? That ain't letting us know if everybody can fit through it. You send the dude that's big as shit. You send the guy, dude, if it's like me and my friend that's like 6'5", 250, I'm sending him first. Because what the fuck it matter if I can get by it? If he can't, I gotta turn around.
And he was far less fortunate. At first, he made steady
and then say he does get stuck, I can pull his ass out.
Progress through the tube, but soon he began to struggle, even in the slightly wider sections.
And then that would make me less nervous. Because I wouldn't want to do it and then be like, oh my God, I barely made it through there. Because if a guy that's like 50 pounds more than me makes it through, I'd be like, oh, well, I'm definitely going to make it through this.
Somehow he reached the narrowest part of the passage, and that's where his luck ran out.
Why would they keep going forward? I'd be like, nah, pull me back.
He became completely wedged from the waist down, and every attempt to free himself only made things worse. Being stuck in such a tight space is already horrifying. The feeling of solid rock squeezing your body, the walls closing in, you can't move, you can barely breathe, and panic begins to creep in. For Bob, the nightmare was just beginning. On top of being trapped, he now had to face a far more terrifying threat: rising water. Water makes any caving trip infinitely more dangerous. In a dry cave, even if you get stuck, at least you have time to think, time to plan. But when water starts rising, the situation becomes deadly within minutes. Imagine freezing water slowly climbing up your body while you are trapped in solid rock, unable to move.
Oh my God, I never even thought about how the water's probably like fucking 40 degrees, bro. You're like deep in a cave in England in the winter or like the fall, dude, the water's probably fucking ice cold.
The terror is indescribable. Bob knew he had only a short...
I don't know why I was thinking it would be like, oh, like a cave in like Costa Rica, like hot in the jungle. The water's gonna be warm.
Short time before drowning became a real possibility.
Wow.
And he fought desperately to free himself. But the water soaked through his clothing, making him heavier, and his escape attempts even more hopeless. Just when the situation seemed completely hopeless, one of the team members had an idea. The idea that would ultimately save Bob's life. Instead of trying to push him forward, the team members behind him began carefully pulling him back the way he came, and it worked.
The crazy intelligent idea they had to save his life. I'm like, damn, what are they going to come up with? They're going to like tell him they're going to like cut his clothes or something. I feel like if he couldn't get through, the first thing any human is saying is, all right, well, let's just pull you back the way you came. Like, if you're stuck going through, I'd be like, well, let's just turn around. You know, just pull him back. Like, why would you keep trying to go forward? What? I'm happy he's okay, but like, why was he still? I thought they had already tried that. You know what I mean? I thought that was like an unspoken thing. Like, he couldn't get through, then they couldn't get him back. So it's like, all right, well, the logical thing is now he has to keep going.
Worked. Bob was finally freed, though his ordeal was far from over. Later, he shared in the comments that he and the two teammates who rescued him had to crawl for another 3 hours to escape the cave through an alternative
3 hours
route. This incident left such a deep psychological scar that even today, Bob says he can't watch the footage from that day without experiencing severe anxiety. This unsettling video was filmed by Jacob, an experienced explorer obsessed with uncovering the secrets of abandoned mines. For nearly 20 years, he had descended into forgotten tunnels, documenting his journeys and sharing the hidden history of these places with his viewers. But this time was different. This time he encountered something he would never forget. On the cold, rainy evening of December 5th, 2017, Jacob drove down a dark, deserted road toward another abandoned mine, unaware of what awaited him underground.
The forest is slowly overtaking the old mine ruins at the Waldeck mine.
Okay, that's the portal to the Waldeck mine. I'm inside.
Bro's calling it a portal. It's over.
The wind has kind of died down a little bit, and
all right, so I'm gonna walk through this weird cavern into this nether portal, and then we're gonna be in the mine.
It's not raining, so I managed.
I've been told if you explore this cave at 3 in the morning, you get sent to like an alternate universe
to stay dry.
I'm trying to find the back rooms.
Of course, I'm inside this little alcove, kind of. But anyway, you come down this little incline path, and then big boulders here you have to climb over, and then the tunnel's right behind me, this way. So let's check it out. Let's get in here.
At first, everything seemed normal, almost calm. But the deeper he ventured, the stronger a strange feeling of unease grew inside him as he passed beneath rotting wooden beams, barely holding back the crushing weight of the earth. After more than 15 minutes of walking, something strange appeared on camera.
We're going to take this branch.
Oh my god, like an animal?
Tunnel that we skipped on the way in.
Did you see the white light or another person? Do you see the white light appear further down the main haulage tunnel in the dark on the right side of the screen as I pan to the left?
I'm assuming that X means a dead end or somebody died.
A faint flash of light deep in the tunnel, like a
oh my god, I did see that.
Tunnel, like a distant. A faint flash of light deep in the tunnel.
It's right there. You see it? Wait.
Like a distant. A faint flash of light deep in the tunnel, like a distant flashlight beam. Though Jacob didn't notice it at the time, moments later, disturbing sounds began to echo through the tunnel. Soft, whisper-like noises coming from somewhere just out of sight.
Do you hear that? Sounds like,
Stop fucking moving!
What, is that wind?
It sounds like wind. No, it sounds like somebody's watching like a video on their phone.
Can you, I don't know if you can hear that on the camera. Do you hear that?
Oh my god, and then it got quiet.
It stopped. Well, I don't know what that is. That doesn't sound like wind, but...
Bro, I'm pretty sure that's saying, you see me, you see me. Yo, him going... I don't think that's wind. What if that's like a demon or a fucking ghost down there? Yo, that motherfucker's probably so confused.
Well,
that's got to be fake.
What that is. That doesn't sound like wind, but... That's crazy. Don't know if that's a bird or...
A bird? You're underground.
What that is. It almost sounds like snakes, but... Wow. I've heard some weird stuff in mines, but that is definitely creepy. I don't know what that is. So let's get out of here and head back out to the portal. That was weird. I think I keep hearing something. That was strange. I hear the air blowing here. Wow. I'm getting out of here, and you can really hear that airflow. I'm getting out of here and heading home.
Uneasy.
Yo, you could fake the fuck out of like really good YouTube horror videos if you and your friend went down here, did this video, but your friend just acted like he didn't know you and like was like really disheveled, covered in dirt or something.
Jacob turned back toward
and then you shine the flashlight and he's just standing there.
The entrance. But on his way out, he noticed another tunnel he had missed before and cautiously decided to investigate.
Looking down the tunnel here.
What the fuck is this? This really does look like a fucking, like, AI-generated back rooms, dude. This is really an abandoned cave. This is so creepy. Like, this is out of a walk-through horror game. Oh my god, is there somebody standing there?
I don't know why that one chain is swinging back there. Don't know if you can see that in the video or not.
Inside, steel chains hung from the ceiling, ordinary at first glance, until he saw one of them slowly swaying back and forth, as if someone had just touched it. That was
Oh, I'm thinking, like, it looks like there's a tube, like somebody's
enough for Jacob. Realizing he was not alone, he immediately left the mine and never looked back. To this day, he still has no explanation for what happened in that tunnel. It remains an unsolved mystery.
I like that so much more. I like the like, ooh, that's spooky. What was that? Versus Bob couldn't fit through the tunnel. He almost fucking drowned.
This unsettling 30-minute video was filmed by a man named Daniel, who entered a cave with two of his friends despite having no proper caving experience or equipment. Only a few minutes after going
they've never been in a cave before.
Underground, they got lost, as anyone would expect. While searching for a way out, Daniel discovered a small chamber crawling with massive spiders.
Oh! I'm not scared of spiders, but there's a shitload of them.
Where?
Okay, spiders, don't touch me and I won't touch you.
And to make things even worse, one of his friends nearly became stuck between the cave walls. At first, the group tried to stay calm and act as if everything was under control. But as the video goes on, the tension rises and panic slowly begins to take over. Fortunately, after a terrifying struggle in the darkness, all three of them eventually managed to find their way out unharmed.
That one wasn't that bad. I think if you're like, if you have like arachnophobia, that'd be really rough. At least, no matter how bad and tough it gets, at least you're not in a cave. Cave divers, when they have a 500K house, loving wife, 3 adorable kids, and the cave is named "Do Not Go In There, You'll Die" in the worst way possible. Oh my God. The only restaurant for 913 square miles. This video is like 12 years old, but it popped up on my recommended, and it looks fucking interesting as shit, so we're watching it. In Guthrie, Texas. I feel like when you look at a map, let me pull up a map of Texas. I know people live all over Texas, but when I look at Texas, I go, okay, people live, like Texas is bigger than most European countries, like almost all of them. When I look at Texas, I go, people live here and right. Like, I don't know anything that goes on in this part of Texas. Lubbock, Midland, Odessa, but there's still like thousands of people that live there. Mountains and it's probably the, oh God.
We
in Guthrie.
are isolated from the world. 90 miles from Lubbock. We're 60 miles from a Walmart. We're still
60 miles from a Walmart. I feel like now there's no shot they're 60 miles from a Walmart. I feel like everywhere's within 5 miles of a Walmart in the U.S. Guthrie, Texas, Walmart. I'm just going to look up Guthrie, Texas. Population. That's how we'll know if they got a Walmart. 151 people. Okay, so my chat is larger than their town by a very large margin.
miles from a doctor. People that live in this community.
How far from a doctor?
Still 30 miles from a doctor.
30 miles from a doctor. So if you get gravely injured, you just die.
People that live in this community are very self-sufficient. Today we're going to see how much you remember. All right? Something that means repetition produces impeccability.
Yeah, this is what's... Okay, it's not... There's no way it's this outdated anymore. This is... Wait, actually, chat, what year does this look like it's from? And then I already told you how old the video is. This is from 2015. Does this not look like 1995? Like, this looks like actually like 2002. This is from 2015. I was going to say, oh, it's old, so that's why it looks like this. But even for 2015, this is an outdated classroom. You need a shave, I could tell. I could also tell your current razor isn't good enough for you, pal. You know what is? Dollar Shave Club, the sponsor of today's video. This limited edition Dollar Shave Club X Call of Duty Warzone starter kit ensures that you can upgrade your shaving game. Not only does it include the no-slip tactical grip and 2 6-blade cartridges, it also has a juicy lube strip to ensure that you get the perfect glide every single shave. And every kit includes a bonus code to unlock in-game Call of Duty Warzone content. What a deal. Not only do Dollar Shave Club blades offer pivot precision, enabling you to maneuver your shave in a smooth and efficient manner, but it also has longer lasting blades, so you don't have to replace your cartridges all the time. So make sure to click the link in the description and get your limited edition Dollar Shave Club and Call of Duty Warzone starter kit to better your shave, as well as get some in-game bonus content. Hey, while you're at it, pick up some Dollar Shave Club butter. Thank you to Dollar Shave Club for sponsoring this video. And let's get back into it.
We have 110 kids.
Bro got on the whiteboard 10 Mondays till Christmas.
We have 110 kids here, pre-K through 12th.
Oh my God, their school is pre-K through 12th grade. That's fucking crazy. You stay at the same school from literally 2 years old through high school.
Place unknown by much of the world. School teacher Karen Rothwell teaches her students all of—
Yo, what do you do at like prom? If like say like your prom like your senior class is like 7 people and it's like 3 guys, 4 girls. You're just fucked.
About the world outside of Guthrie, Texas. All eyes, it seems, are on the clock because it's homecoming and the football
It's homecoming.
Ball game is only—
Who do you bring to homecoming?
Hours away.
Okay, and what's our final?
This is the football game. You think they got a football team? They got to get every guy in the city. Their football team. You ain't got enough people for a football team. You got 150 people K through 12.
Thing we're supposed to do tonight at homecoming?
Win the football game.
Win the football game.
Wow, bro. Yo, they actually have like 1 teacher. Wait, no, that's fucked. Dude, their entire high school, like their high school class is like a fucking elementary school class. Like they don't switch rooms. They just have 1 fucking teacher. That's crazy.
We don't have a gas station. We don't have doctors.
Don't have a gas station. Where do you go? Where do you get gas? What? Why would anybody want to live here?
We don't have a movie theater. We don't have a DVD place. And we don't have restaurants.
Don't have restaurants.
Tonight, it's homecoming. We have a double header. We have a junior high ball.
Yeah, but they still have a $500,000 football stadium. They have a better football field. Wow, that's Texas for you. No gas station, no Walmart, no doctor. They still got like a state-of-the-art football stadium. That's fucking nuts.
Game and
this is like a better football field than like most high schools.
And a high school ball game back to back.
That's like 50K, way more than 50K, bro. Football like not a stadium. Football fields are expensive.
Our football boys are 5-0 right now, and they're ranked
5-0. We got Big Texas on this team. How the fuck are they 5-0? They got 4 people on their team.
Second in the state, and so we've got a good bunch of boys.
Second in the state in Guthrie, Texas. What are they feeding these kids?
No, right now, and they're ranked second in the state, and so we've got a good bunch of boys, and we've got lots of people.
You're kidding. Second in the state in their group, right? It would be like, yeah, 1A. They're second in the state, not overall. They're second in the state in like their group 1.
Coming to watch them.
Well, it may be 6-man football, but the intensity is just the same.
Their football team has 6 people. That's a thing. They have 6-man football. Well, how do you even run that? Are they both two-way play? Is everybody a two-way player? You're a 6-man football team. What do you like? The QB's also the kicker, or like? How does that work?
It's always a big night in Guthrie when the Jaguars take the field.
Is there any way to view this place in 2026? Any of y'all got a video of Guthrie, Texas today?
Thing is, the first play of the evening seems to be a handoff of 2 bags of lettuce.
Okay, boys, y'all slice these up and put them in the bags, okay? Dion.
They're cooking? What is happening right now? They have to make food before the game?
It's a big deal. It's the
Why are they
only
cutting lettuce?
place to eat. Keep going. All the way. Come on, come on, come on. There you go.
In this town, and the entire county for that matter, the concession stand at the football field is the only dining establishment within 913 square miles. And it's only open during football games.
Put them right here.
Karen Roth.
Yo, bro, so there's people that aren't even coming for the game. They're pulling up for the food. Like, there's 913 square miles. Bro, that's not it's not 913 miles in one direction, chat. It's square miles.
Well, is the class sponsor.
Which is a lot smaller. But...
the wagon boss, if you will, of the Jaguar Gridiron Grill.
Yo, how do you bring somebody on a date? Like, if you live in this town and you're like, you want to go out on a date, like, do they actually just have to drive 40 miles to the, like, next city or town?
The purpose of the concession stand in Guthrie is the juniors. They have a senior trip, and you raise money for that senior trip your junior year, and that is done primarily through the concession stands.
So all 9 members of the junior class, football stars included, pitch in with Karen, her husband Steve, parents and teachers for a long night of...
Wow, bro, you know these guys are going crazy on... Where do they go, in the Bahamas for their senior trip? Jesus Christ, bro. That should be nuts.
Short order menu items. As quick as the junior high kicks off against the Petersburg Buffaloes, a line forms at the only restaurant around. Let's see what we got here. What y'all get?
I got a cheeseburger.
Yeah, a cheeseburger right here.
And this is a frito pie for him.
And there's
a Dr. Pepper and a water.
Okay.
And it's $9, and you can't beat that with a stick.
Hey, Steve-O, we got a cheeseburger and 2 fries.
All right, so maybe it's not gourmet food, but let me ask you this. Where else could you get
My town is somehow smaller than this. You're fucking lying. Bro, this is the middle of nowhere, bro. This is actually, no, this is like literally the middle of nowhere, bro. What are you talking about? They have they don't have a gas station. How do you not have a gas station? In Texas? Where do you fucking drive? How do you gotta drive out of town to go pick up gas? By the time you get back, you're a half tank.
burger where the beef comes from a cow from a ranch that's right over there?
What did that shirt say? 1 town, 1 school, 1 family. Oh, God.
Right over there.
The Gibson Ranch.
They have a 2-pump station now?
Masterson, the Pitchfork, and the Sixes, and they all generously donate beef to us.
The Jaguar Junior High makes it look easy with a 40-0 win. And the
40-0 win. Yo, these kids would get fucked up in any other group, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at this kid right now. I'm telling you, this kid would get put in a coma in like a fucking Group 4 game. Like, it would be unreal, dude. Holy shit. This is crazy. 1A football, bro. A 6-man team. I didn't even think that was real.
And the Guthrie varsity athletes take off the apron.
Varsity, bro. Do they even have, you're telling me they have a JV team? They have a JV team.
And are finally ready to take to the field. So you've been working hard over there in the concession stand already.
Yes, sir.
You're going to go out and play a football game.
What do you think's propping this city up? Farming.
And then you got to go back to work.
You're bullying a 13. I'm not bullying them, bro. Number one, this video is from over a decade ago, right? We're watching history in the making. Number two, I'm talking about how bad their team would do against a non-1A team. The reason I complain about that is because when I did sports in high school and I was at an all-guys school, they doubled our school size against other teams. So we would go against schools that had 4,000 kids, and we would get dogged on because they just had a higher athlete pool.
Work in the concession stand?
Yes, sir.
You're okay with that?
I guess. That's what I got to do.
All right.
Junior Queen nominee, Candace Tarver.
Nobody in the...
Also, am I wrong? This is just like the Packers helmet, no?
Candace Tarver.
Nobody in the junior class gets by without serving in the gridiron grill. And that also goes for the only girl in the class, even if it is...
Yo! Bro, I mean, the feuds are probably crazy in this class, bro. There's one girl in the class.
Her special night on homecoming. So you had to run out here and do the homecoming thing.
Yes.
And now you got to go work in the concession stand.
Correct, yeah.
In six-man football, if you get 45 points ahead at halftime, the game's over with. So we've been finished.
Bro, they got a mercy rule, 45-0. What town are they beating? Can we get a documentary? Bro, we're watching Guthrie, Texas right now. What fucking town is losing to them? Can we go see whatever? Can we get a documentary on whatever town is losing? Because what the fuck are they doing over there?
By halftime every game.
Seymour, Texas? Is that a city?
Play after play, the line never lets up at the only restaurant in King County. Outdoor dining, fresh grain-fed beef, served under a full moon in West.
Bro, you know they're getting drunk at this game, bro. Getting drunk and driving home, bro. There ain't nobody on the road in this fucking town.
Texas. What'd you order?
A Frito pie.
A Frito pie?
Yes, they're awesome.
That sounds fucking disgusting.
From here.
I just had a bowl of chili.
It was good stuff.
It was good stuff. I think it was probably made from 4-6 beef.
You think maybe? Yeah. And it was fresh.
Yeah, and it was good.
Walking around a few hours ago?
Yeah. Probably in the pasture a little bit ago.
This is the best concession stand in all of Texas.
Bite my tongue, bite my tongue.
Well, as time runs out in the first half, officials call the game over at
52-0, bro. I've never seen that in my life. I've never seen that in any football game at any level.
52-0. It's over.
52-0, bro. I would actually IRL/FF. I would be like, we're cooked. Why are we even trying?
It's over. We might watch the band march.
70-20 in the NFL, that's better. Losing 70-20 is better than 54-0. You didn't score, and they called the game, right? 54-0, you forfeited, right? 54-0 is so much worse. I would rather, if you lose 72-0 or 72-20, you at least scored. You know, you got a touchdown, you got 2 touchdowns, few field goals.
Their band might actually march. I hope they let their band march. I mean, they brought them this far.
Well, yeah.
Don't let their band march, bro. They got to go sulk in the parking lot.
You know, so.
Gotta let the band march.
They ought to let the band march. I mean, we don't get to see that very often in Guthrie, so, you know, all right.
The band, it's just one kid with a flute.
Give a band. Let that band march.
Let the Guthrie, Texas band play next.
That's exactly right.
What? How do you have 80 people on your fucking band team and you're losing 54-0 to Guthrie, Texas, bro? How are you losing? Why do they have that many people on their band?
Only in places like Guthrie do the athletes, the coaches, and cheerleaders stay put after the game to honor the visiting band, to honor the fans and families on this warm autumn night.
This is a great place. This is a unique place. Not every small school is like Guthrie at all. These kids work really hard. And so when they graduate next May, when we go on that trip.
So I gotta say, the nostalgia for the people that grow up here is probably fucking crazy, you know? Like, I bet there's people that hate it and they, like, want to leave. And obviously, I think that's most people that grow up in this town are probably gonna go live somewhere else. But, like, the nostalgia's nuts. Because this is, like, nowhere else is like this.
It will mean a lot because they're my kids too. I may just teach them, but they're my kids.
Do you think they're crazy racist as well? I don't know. I will say I haven't seen one non-white person, but that doesn't mean that it's racist. Never mind. Never mind.
Karen Rothwell says you don't need white tablecloths or valet parking when you're the only dining establishment in a 913 square mile area, and you're only open a few nights in the fall. There may be a long list of things Guthrie, Texas does not have, but it's what they do have that seems to have built a solid foundation for the young people lucky enough to call this place home. A pure, untarnished belief in family, hard work, and determination, found in an isolated corner of the rolling plains of Texas.
I loved this video.
At the end of the night, when everybody's gone home and it's just my husband and I, we're closing up, it is a sense of relief. It's also a sense of accomplishment in the fact that we fed everybody within 913 square miles, I guess you could say.
Yeah, they probably pull in mad money, though. Like, they, in their single football season, they raise enough money to send everybody on a senior trip. I wonder where they go. Is there any other documentaries? Now we gotta look. Chat, if there's any other shit like that, send that in the video.